Hey my sleepy bro-tatoes, I'm really glad you're here tonight. If you can hear the rain settling in around us, you're in the right place. It's one of those sounds that invites your thoughts to slow without asking anything in return. As we ease into this story, we'll spend some quiet time with the pencil, a simple object that has followed human hands through thinking, planning, mistakes, and patience, often without being noticed. If you enjoy these calm nights, feel free to follow or leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and how you are doing. Now, let your head rest into the pillow, allow your breath to lengthen, and let the steady rhythm of the rain guide us gently into this story and onwards. You're entering a world of wood and graphite, of sharpened points and soft erasures, where one of the simplest tools ever made has quietly served human hands for centuries. This is the history of the pencil, told not through invention or upheaval, but through the everyday rhythms of writing, drawing, and resting that have shaped how people work and think. Long before the pencil takes its familiar form, people make marks in ways that feel natural to their hands and materials. You press charred wood against stone, leaving dark lines that record what needs remembering. The charcoal crumbles slightly and smudges when touched, but serves well enough for temporary notes and quick sketches. Children learn to draw with it. Builders mark measurements. The marks fade over time, but new ones replace them without ceremony. In workshops and scriptoriums, you use metal points. A stylus of lead or silver glides across prepared surfaces, leaving faint grey traces. The pressure must be steady but not heavy. The marks are subtle, suitable for guidelines that will later be inked over, or for private notes that need not shout from the page. You develop a feel for how hard to press, how to angle the point, and how to keep your hand relaxed so the lines stay smooth. These metal points require maintenance. You sharpen them on stones, feeling the metal grow finer under your careful attention. The points wear down with use, slowly, predictably. You learn to anticipate when sharpening is needed, keeping a small whetstone nearby. The rhythm of preparation becomes part of the work itself. Paper begins to replace parchment in many places, and the texture changes how marks appear. Rougher surfaces catch more material from your marking tool. Smoother papers allow finer lines. You adjust your pressure and speed according to what you're writing on, developing an unconscious familiarity with how different materials respond to touch. In schools, young hands learn letter forms using whatever tools are available and affordable. Slate pencils screech softly against small boards, creating temporary practice strokes that can be wiped away and rewritten. The sound is sharp but brief. Students grow accustomed to it, barely noticing after the first few days. The marks appear light grey, easy to see but not permanent, which suits the nature of learning. Graphite is discovered in England in the region of Borrowdale during the 1500s. The material is unusual. Soft, dark, and remarkably pure, it leaves strong marks without requiring much pressure. Local people begin using it for marking sheep, then for other practical purposes. The graphite is too soft and crumbly to hold in the hand directly, so it gets wrapped in string or inserted into wooden holders. You hold one of these early graphite sticks, feeling how the wood casing protects your fingers from the dark dust. The marks it makes are darker and smoother than metal points, and more controllable than charcoal. Erasing is difficult, but the clarity of the line makes the effort worthwhile for important work. Architects appreciate the precision. Scribes use it for layouts before inking. The supply of graphite from Borrowdale is limited, controlled, and valued. People do not waste it. You use your graphite stick carefully, making deliberate marks, saving it for work that benefits from its particular qualities. For rough notes, charcoal or chalk still suffices. Other regions search for similar deposits but find graphite of lower quality, mixed with impurities. Methods are developed for grinding poor graphite into powder, mixing it with binders, and forming it into usable sticks. The process is experimental at first and inconsistent, but gradually improves. You learn which makers produce reliable sticks, and which are too brittle or too faint. The idea of encasing graphite fully in wood becomes standard practice. 2 wooden halves are carved with a groove, The graphite stick is laid inside, and the halves are glued together. The result is sturdy, comfortable to hold, and protects the graphite from breaking. You can carry it without worry. The wood wears smooth with handling, taking on the warmth of your palm. Mark making becomes less about ceremony and more about daily routine. You reach for your pencil without thinking, the way you reach for a cup or a door handle. It sits on tables, in pockets, and behind ears. The familiarity breeds a kind of comfort. This tool does not demand special preparation or particular conditions. It simply works when you need it. In homes, people sketch for pleasure. Small drawings of flowers, animals, or familiar scenes appear in margins and on spare paper. The pencil allows for experimentation without commitment. If a line goes wrong, you can often rub it lighter or simply start again on another sheet. The ease of use invites practice. Carpenters mark measurements on wood, making light lines that guide their saws and chisels. The marks are clear enough to follow, but do not deeply score the surface. After cutting, they can brush or plane away the guidelines, leaving the finished work unmarked. The pencil serves the work without becoming part of it. Students copy texts and diagrams, their pencils moving across pages in steady repetition. The practice builds muscle memory. Letter forms become automatic. Hands learn to maintain even pressure, to lift the pencil at consistent intervals, and to return to the proper starting position. Writing grows smoother with time and repetition. You notice that your pencil wears down, the point dulls, the wood needs trimming. A small knife serves this purpose, carefully shaving away thin curls to reveal fresh graphite. The sharpening is quick work, done every few pages or whenever precision matters. The wood shavings smell faintly sweet, pleasant in a quiet way. The pencil does not demand attention. It sits ready, requires little upkeep, and performs the same task day after day. This reliability makes it easy to forget how much you depend on it until the moment you reach for one and find it missing. Then you notice the absence, small but definite, like a missing button or a forgotten name. In workshops dedicated to pencil making, the process begins with selecting wood. Cedar is favoured for its straight grain, smooth texture, and pleasant scent. The wood arrives in planks, already dried and aged. Workers examine each piece, looking for knots, splits, or irregularities that would weaken the final product. Acceptable planks are set aside, stacked neatly for the next stage. You stand at a workbench, guiding a plank through a saw that cuts thin slats. The blade moves steadily, the wood parts cleanly, and the slats emerge uniform in thickness. Sawdust drifts down, fine and pale. The rhythm of cutting is measured, not rushed. Each slat will become part of many pencils, so precision matters from the start. The slats are planned smooth on both sides, removing rough spots and ensuring even thickness. You run your hand along the surface, feeling for any remaining texture. The wood should be consistent, neither too thick nor too thin, so that when two halves are joined they fit together without gaps. The planning takes time, but the result is worth the effort. Grooves are cut into one side of each slat, creating shallow channels that will hold the graphite. The cutting tool must be set to the correct depth. Too shallow, and the graphite will not sit securely. Too deep, and the wood may split when pressure is applied. You adjust the tool carefully, test it on a scrap piece, and then proceed with the production slats. Graphite preparation happens in another part of the workshop. If the graphite is pure and solid, it is cut into thin rods that match the length and diameter of the grooves. If the graphite is powdered, it must be mixed with clay and water, kneaded into a smooth paste, and extruded through moulds to form consistent sticks. The ratio of graphite to clay determines hardness. More clay makes a harder, lighter mark. More graphite makes a softer, darker mark. The graphite sticks are fired in kilns to harden them, then cooled slowly to prevent cracking. You handle the finished sticks carefully, knowing they remain somewhat fragile. Each stick is inspected for flaws. Broken or irregular pieces are set aside to be reground and remade. Only the straight solid sticks proceed to assembly. Assembly is methodical. You place a graphite stick into the groove of a prepared slat, ensuring it sits centered and level. Glue is applied to the groove of a second slat, which is then pressed down onto the first, sandwiching the graphite between two layers of wood. Clamps hold the pieces together while the glue sets. The pressure must be firm but not crushing. Once the glue has dried, the bonded slats are cut into individual pencils. A blade slices through wood and graphite cleanly, separating each pencil from its neighbours. The ends are trimmed square. Any rough edges are sanded smooth. You hold a finished pencil, turning it in your fingers, checking that it is straight, that the wood is smooth, and that the graphite is centred. Some pencils receive additional finishing. Paint is applied in thin coats, allowed to dry, and sanded lightly between layers. The goal is a smooth, even surface that feels pleasant to hold. Colours vary by maker and purpose. Yellow becomes common, though the reason is partly tradition and partly practicality. The colour shows dirt less readily than white, but remains bright enough to find easily in a cluttered workspace. Metal ferrules are attached to one end of some pencils, providing a secure place to attach an eraser. The ferrule is crimped onto the wood, tight enough to hold but not so tight that it splits the grain. The eraser itself is a small cylinder of rubber or similar material pressed into the ferrule. This addition makes corrections easier, reducing the need for separate erasing tools. In your own home or workspace, you maintain the pencils you use. Sharpening is the primary task. You hold a small knife at an angle, shaving away wood in thin, controlled strokes. The goal is to expose enough graphite to create a fine point without removing excess material. The shavings curl away, light and fragrant, collecting in a small pile that you sweep away when finished. Some people prefer mechanical sharpeners, small devices with blades set at fixed angles. You insert the pencil and twist, feeling the resistance as the blades carve away wood and graphite. The shavings emerge in neat spirals. The process is quicker than using a knife, though less precise. For everyday writing, the difference is minimal. You learn to recognise when a pencil is too short to use comfortably. The stub becomes difficult to grip and the angle grows awkward. Some people save these short pieces for small tasks or give them to children. Others simply discard them, accepting that every tool has a lifespan. The wood and graphite return to dust, as unremarkable in ending as in use. Pencils are stored in jars, trays or boxes kept upright or laid flat depending on space. You develop habits about where to place them, ensuring they are ready when needed. A pencil left loose on a cluttered desk may roll away or become buried under papers. A pencil kept in a designated spot is always findable. Occasionally a pencil breaks internally. The graphite cracks inside the wood, making it impossible to sharpen properly. The point crumbles away no matter how carefully you cut. You recognise this failure quickly and set the pencil aside. Sometimes you can salvage part of it by cutting away the damaged section. Other times, the entire pencil is compromised. You notice the texture of different woods, the way some are softer and easier to sharpen, while others are harder and hold a point longer. You notice the variation in graphite quality, how some marks flow smoothly while others feel gritty or uneven. These small observations accumulate into preference, guiding which pencils you choose for different tasks. Maintenance becomes automatic. You sharpen without thinking about it, responding to the feel of the point rather than to any deliberate decision. You store pencils where they will not be damaged, where moisture will not warp the wood or soften the glue. Care is minimal, but consistent care extends usefulness. The pencil requires little from you, but what it requires is straightforward. Keep it dry, keep it sharp, use it without excessive force. In return, it provides reliable service day after day, for as long as the graphite and wood hold together. The exchange is simple, balanced, and enduring. Pencils appear on desks in offices where clerks record figures and correspondence. You sit at one such desk, copying information from ledgers, making notes in margins and drafting letters that will later be written in ink. The pencil allows you to plan before committing. Mistakes can be erased or crossed out lightly. leaving the page tidy enough for reference. In schools, children learn their letters with pencils gripped in small hands. The teacher demonstrates proper form, and students mimic the movements, pressing too hard at first, then learning to relax. The pencils create marks that can be corrected without shame. A wrong letter can be erased and rewritten. Learning happens through repetition, and the pencil accommodates this need. You watch a classroom full of students, all writing at once, and notice the gentle scratching sound of graphite on paper, a soft collective murmur that rises and falls with concentration. Some children chew the ends of their pencils absently, leaving small tooth marks in the wood. Others spin them between fingers during moments of thought. The pencil becomes an extension of the hand, manipulated without conscious attention. At home, you keep a pencil in the kitchen for noting shopping lists or recipes. The marks on scrap paper are casual, not meant to last, but useful in the moment. You cross off items as you acquire them, adding new ones as they come to mind. The list grows and shrinks, a living document that serves immediate needs. Artists use pencils for sketching outdoors. You carry a small notebook and a few pencils, find a comfortable spot to sit, and begin drawing what you see. Trees, buildings, and people passing by. The pencil moves quickly when capturing motion, and slowly when recording detail. The flexibility suits the unpredictable nature of drawing from life. Engineers draft plans with pencils using straight edges and compasses to create precise diagrams. The lines must be exact, the measurements clear. You draw, erase, and redraw, refining the design through iteration. The pencil's erasability is essential here. Every design goes through revisions, and the ability to remove mistakes without starting over saves time and materials. In libraries, readers make notes in margins of their own books, underlining passages and adding thoughts. The marks are light and personal, a record of engagement with the text. You read and mark, building a layered understanding. The pencil does not damage the page the way ink might. The marks feel temporary, even when they remain for years. Tailors and seamstresses use pencils to mark fabric before cutting. The lines guide scissors and needles, ensuring pieces fit together correctly. After sewing, the marks can often be brushed away or hidden within seams. The pencil serves the craft without becoming part of the finished garment. You use a pencil to fill out forms, applications, and surveys. The blanks require specific information, and the pencil allows you to write neatly, correcting errors as needed before submission. The bureaucracy of daily life often involves pencils. Their marks formal enough for record keeping, but flexible enough for human fallibility. Children draw for pleasure, creating pictures of homes, animals, and imagined scenes. The pencil does not limit them. They can sketch freely, change their minds, add details, or start over. The process is exploratory, driven by curiosity rather than outcome. Parents keep these drawings, valuing them as records of growth and imagination. In workshops, craftspeople sketch ideas before committing to materials. You draw a rough plan for a piece of furniture, considering proportions and joinery. The sketch is not beautiful, but it clarifies your thinking. Once the design is settled, you can proceed with confidence. The pencil serves as a thinking tool, externalizing ideas so they can be examined and refined. Gardeners use pencils to label seed packets, mark planting dates, and sketch garden layouts. The marks may smudge in damp conditions, but they last long enough to serve their purpose. You plan your rows, noting what grows well and what struggles, using the pencil to capture observations that inform future seasons. At community centres and meeting halls, people sign attendance sheets with pencils. The marks are legible enough for record keeping, and the availability of erasure means mistakes in spelling or date can be quietly corrected. The pencil does not judge errors. It simply allows them to be undone. You lend a pencil to someone who needs one, and they return it without fuss. The exchange is casual, unworried. Pencils are common enough that temporary loss is not a concern. They circulate through communities, shared and returned, or sometimes kept and replaced without resentment. Farmers use pencils to record weather observations, crop yields, and livestock counts. The notebook sits in the barn or kitchen, accumulating information year after year. You flip through old entries, comparing the season to past ones, noticing patterns. The pencil marks fade slightly over time but remain readable, a stable archive of daily details. In hospitals and clinics, staff use pencils for temporary notes and charts. The marks can be updated as conditions change and erased and rewritten without creating confusion. You jot down a symptom, a measurement, and a time, knowing the information will be transferred to permanent records later. The pencil serves as an intermediary, holding information just long enough. Musicians annotate sheet music with pencils, marking dynamics, fingerings, and phrasing. The marks are personal reminders, not meant for others to interpret. You practice a passage, add a note about where to breathe or slow down, and the next time you play, the reminder is there. The music becomes layered with your learning. You find pencils in pockets, drawers, bags, and boxes. They accumulate quietly, neither precious nor worthless. Their ubiquity makes them easy to overlook, but their absence is immediately felt. The moment you need to write something down and no pencil is available, you remember how much you rely on this simple tool. In public spaces, pencils sit beside guestbooks, suggestion boxes, and voting booths. You pick one up, use it briefly, and set it down for the next person. The tool is communal, serving whoever needs it without ceremony. The worn surface and dull point speak to shared use, to many hands performing small acts of communication. You sit at a table in the afternoon, light slanting through a window, and pick up a pencil to write a letter. The first few sentences come easily, then you pause, thinking about what to say next. The pencil rests against your fingers, its weight barely noticeable. You gaze out the window, gathering thoughts, and when you're ready, the writing resumes. The pauses are as much a part of the process as the words themselves. Drawing invites similar rhythms. You sketch a shape, step back to observe, and return to add details. The pencil moves in bursts, then stills while your eyes assess proportion and balance. The rests are not interruptions, but necessary intervals where observation happens. Without them, the drawing would be rushed, unconsidered. Students work through assignments, writing steadily for a time, then setting the pencil down to rest their hands. The muscles tire from gripping and pressing. You flex your fingers, shake out your wrist, and pick up the pencil again when ready. The breaks prevent cramping and allow the mind to reset, approaching the next section with fresh attention. In workshops, craftspeople make marks, measure, mark again, and pause to consider their work. The pencil serves quick decision-making, but decisions themselves take time. You stand back, looking at the piece from different angles, and only when satisfied do you proceed. The pencil waits, ready but passive, exerting no pressure to hurry. Evening work often includes natural stopping points. You write until a page is full or until a particular task is complete, and then you set the pencil aside. The transition from work to rest is gentle. The pencil does not demand closure. It can be picked up again tomorrow, the work continuing from where it paused. You notice that writing by hand encourages a certain pace. The physical act of forming letters limits speed, which in turn allows thought to accompany the words. Typing can outpace thinking, but writing with a pencil keeps the two aligned. The rhythm is slower, more deliberate, and often more thoughtful as a result. Children draw until they grow tired or distracted, then wander away, leaving half-finished pictures on the table. The pencil does not mind being abandoned. It lies where it was left, ready for return. The drawings may be completed later, or they may remain as they are, capturing a moment of interest that passed naturally. You keep a pencil beside your bed for jotting down thoughts that arrive in quiet moments before sleep. The act of writing them down releases them from your mind, allowing rest to come more easily. The marks are brief, sometimes barely legible in the dim light, but they serve their purpose. In the morning you may or may not remember what seemed important enough to record. Reading often involves breaks where you set the book down and pick up a pencil to note a thought or underline a passage. The transition is seamless. Reading and marking alternate in a comfortable rhythm that deepens engagement without disrupting the flow. The pencil supports reflection rather than interrupting it. In classrooms, lessons include time for students to work independently while the teacher circulates, offering guidance. You write or draw, and when you encounter difficulty, you pause, raising a hand or waiting for assistance. The pencil rests on the desk, the problem suspended until help arrives. The pause is patient, not anxious. Artists develop habits around rest. After sketching for a period, you set the pencil down and stretch, letting your eyes rest from close focus. The break is brief, but necessary. When you return, you see the drawing with slightly fresh eyes, noticing things you missed before. The rhythm of work and rest sharpens perception. You write in a journal, recording the day's events or working through a problem. The writing flows for a while, then slows as you reach the edge of what you can express. The pencil hovers, uncertain, and you let it rest, closing the journal for the night. Some thoughts need time to settle before they can be articulated. Correspondence involves waiting periods. You write a letter and set it aside to review later. When you return, you read it with distance, catching awkward phrasing or missing information. The pencil allows corrections before the final version is committed to ink. The pause between drafting and sending improves the result. Craftspeople work until natural light fades, then set their tools aside. The pencil is placed in its jar or box, and the workspace is tidied. The day's work is complete, not because a specific goal was reached, but because the conditions for work have passed. The rhythm follows light and energy, not arbitrary targets. You find that the best ideas often arrive not while actively working, but during the pauses between efforts. The mind continues processing while the hand rests. When you pick up the pencil again, the solution or next step often presents itself clearly. The rest is productive in ways that constant activity is not. In meetings, notes are taken in bursts as important points arise, followed by quiet listening. The pencil moves and stills according to the flow of conversation. You do not write constantly, but capture key ideas, trusting your attention to fill in the gaps. The rhythm of notation supports memory without overwhelming it. Evening routines often include a period of quiet writing or drawing, a way to transition from the day's demands to rest. You sit with a pencil and paper, recording thoughts, sketching, or simply doodling. The activity is calming, occupying the hands while the mind unwinds. The marks matter less than the process. You learn to recognize when continuing would be counterproductive. The hand grows tired, the marks less precise, and the thoughts less clear. Setting the pencil down at this point is not giving up, but honouring the body's limits. Rest restores capacity. Tomorrow the work will resume with renewed steadiness. Graphite mines in various regions supply the raw material that becomes the heart of every pencil. You work in one such mine, extracting veins of graphite from deep within the earth. The process is steady and careful, as the material is valuable. Loose chunks are collected in baskets sorted by quality and transported to workshops where they will be processed. Cedar forests provide the wood that encases the graphite. Trees are selected for harvest based on age and straightness, and cut during seasons when the wood is most stable. You help load logs onto wagons, watching them roll away towards sawmills. The scent of fresh-cut cedar is strong and resinous, lingering in the air long after the work is done. At the sawmill, logs are transformed into planks, then into slats suitable for pencil making. The machinery is loud but efficient, cutting with precision that hand tools cannot match. Workers guide the wood through blades, collect the finished pieces, and stack them for drying. Moisture must be reduced gradually to prevent warping. Graphite processing workshops receive raw material and refine it. Impure graphite is crushed into powder, mixed with clay and water, and formed into sticks through extrusion. The ratio of ingredients is carefully controlled to produce consistent hardness across batches. You monitor the mixture, adjusting as needed to maintain quality. Kilns fire the graphite clay sticks, hardening them into stable cores. The temperature and duration must be precise. Too little heat, and the sticks remain fragile. Too much, and they become brittle. You tend the kiln, checking progress, ensuring the firing proceeds evenly. The finished sticks cool slowly, ready for assembly. Trade routes carry materials from mines and forests to workshops, and finished pencils from workshops to markets. You help load crates onto ships or wagons, each crate containing hundreds of pencils destined for distant cities. The movement of goods is constant, linking producers and users across wide distances. In markets, vendors display pencils alongside other writing supplies. You browse the selection, comparing prices and quality. Some pencils are plain and functional, others are painted, stamped with maker's marks, or sold in decorative boxes. The variety reflects different needs and budgets, but all serve the same basic purpose. Retailers order pencils by the gross, receiving them in bulk shipments. You unpack crates, count pencils, and arrange them for sale. The work is routine, the product familiar. Pencils sell steadily, neither fast nor slow, a reliable part of inventory that turns over without drama. Rubber for erasers is sourced from trees in tropical regions, collected as sap, and processed into usable material. The sap is coagulated, dried, and shaped into small cylinders. You work in a facility that receives raw rubber and produces eraser cores, which are then shipped to pencil manufacturers. The supply chain is long, spanning continents, but each link is dependable. Metal for ferrules comes from foundries that produce small components for various industries. Thin strips of metal are cut, shaped into rings, and finished to fit pencil dimensions. You operate machinery that forms ferrules, checking each batch for consistency. The work is repetitive but essential to the final product. Glue used in pencil assembly is made from animal products or plant starches, cooked into thick adhesives that bond wood reliably. You prepare batches of glue, heating and stirring until the consistency is right. The glue must be strong enough to hold under normal use, but not so rigid that it causes wood to crack. Workshops employ many workers, each specialising in a part of the process. You may spend your days cutting slats, or grooving wood, or inspecting finished pencils. The division of labour increases efficiency, allowing large quantities to be produced without sacrificing quality. Each person becomes skilled in their specific task. Trade associations set standards for pencil grading, ensuring buyers know what they are purchasing. A number 2 pencil, for instance, has a specific hardness and darkness recognisable across different manufacturers. You mark pencils with the appropriate grade following established guidelines. Consistency builds trust in the market. Export and import records track the movement of pencils across borders. You work in a customs office, recording shipments, collecting duties, and ensuring compliance with regulations. The paperwork is tedious but necessary for maintaining orderly trade. Pencils flow through these channels alongside countless other goods. Retailers sometimes return unsatisfactory stock, and you inspect the returns to determine the cause. Wood may have warped during shipping. Graphite may have been poorly centered. Paint may have chipped. Quality control is ongoing, addressing problems as they arise and adjusting processes to prevent recurrence. In workshops, leftover materials are salvaged when possible. Wood scraps are used for kindling. Broken graphite is reground and reused. Waste is minimised not from environmental concern, which is not yet a widespread priority, but from economic practicality. Materials cost money, and using them fully makes business sense. You notice the rhythm of production, how it aligns with demand. During school seasons, pencil production increases. During summer months, it slows. The workforce adjusts accordingly, with some workers hired seasonally. The industry breathes with the calendar, expanding and contracting in predictable cycles. Technological improvements gradually change how pencils are made. Machinery takes over tasks once done by hand, increasing speed and uniformity. You adapt to new equipment, learning to operate it safely and efficiently. The fundamental product remains unchanged, but the process becomes more streamlined. Local pencil makers compete with larger manufacturers, each finding their niche. Small workshops may focus on specialty items or serve regional markets. Larger factories produce in volume, supplying national or international demand. You work in one of these larger operations, part of a system that produces thousands of pencils each day. Trade catalogues advertise pencils to schools, businesses and individuals. You page through one such catalogue, noting descriptions and prices. The language is straightforward, emphasising reliability and value. Pencils are not glamorous products, but they are essential, and the marketing reflects this practical reality. As daylight fades, you light a lamp and settle at your desk. Papers are arranged within easy reach, a pencil rests in your hand, and the quiet work of evening begins. Outside, the world grows darker, but here, under the steady glow, the pencil moves across the page, recording thoughts, plans, and correspondence. You write letters to family members living at a distance. The pencil drafts what you will later copy in ink, allowing you to organise your thoughts before committing them. The first version is messy, crossed out and revised, but the process clarifies what you want to say. By the time you write the final copy, the words flow smoothly. Students study by lamplight, copying notes or completing assignments. You sit among them, pencil in hand, working through problems or memorising information. The scratching of graphite on paper is the dominant sound, punctuated by occasional sighs or shifts in posture. The shared quiet is comforting, a communal effort toward learning. Artists sketch evening scenes, capturing the interplay of light and shadow. You work quickly, aware that the quality of light changes as the lamp flickers or as you adjust its position. The pencil catches highlights and suggests depth, translating three-dimensional space onto flat paper. The process is absorbing, narrowing focus to what is immediately before you. Accountants and clerks balance ledgers, checking figures and making corrections. The pencil allows tentative calculations, scratched out and redone until the numbers align. You work methodically, line by line, ensuring accuracy. Mistakes are easier to catch in the controlled environment of evening, when distractions are fewer. You keep a journal, and evening is when you record the day's events. The writing is private, honest, and unpolished. The pencil moves without self-consciousness, capturing impressions and emotions as they arise. Over time, the journal becomes a record of days lived, a map of thoughts and experiences that might otherwise be forgotten. Children sometimes draw before bed, sitting at a table with paper and pencils while parents prepare the household for night. The activity is calming, occupying restless energy in a quiet way. You observe them, noting how their concentration deepens as they work, how the act of creating settles them. Correspondence courses rely on written lessons sent back and forth. You complete exercises in the evening, filling in answers and working through problems. The pencil is your primary tool for learning at a distance, connecting you to instructors you may never meet. The marks you make travel, carrying your understanding across miles. In workshops attached to homes, craftspeople refine designs or plan the next day's work. You sketch variations of a piece, considering which approach will be most efficient or aesthetically pleasing. The pencil allows exploration without commitment. Ideas can be tested on paper before materials are cut. Musicians practice by lamplight, reading scores annotated with pencil marks. You follow the notes, guided by reminders written in earlier sessions. The music and the marks work together, the pencil serving memory and interpretation. As you play, you may add new notes, refining your understanding of the piece. Naturalists record observations from the day, sketching specimens or noting behaviours. You work from memory and from samples collected earlier, translating what you saw into words and images. The pencil captures detail that might fade from memory, preserving knowledge for future reference or comparison. You write lists of tasks for tomorrow, organising priorities and allocating time. The act of writing them down releases the mental burden of remembering. The list sits ready for morning, a guide that structures the day ahead. Crossing off completed items becomes its own small satisfaction. In reading groups or study circles, participants make notes on text to be discussed. You mark passages that strike you, jotting questions or reactions in margins or on separate paper. The pencil supports active reading, transforming passive consumption into engaged dialogue with the material. Seamstresses and tailors plan garments, sketching patterns and calculating fabric requirements. The evening hours are quieter, more conducive to the detailed planning that precedes cutting and sewing. You measure, draw, adjust and measure again, ensuring everything will fit together correctly. You write poetry or stories, experimenting with language and form. The pencil makes revision easy, encouraging you to take risks. Lines can be reworked, words swapped, and entire passages rewritten. The creative process is iterative, and the pencil accommodates this fluidity without resistance. Farmers plan crop rotations, sketching field layouts, and noting which plots grew what in previous years. The pencil helps organise information spatially, creating visual representations that are easier to understand than lists alone. You refer to these sketches throughout the planting season, adjusting as conditions require. Evening settles deeper and you feel the day's fatigue in your hand and eyes. The pencil has moved for hours, its point wearing dull. You set it down, stretching fingers that have gripped it too long. The work is paused, not finished, but sufficient for now. Tomorrow will bring fresh light and renewed energy. You glance at what you have written or drawn, seeing both accomplishment and imperfection. The pencil has faithfully recorded your efforts, neither flattering nor condemning. The marks are what they are, honest traces of thought made visible. You gather the papers, blow out the lamp, and leave the pencil resting where you can find it in the morning. The day's work is complete, and you gather the pencils scattered across your desk. Some are sharp, others worn down to stubs. You sort them, placing the usable ones in a jar and setting aside those that need attention. The act of organising is brief but satisfying, bringing order to the workspace. You take a small knife and sharpen the dull pencils, working by the light of a single lamp. The wood shavings curl away in thin ribbons, accumulating in a small pile. Each pencil requires only a minute or two, but you take care to create a clean point without wasting material. The repetition is calming, a quiet ritual that marks the end of productive hours. In schools, teachers collect pencils left behind by students. You walk through rows of desks, picking up forgotten items and placing them in a box. Some pencils are chewed, and some are nearly new. They will be redistributed in the morning, recirculating through the classroom. Nothing is wasted. At home, children are reminded to put away their drawing supplies. You help them gather papers and pencils, storing everything in a box or drawer. The routine teaches responsibility and ensures materials remain in good condition. A pencil left on the floor may be stepped on and broken. A pencil stored properly is ready for use tomorrow. In workshops, tools are cleaned and organised before leaving for the night. You wipe sawdust from surfaces, return pencils to their designated spots, and check that everything is in its place. The preparation makes the next day's start easier. Walking into a tidy workspace allows you to begin immediately, without searching for what you need. You inspect your pencils for damage. A cracked pencil may still be usable for rough work, but should not be relied upon for precision. You set these aside, noting that they will serve temporary purposes before being discarded. Recognizing a tool's limitations prevents frustration during important tasks. Some people keep pencils in multiple locations, ensuring one is always within reach. You place a pencil in a kitchen drawer, another beside the bed, and a third in your coat pocket. The distribution reflects patterns of use. Wherever you might need to write something down, a pencil waits, reducing the friction of capture. In offices, workers tidy their desks before leaving for the night. You arrange papers in stacks, file completed work, and store pencils in desk organisers. The order creates mental clarity, separating work from rest. When you return in the morning, the clean desk signals readiness to begin anew. Pencils stored in humid conditions may develop issues. The wood swells, the graphite shifts, and the glue weakens. You learn to keep them in dry places, away from windows where condensation might form. Proper storage prevents problems, extending the life of each pencil. You notice that some pencils develop a patina from use. The wood darkens slightly where your fingers grip it, polished by repeated handling. These well-used pencils feel familiar and comfortable in a way that new ones do not. The wear is a record of service, not damage. Before bed, you prepare materials for the next day. Papers are stacked according to priority, pencils are sharpened and ready, and notes are reviewed briefly. The preparation takes only a few minutes, but shapes how the morning unfolds. Starting prepared reduces morning confusion and allows you to engage with work immediately. In shared spaces, pencils are returned to communal containers. You place your pencil in the jar on the counter, where anyone may take it when needed. The system relies on trust and reciprocity. You take a pencil when you need one, and you return it when finished. The flow is self-regulating, functioning without oversight. You occasionally find a pencil in an unexpected place, a pocket you forgot to check, or a book you set aside months ago. The discovery is mildly pleasant, like finding a small amount of money. The pencil is cleaned, sharpened if necessary, and returned to circulation. Nighttime brings a stillness that makes small tasks more noticeable. The sound of sharpening a pencil is louder in the quiet, the scrape of blade on wood distinct. You work carefully, aware of others who may be sleeping nearby. The consideration shapes your movements, making them deliberate and gentle. Children sometimes resist putting away their things, wanting to leave projects out to continue later. You negotiate, allowing some items to remain but insisting that loose pencils be collected. The compromise respects their work while maintaining order. Pencils left scattered are easily lost or damaged. You develop preferences for how to store pencils. Some people prefer them point up to protect the graphite. Others lay them flat, distributing weight evenly. You experiment and settle on what feels right, a personal system that suits your habits and space. The evening routine becomes automatic, performed without conscious thought. You move through the motions, tidying, sharpening and organising, your mind already shifting toward rest. The pencil is put away, the workspace is readied, and the transition from work to sleep begins. The day releases its hold, and the pencil waits patiently for morning. Centuries pass, and the pencil remains fundamentally unchanged. New materials are tested, manufacturing becomes more efficient, and production scales increase, but the basic design endures. You hold a pencil made in the 1800s and one made in the 1900s, and the differences are minor. Both serve the same purpose, in the same way, with the same reliability. Generations of students learn to write with pencils. You teach your children as you were taught, guiding their fingers to grip correctly, to apply appropriate pressure, and to form letters with care. The tool passes from hand to hand unchanged, a constant in an evolving world. The familiarity across time is comforting. In offices, pencils remain the tool of choice for drafts, calculations, and temporary notes. New technologies emerge, typewriters and later computers, but the pencil does not disappear. It occupies a niche that other tools cannot fully replace. For quick thoughts, rough sketches, and flexible work, the pencil continues to serve. Artists across decades use pencils for preliminary work. You study drawings from past masters and recognise the same materials you use today. The continuity connects you to a tradition, a lineage of makers who trusted the same simple tool. The pencil does not impose style or technique. It responds to the hand that guides it. Pencils adapt to new contexts without changing form. They are used in space missions where their lack of liquid components makes them safer than pens in zero gravity. They mark ballots in elections, providing a clear, erasable record. They serve in hospitals, workshops, forests and fields. The simplicity allows broad application. You notice that people develop attachments to particular pencils. A favourite pencil is one that has been used long enough to feel like an extension of the hand. The balance is right, the point holds well, and the wood is smooth. You resist sharpening it down to nothing, reluctant to lose the tool that has become so familiar. Children who learn to write with pencils grow into adults who still reach for them when thinking through problems. You find yourself doodling in margins during meetings, the pencil moving almost unconsciously. The habit formed early persists, a physical manifestation of thought processes that remain fundamentally unchanged. Manufacturers continue producing pencils in vast quantities, meeting steady demand. You work in a factory that has operated for generations, using improved machinery but creating the same product your grandparents made. The business is stable, neither booming nor failing, sustained by ongoing need. Pencils are found in archaeological layers of more recent history, small artifacts of daily life. You uncover one while renovating an old building, its wood preserved by dry conditions. The pencil is unremarkable in every way except that it has survived, a tiny witness to ordinary moments long past. In schools, debates arise about whether pencils should be replaced by other tools. Each generation questions whether the old ways are best. Yet the pencil persists, not through inertia, but through continued usefulness. It is inexpensive, reliable, and requires no training to use. These qualities ensure its survival. You reflect on how the pencil has shaped habits of thought. The ability to erase encourages experimentation. The slowness of handwriting allows ideas to develop at a natural pace. The physicality of the tool keeps the body engaged with the mind. These effects are subtle but real, influencing how people think and create. Trade in pencils continues across borders, linking producers and users in quiet commerce. You work in logistics, tracking shipments of pencils to schools, offices and stores worldwide. The product is mundane, but the scale of distribution is remarkable. Millions of pencils move through systems designed to meet consistent demand. Pencils appear in literature and art as symbols of creativity, learning, or simplicity. You read stories where a pencil serves as a key object, its ordinariness transformed by context. The tool is so common that its presence often goes unremarked, yet it carries associations that resonate across cultures. You teach someone to sharpen a pencil with a knife, demonstrating the angle and pressure. They practice, creating uneven points at first, then improving with repetition. The skill is small but satisfying to pass along. In a world of disposable items, this bit of maintenance connects people to their tools. Evening finds you once again at a desk, pencil in hand, engaged in the same activities that people have performed for generations, writing letters, making lists, sketching ideas. The pencil has not transformed the world, but it has quietly served it, enabling communication, creativity and thought with minimal fuss. You set the pencil down, noticing the slight indentation it has left in your finger from prolonged use. The mark fades quickly, but the work remains. Words on a page, drawings in a notebook, plans for tomorrow. The pencil has done what it has always done, reliably, without complaint. The night deepens, and you put your pencil in its place, ready for when it is needed again. The routine is familiar, almost invisible. Yet in this simplicity lies the pencil's greatest strength. It does not demand attention or reinvent itself. It simply continues day after day, serving hands that trust it to do what it has always done. The quiet continuity of the pencil is its own kind of grace, a stability in the small, necessary tasks that fill a life. You know how some kids collect baseball cards or spend hours perfecting their video game scores? Well, young Musashi collected bruises and spent his time perfecting the art of hitting things with sticks. Born around 1584 in a small village that probably had more rice paddies than people, Musashi didn't exactly have what you'd call a traditional childhood. Picture this. While other 7-year-olds were learning their letters, Musashi was already convinced that wooden swords were far more captivating than books. His father, Munisai, was a respected martial artist, which meant their household conversations probably went something like, "Pass the rice," and "Oh, remember to keep your guard up during dinner." The funny thing about Musashi's early years is that he wasn't born some sort of sword-swinging prodigy. He was more like that kid in your neighbourhood who practiced basketball shots in their driveway until their parents had to drag them inside for dinner. Except instead of basketball, it was swordplay, and instead of a driveway, it was anywhere he could find space to swing a piece of wood without breaking something valuable. When Musashi turned 13, something shifted in his world, like a puzzle piece finally clicking into place. He decided he was ready for his first real duel. It was not a practice session with wooden swords, nor a friendly sparring match, but an actual, honest-to-goodness duel with a grown man named Arima Kihei. Now, you might be thinking this sounds like a terrible idea, and you'd be absolutely right. But Musashi had that particular brand of teenage confidence that makes you believe you can conquer the world armed with nothing but determination and a powerful stick. The duel took place in front of what was probably the entire village population. All 47 people, including Mrs. Tanaka's chickens. Arima Kihei, being a reasonable adult, likely expected this to be over quickly. After all, what could a 13-year-old boy possibly do against someone with years of experience? Well, as it turns out, quite a lot. Musashi won that duel, not through some mystical samurai magic, but through pure, stubborn determination and what was probably the first glimpse of his unconventional thinking. While Kihei followed all the traditional forms and expected moves, young Musashi fought like someone who hadn't read the rulebook, mainly because he hadn't. This victory did something important. It taught Musashi that sometimes the best way to win isn't to do what everyone expects you to do. It's a lesson that would follow him like a faithful dog for the rest of his life, though it would take him decades to fully understand what it meant. After this first taste of success, Musashi developed what you might call an addiction to proving himself. He began seeking out opponents the way some people seek out good restaurants, with enthusiasm and a willingness to travel considerable distances. His teenage years became a series of challenges, duels and victories that built his reputation one wooden sword strike at a time. But here's where the story gets interesting in that quiet human way that makes legends more relatable. Despite his growing reputation, Musashi was still just a kid trying to figure out his place in the world. He'd win these duels and then probably wonder what to do next, like finishing a really challenging puzzle and realizing you still have to find somewhere to put it. By the time Musashi reached his late teens, he had developed what modern people might call wanderlust, though his version involved significantly more sword fighting than your typical gap year. He decided to embark on what he called his warrior pilgrimage, basically a cross-country tour of Japan where the main attractions were people who wanted to fight him. Imagine being 20 years old and deciding your career path involves walking from town to town, asking if anyone wants to have a sword fight. It sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, but for Musashi this made perfect sense. He was like a travelling salesman, except instead of selling vacuum cleaners, he was selling the opportunity to test your sword skills against someone who had never lost a duel. During these travels, Musashi began developing his famous two-sword technique. Most samurai used one sword, following centuries of tradition and training. But Musashi looked at this situation and thought, you know what might be better than one sword? Two swords. It was the kind of logic that probably made traditional swordmasters shake their heads, but it worked. The thing about fighting with two swords is that it's incredibly difficult. It's like trying to write your name with both hands simultaneously while riding a bicycle. Most people who attempted it ended up looking like they were conducting a very violent orchestra where all the musicians were playing different songs. But Musashi had that rare combination of natural ambidexterity and stubborn refusal to accept that something was impossible just because it was really difficult. His two-sword style wasn't just about having more weapons, it was about confusing his opponents. When you've trained your entire life to fight against someone with one sword, suddenly facing someone with two is like showing up to a chess match and discovering your opponent is playing three-dimensional chess while juggling. Your brain takes a moment to recalibrate, and in sword fighting, a moment is often all your opponent needs. But Musashi's travels weren't all successful duels and growing fame. There were plenty of nights when he slept under bridges, mornings when he woke up hungry, and days when he walked for hours without finding anyone interested in testing their skills against a wandering swordsman. Fame doesn't pay for inn-rooms or meals, and Musashi learned that being legendary doesn't automatically make you wealthy. These lean times taught him resourcefulness that would serve him well later. He learned to find food in places where others might starve, to create shelter from materials that others would overlook, and to entertain himself during long, solitary walks across the Japanese countryside. He became someone who could be content with very little, as long as that little included the opportunity to perfect his craft. During one particularly memorable period, Musashi spent several months in the mountains, not because he was on some spiritual quest, but because he'd gotten thoroughly lost after a duel and was too proud to ask for directions. He later claimed this time of solitude was crucial to his development as a warrior, which is probably true, though it started as a simple case of poor navigation skills. The mountain experience taught him patience in a way that formal training never could. When you're alone with your thoughts for months, carrying only your swords and whatever food you can find or catch, you learn to slow down. You start noticing things like the way morning light moves across valley floors, or how the sound of your footsteps changes depending on whether you're walking on rocks or pine needles. When Musashi was around 21, he heard about someone named Sasaki Kojiro, who was considered one of the finest swordsmen in Japan. Kojiro was famous for his technique called Tsubame Geishi, or swallow cut, which could supposedly cut down a swallow in flight. Whether or not he actually performed this feat is debatable, but it made for excellent marketing in the world of professional sword fighting. Kojiro was everything Musashi wasn't. Refined, traditionally trained and employed by a powerful clan with a steady income. He was like the difference between a classically trained pianist performing at Carnegie Hall and a street musician who learned to play by ear. Both might be incredibly talented, but they represent completely different approaches to their craft. The challenge was arranged to take place on Ganryu Island, a small piece of land in the strait between Honshu and Kyushu. The choice of location was significant. Islands have a way of making everything feel more final. There's something about being surrounded by water that suggests this isn't the kind of appointment you can simply walk away from if you change your mind. On the morning of the duel, Kojiro arrived precisely on time, as any properly trained samurai would. He was immaculately dressed, his sword was perfectly maintained, and he probably had the kind of confidence that comes from years of structured training and consistent victories. He was ready for what he undoubtedly expected to be another successful defense of his reputation. Musashi, on the other hand, was late. Not fashionably late, not strategically late, but genuinely problematically late. He had overslept. Here was one of the most important duels of his career, against one of Japan's most skilled swordsmen, and Musashi had somehow managed to sleep through what was essentially his job interview. When he finally arrived, rowing a small boat to the island, Kojiro had been waiting for hours. If you've ever been stood up for an important meeting, you can imagine Kojiro's state of mind, except instead of rescheduling a business lunch, he was waiting to fight for his reputation and possibly his life. But here's where Musashi's unconventional thinking showed itself again. During his boat ride to the island, instead of panicking about being late or worrying about the duel ahead, he had used the time to carve a wooden sword from one of the boat's oars, not because his regular swords were inadequate, but because he had realised something. Kojiro's sword was longer than his own, which gave Kojiro a reach advantage. The wooden sword Musashi carved was longer than Kojiro's steel blade, neutralising that advantage. It was practical problem-solving disguised as either confidence or disrespect, depending on your perspective. Kojiro probably saw it as an insult. Showing up late and then fighting with a piece of boat seemed like the ultimate dismissal of his skills and status. The duel itself was brief, as most real sword fights were. Despite what movies suggest, skilled swordsmen don't engage in lengthy, choreographed battles. They circle each other, looking for an opening, and when that opening appears, the contest is usually decided in moments. Musashi won, but the victory came at a cost that would follow him for years. Kojiro was not just defeated, he died on that island. For all of Musashi's previous duels, death had been a possibility, but this was the first time that possibility became reality in such a definitive way. The aftermath of the duel marked a turning point in Musashi's life. He had proven himself against one of Japan's most respected swordsmen, but the victory felt different from his previous wins. There's a weight to taking someone's life that changes you, even when it happens in the context of an agreed-upon duel between skilled opponents. After the duel with Kojiro, something shifted in Musashi's approach to life. He didn't immediately retire or give up sword fighting, but he began to think more deeply about what it meant to be truly skilled. It's like the difference between someone who can run fast and someone who understands the art of running. Technique versus mastery. Musashi began studying things that had nothing to do with sword fighting: painting, calligraphy, sculpture, and poetry. To outsiders, this might have seemed like a strange career pivot for someone who had built his reputation on being outstanding at sword combat. But Musashi was beginning to understand something that many specialists never grasp. Excellence in one area often comes from understanding principles that apply across multiple disciplines. When he picked up a brush to paint, he discovered that the control and precision required was similar to sword work, but the patience needed was entirely different. You can't rush a painting the way you might rush a sword strike. Each brushstroke has to be deliberate, considered, and committed to once it touches the paper. It taught him about permanence in a way that sword fighting, which is all about split-second decisions, never could. His calligraphy practice became almost meditative. The repetitive nature of forming characters and the focus required to make each stroke both beautiful and readable gave him a different kind of discipline. It was like strength training for his mind, building muscles he didn't know he needed. During this period, Musashi also began developing his thoughts about strategy and technique into what would eventually become his famous book, The Book of Five Rings. But that was still years away. At this point, he was simply a man who had realized that being the best sword fighter wasn't just about being good with swords. It was about understanding how excellence worked in general. He started accepting students, which presented an intriguing challenge. How do you teach someone to think unconventionally? How do you impart knowledge gained from years of trial and error, from sleeping under bridges and getting lost in mountains? Traditional martial arts schools had curricular and structured lessons, but Musashi's approach was more like, let me show you some things I've figured out, and then you can figure out how to make them work for you. His teaching style was probably frustrating for students who wanted clear step-by-step instructions. Instead of saying, hold your sword like this, he might say, find the way that feels like an extension of your arm, and then watch while his students struggled to interpret what that meant. But for the students who understood this approach, it was probably incredibly liberating. One of the most important things Musashi learned during this period was the art of not fighting. For someone whose career hinged on combat excellence, this may seem contradictory, but it's actually an essential skill. Knowing when not to engage, when to walk away, and when to let someone else prove their point without making it your problem. These are advanced techniques that require just as much mastery as any sword movement. He began to understand that true strength often looks like doing nothing at all. When you're confident in your abilities, you don't need to constantly prove them. You can let smaller challenges pass by without feeling diminished, saving your energy for situations that truly matter. By his 30s, Musashi had developed into something rare, a warrior who was equally skilled as an artist. He wasn't just dabbling in painting and sculpture as hobbies, he was approaching them with the same intensity and dedication he had brought to swords fighting. His paintings, particularly his bird and flower studies, showed a sensitivity and attention to detail that might surprise people who only knew his reputation as a duelist. There's something beautiful about watching someone apply warrior discipline to creating art. The same focus that allowed Musashi to analyze an opponent's stance in combat helped him observe the way morning light fell across a crane's wing. The patience he had developed through years of training enabled him to wait for the perfect moment to make a brushstroke, just as he had waited for the perfect moment to strike in duels. His sculptures were particularly captivating because they required a completely different kind of physical engagement. Instead of the quick, decisive movements of sword fighting, sculpture demanded sustained effort over long periods. You might spend days carefully removing tiny bits of wood or stone, making gradual progress toward your vision. It was like the difference between sprinting and marathon running. Both require athleticism, but they develop different kinds of endurance. During this period, Musashi also began to write more seriously about his understanding of strategy and combat. But unlike many martial arts treatises, which focused on specific techniques or traditional forms, Musashi's writing was more philosophical. He was trying to capture the thinking behind effective action, rather than just describing the actions themselves. He developed what he called the way of strategy, which was essentially a comprehensive approach to conflict resolution that could apply to anything from sword fighting to business negotiations to personal relationships. Preparation, understanding, and psychological positioning determine the outcome of most conflicts before the physical confrontation even starts. One of his most important insights was about timing. In sword fighting, timing isn't just about moving fast, it's about moving at exactly the right moment. Too early, and you reveal your intentions before your opponent is vulnerable. If you act too late, you will completely miss your opportunity. This principle, Musashi realized, applied to almost everything in life. He also wrote about what he called the spirit of the thing itself, which was his way of describing the importance of understanding the essential nature of whatever you're dealing with. Whether you're fighting an opponent, painting a landscape, or trying to solve a problem, success comes from seeing clearly what's actually happening, rather than what you think should be happening, or what happened in similar situations before. His students during this period included not just aspiring swordsmen, but also artists, craftsmen, and even merchants who wanted to understand his approach to strategy. Musashi had begun to attract people who were less interested in learning to fight, and more interested in learning to think clearly under pressure. Teaching changed Musashi in ways he probably didn't expect. When you have to explain something to another person, you discover gaps in your understanding that you didn't know existed. Students ask questions that force you to examine assumptions you've never questioned, and their mistakes help you see problems from entirely new angles. Musashi found that his best students weren't necessarily the most naturally talented ones. Often, they were the ones who struggled with traditional approaches and had to find their ways of making techniques work. These students forced him to think more creatively about instruction, to discover new ways of explaining concepts that he had internalized so thoroughly that he barely thought about them anymore. One of the challenges of teaching unconventional methods is that they don't translate easily into rules and procedures. Traditional martial arts schools could give students a clear progression: learn this stance, then this movement, then this combination, and so on. But Musashi's approach was more like jazz improvisation than classical music. There were underlying principles, but the expression had to be personal and spontaneous. He began to develop teaching methods that were more about creating conditions for discovery than about direct instruction. Instead of showing students exactly how to hold their swords, he might offer them a series of exercises that would naturally lead them to discover effective grips on their own. It was slower than traditional instruction, but it produced students who truly understood what they were doing, rather than just copying movements. During this period, Musashi also began to understand the importance of what modern people might call work-life balance, though he wouldn't have used that terminology. He realized that constant intensity, whether in training or in teaching, was ultimately counterproductive. Excellence required periods of rest and reflection, times when you weren't actively trying to improve, but were simply maintaining what you had already achieved. He started incorporating more variety into his daily routines. A morning might include sword practice, followed by painting, writing, then a long walk with no particular destination. This wasn't procrastination or lack of focus. It was a recognition that different types of thinking required different mental states, and creativity often emerged from the spaces between focused activities. During this period, his reputation shifted from being seen as a dangerous duelist to a wise teacher, although he remained fully capable of being the former when circumstances required it. People started seeking him out not because they wanted to challenge him, but because they wanted to learn from him. It was a more sustainable way to live, and probably much better for his long-term stress levels. As Musashi entered his later years, he began working on what would become his most lasting contribution to the world, the Book of 5 Rings. But calling it a book about sword fighting is like calling Moby Dick a book about whaling, technically accurate but missing most of the point. The 5 rings, ground, water, fire, wind and void, weren't just different sword fighting techniques. They were different ways of approaching any challenge, different modes of thinking that could be applied to everything from military strategy to personal relationships to artistic creation. The ground ring was about fundamentals, the basic principles that everything else was built on. Musashi had learned that you couldn't build lasting excellence on shaky foundations, whether you were learning sword fighting or trying to run a business. Most people wanted to skip the boring foundational work and jump straight to the advanced techniques, but Musashi had seen too many promising students fail because they hadn't mastered the basics. The water ring was about adaptability, flowing around obstacles rather than trying to smash through them. Water always finds a way to its destination, whether that means going around a rock or wearing through it over time. Musashi learned this lesson through years of encountering opponents who were stronger, faster, or better trained than he was, and finding ways to win anyway. The fire ring was about intensity and decisive action. There are moments when gradual progress isn't enough, when you need to commit everything you have to a single effort. But the trick is knowing when those moments are. Use fire tactics too often, and you burn out. If they are used too infrequently, important opportunities may be missed. The wind ring was about understanding what others were doing, seeing clearly without being distracted by your preferences or expectations. Most conflicts are lost because people fight against what they think their opponent is doing, rather than what their opponent is actually doing. This requires a kind of mental emptiness that most people find uncomfortable. You have to set aside your plans and reactions long enough to really see what's happening. The void ring was the most difficult to explain, because it was about the space between techniques, the pause between thoughts, and the moment of potential before action. It was what happened when you stopped trying to control everything and allowed your training and intuition to guide you. Writing these ideas down was probably one of the most challenging things Musashi had ever done. He had spent decades developing these insights through direct experience, learning them in his muscles and bones before he understood them intellectually. Translating that kind of embodied knowledge into words was like trying to describe the taste of water to someone who had never been thirsty. In his final years, Musashi retreated to a cave in the mountains near Kumamoto to complete his writing and reflect on his life's work. This wasn't the dramatic hermit withdrawal that popular culture sometimes portrays, but more like the decision of a senior professor to take a sabbatical to write the book he had been contemplating for decades. The cave provided the kind of uninterrupted solitude that's almost impossible to find in normal life. No students asking questions, no visitors wanting to test their skills against his reputation, and no daily obligations beyond the basic requirements of staying alive. It was like having a completely clear desk for the first time in years, where you can finally focus on the projects that matter most. In this setting, Musashi completed not just the Book of Five Rings, but also a work called Dokodo, or The Way of Walking Alone. This was a much shorter piece consisting of 21 principles for self-reliant living. Reading it today, it sounds remarkably modern in some ways. Advice about not depending on others for your happiness, not accumulating unnecessary possessions, and treating all things with respect but not attachment. But The Way of Walking Alone wasn't a guide to hermit living or antisocial behaviour. It was more about psychological independence, the ability to remain centred and purposeful, regardless of external circumstances. Musashi had learned through decades of wandering that your inner state was the only thing you could truly control, and that everything else was essentially weather. Sometimes pleasant, sometimes difficult, but always temporary. During his cave years, Musashi also created some of his most celebrated artwork. Without the distractions of teaching or the pressure of maintaining his reputation, he could paint purely for the joy of capturing something beautiful. His late paintings have a quality of serene confidence that's different from his earlier work. The brushstrokes are more economical, but somehow more expressive, like someone who has learned to say more with less. The mountain setting probably influenced his art as well. When you're surrounded by the same landscape day after day, you begin to see it in incredible detail. The way shadows move across rock faces throughout the day, the subtle differences in how pine trees respond to wind, the dozens of different sounds that mountain silence contains. This kind of intimate observation shows up in the precision and sensitivity of his late paintings. Musashi died in 1645, at the age of about 61. Having never lost a duel, and having created a body of work that would influence people for centuries. But perhaps his most interesting legacy isn't his undefeated record, or even his artistic achievements. It's the example he set of someone who refused to be limited by conventional categories. In a society that valued specialization and clearly defined roles, Musashi insisted on being both a warrior and an artist, a teacher and a student, and a man of action and a philosopher. He proved that excellence in one area doesn't require ignorance of others, and that the deepest understanding often comes from seeing connections between seemingly unrelated disciplines. His approach to learning was particularly revolutionary for its time. Instead of accepting traditional methods simply because they were traditional, Musashi tested everything against his own experience and kept only what actually worked. This wasn't disrespect for tradition. It was a deeper respect for the principles that made traditions valuable in the first place. Modern readers often find Musashi's writing surprisingly relevant, not because sword fighting has made a comeback, but because his insights about strategy, timing, and clear thinking apply to contemporary challenges. Whether you're dealing with a difficult work situation, trying to master a new skill, or simply attempting to live with greater purpose and effectiveness, Musashi's principles offer practical guidance. His life also demonstrates something important about the relationship between discipline and cruelty. Rather than stifling imagination, Musashi's rigorous training in martial arts seemed to enhance his artistic abilities. The same attention to detail that made him a formidable swordsman made him a sensitive painter. The patience required for mastering combat techniques transfers to the patience needed for creating beautiful calligraphy. Most importantly, Musashi demonstrated that one can fully commit to excellence without becoming rigid or closed-minded. He remained curious and experimental throughout his life, always willing to reconsider his assumptions and try new approaches. This combination of dedication and flexibility is rare, and it's probably what allowed him to continue growing and improving well into his later years. As we come to the end of Musashi's story, it's worth considering what this man from 4 centuries ago might teach us about living well in our time. His life offers several lessons that transcend the specific circumstances of medieval Japan. First, there's the importance of developing your own approach rather than simply copying what others do. Musashi's two-sword technique worked for him not because it was inherently superior to single-sword fighting, but because it matched his particular strengths and way of thinking. In your life, the most effective solutions are often the ones you develop for yourself, based on your unique combination of abilities and circumstances. Second, Musashi demonstrates the value of cross-training between different disciplines. His martial arts informed his art informed his writing, and his writing clarified his understanding of martial arts. In our age of hyper-specialization, there's something refreshing about someone who refused to stay in a single lane, who understood that breadth of experience could deepen rather than dilute expertise. Third, his willingness to start over and keep learning throughout his life is particularly relevant. Musashi did not reach his peak in his 20s and then rely solely on his reputation. He continued taking on new challenges, developing new skills, and refining his understanding well into his 60s. In a world where careers increasingly require constant adaptation and lifelong learning, Musashi's example is both inspiring and practical. There's also his approach to dealing with failure and uncertainty. Musashi made mistakes. He got lost in mountains, overslept on the day of important duels, and probably had plenty of moments when he questioned his life choices. But he seemed to treat these setbacks as information rather than disasters, using them to adjust his approach rather than as reasons to give up. His later focus on teaching and writing suggests something important about how to create lasting value. Physical accomplishments, no matter how impressive, are ultimately temporary. However, your ideas, insights, and influence on others can endure long after your passing. Musashi's dueling record is historically intriguing, but his books are still helping people solve problems today. Finally, there's his integration of action and reflection, his ability to be both a doer and a thinker. Too often, we divide the world into people who act and people who contemplate, as if these were mutually exclusive approaches to life. Musashi showed that the most effective people often combine both. They're willing to jump into challenges and take risks, but they also spend time thinking deeply about what they've learned and how they can improve. As you prepare for sleep tonight, perhaps there's something comforting in the story of Musashi Miyamoto, not the fearsome duelist of legend, but the more human figure we've explored together. A man who started as a boy, swinging sticks with unusual enthusiasm, who spent years walking the roads of Japan looking for worthy opponents, and who eventually learned that the most important battles are often the ones we fight with ourselves. Musashi's life serves as a reminder that growth is rarely linear. He had periods of intense activity and periods of quiet reflection, times when he pushed himself to his limits, and times when he stepped back to consolidate what he had learned. This rhythm of effort and rest, challenge and recovery, is something we can all relate to, regardless of our particular pursuits. There's also something deeply satisfying about the way his story integrates seemingly contradictory elements. He was both a warrior and an artist, both a loner and a teacher, and both someone who sought out conflict and someone who eventually understood the value of peace. Perhaps that's a useful way to think about our own complex lives. The image of Musashi in his mountain cave, completing his life's work in solitude but with full engagement, offers a peaceful note on which to end our time together tonight. Here was someone who had experienced enough of the world's excitement and challenges to know their true value, who had learned to find satisfaction in simple things done well, and who understood that the most profound victories are often the quietest ones. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about the wooden sword Musashi carved from a boat oar, transforming a simple tool into an instrument of victory through nothing more than clear thinking and careful work. There's something encouraging about that image, the idea that we all have access to the raw materials of success, that creativity and determination can often matter more than perfect equipment or ideal circumstances. Sweet dreams, and remember, sometimes the most unconventional path is the one that leads exactly where you need to go. Welcome to the quiet world of post-Roman Britain, somewhere in the 5th or 6th century. You're standing in a landscape of rain-soaked fields, small settlements sheltered by woodland, and lives shaped more by weather and routine than by written record. This is the world that later became legend, but for now it's simply home. You wake up to the sound of rain on thatch, steady and familiar. The air inside smells of wood smoke and damp wool. Outside, the sky hangs low and grey, the way it does most mornings here. The fire overnight dries your layers, yet they retain a hint of moisture in this climate. The day begins with gathering, as most days do. You pull a cloak over your shoulders and step outside into the drizzle. The ground beneath your feet is soft, churned by weeks of rain into a familiar slickness. You know exactly where to walk to avoid the deepest mud near the doorway. Others are already moving through the settlement, heading toward the woodland edge with baskets and worn bags. You join them without much conversation. Everyone knows what needs doing. The rhythm of gathering is so embedded in daily life that it requires little discussion. You follow a path that winds between bare fields and scattered trees. The landscape feels endlessly damp. Puddles reflect the pale sky. Grass bends under the weight of water. Your shoes, simple leather things tied with cord, are soaked within minutes, but the situation is normal. Dry feet are a luxury reserved for sitting by the fire. At the woodland edge, you begin looking for kindling, dead branches that have stayed somewhat dry beneath the canopy. You test each piece with your hands, checking for rot or excessive dampness. Good fuel is precious in a climate where everything wants to stay wet. You gather slowly, methodically, knowing that rushing achieves nothing useful. Others spread out nearby, each person working their own familiar section. Someone finds a patch of edible greens and calls out softly. A few people move over to help gather, their hands moving quickly through the damp leaves. The greens will add something fresh to the evening meal. You take your share and tuck them into your bag. Children move through the trees in a small group, searching for anything useful. They know to look for certain mushrooms, for fallen nuts that might still be valuable, and for the particular bark that can be stripped and used for cordage. Their knowledge comes from watching adults, from gentle correction, and from years of walking these same paths. You move deeper into the woods, where the ground is slightly less waterlogged. Here you can gather longer sticks suitable for tool handles or repairs. You select carefully, looking for straight growth without too many knots. Each piece you take will be used completely. Nothing is wasted when materials are this hard won. The rain continues, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, but always present. You adjust your cloak and keep working. There's a certain comfort in the steadiness of it. The rain is reliable. It shapes everything, but it's also just the backdrop to life, as constant as breathing. By midday, your basket is reasonably full. You've gathered fuel, food, and materials for repairs. Others are finishing too, their containers loaded with similar finds. You all begin the walk back together, moving slowly through the wet landscape. The return journey feels longer. Your load is heavier now, and the rain has picked up slightly, but you're in no particular hurry. The day stretches ahead with more tasks, but none of them require speed. You pause once to rest, setting your basket down and letting your shoulders ease. Someone shares a handful of berries they found near a stream. The berries are tart and cold from the rain, but welcome. You share some of your greens in return. This quiet exchange of gathered goods happens naturally without ceremony. Back at the settlement, you sort through what you've collected. The kindling goes to a covered area where it can dry further. The greens go to someone preparing food. The sticks you gathered will be shaped later, when there's time to sit and work with steady hands. You notice how much of gathering is about patience. You must patiently wait for the appropriate time to venture out. You are patiently waiting for the materials to dry. The seasons shift, bringing with them a variety of resources. The landscape provides resources, but according to its own schedule, and you have learned to work within that rhythm. The afternoon brings more gathering of a different sort. You head to the fields where last season's crops have left stubble and scattered grain. You move through the rows with a small sack, collecting what the birds haven't taken. It's tedious work, bending and searching, but every handful counts. Others work nearby in the same field, spread out across the wet ground. The work is solitary but companionable. You can see people you've known your whole life doing the same task. Their movements as familiar as your own. Rain drips from your hood and runs down your back. Your hands are cold and stiff, but you keep working because the present is simply what the day requires. Later, by the fire, your hands will warm. Later, there will be rest. For now, there is a gathering. As evening approaches, you make one final trip to collect water. The stream runs fast and brown with runoff, swollen by days of rain. You fill your containers carefully, making sure no mud gets in. The water will need to settle before it's used, but that's expected. Walking back with the heavy water vessels, you feel the day's work in your shoulders and legs. It's a beneficial tiredness, the kind that comes from useful effort. You know you'll sleep well tonight, lulled by the same rain that made the day's work necessary. The settlement comes into view, small and low against the landscape, smoke rising from several hearths despite the damp. It looks exactly as it did this morning, as it does every evening. That sameness is reassuring. The present is a world where change comes slowly, where each day resembles the last, and where the work of gathering never quite ends but never overwhelms either. You store the water and head inside as the light begins to fade. Tomorrow will bring more gatherings, different perhaps in small details, but essentially the same. The rhythm continues, shaped by rain and season, by what the land offers and by what your hands can find. Inside, out of the rain, you turn your attention to the work of maintenance. This is quieter than a gathering and more focused. You settle near the fire with a pile of items that need attention. A tunic with a torn seam, a basket with a loosening weave, a tool handle that's working free from its head. You start with the tunic, threading a bone needle with cord made from plant fibres. The stitching is simple, but needs to be strong. You work slowly, pushing the needle through layers of damp wool. Your hands remember the motion from countless previous repairs. This same tunic has been mended many times, each patch and seam a small record of use. Someone else sits nearby working on a different repair. They're reattaching leather to a worn shoe, using an awl to punch holes for new stitching. The work requires concentration but not conversation. You both understand the importance of keeping things functional in a world where replacement is difficult. Children play quietly in the corner, building small structures from sticks and mud. They're learning by watching, absorbing the patient approach to making and fixing. Occasionally one comes over to show you something they've made. You offer gentle encouragement, noting what works well in their construction. The basket repair takes longer. You need to soak new with these to make them flexible enough to weave in where the old ones have broken. While they soak, you move on to the tool handle, wrapping it with wet leather that will shrink tight as it dries. This kind of repair will hold for months if done carefully. Rain continues outside, a soft percussion on the roof. Inside, the fire provides light and warmth. The combination makes this space feel separate from the weather, a small zone of dry purpose in an otherwise saturated world. You work through the pile steadily, a frayed rope that needs the ends bound, a clay pot with a crack that can be sealed with a mixture of clay and ash. A wooden spoon has a worn-out edge that requires reshaping. Each item represents hours of previous use and will provide many more hours of service once repaired. Someone brings in a cloak that's developed several holes. They spread it out to assess the damage. The fabric is thin from years of wear, but there's still enough good material to work with. They begin cutting a patch from an even more worn piece, using every scrap that has any strength left. The making and repairing continues through the afternoon. There's always something that needs attention. Clothing wears through at the elbows and knees. Bags develop holes. cordage frays, wooden items crack or split. In this damp climate, nothing lasts as long as you might hope, so maintenance becomes a constant occupation. You start working on a new basket, weaving fresh withies while they're still pliable. The pattern is simple but effective, creating a structure that will hold gathered goods. Your hands move almost automatically, following a rhythm learned in childhood. The basket grows slowly, taking shape over the course of an hour. Around the fire, others are involved in similar tasks. Someone is spinning wool, the drop spindle rotating steadily. Another person is working leather, scraping and softening a hide that will eventually become something useful. The room fills with the small sounds of a craft. The scrape of tools, the whisper of fibres being worked, and the occasional quiet comment. A child asks to help with the basket weaving. You show them how to select withies of similar thickness, how to bend them without breaking, and how to tuck the ends in neatly. They try a few rows under your guidance, their small hands working carefully. The weaving isn't perfect, but it's functional, and that's what matters. The light outside grows dimmer. Someone adds wood to the fire and sparks rise briefly before settling. The warmth feels good on your hands, which have grown stiff from the detailed work. You flex your fingers and return to stitching. Repairing is as important as making new items, perhaps more so. Materials are too valuable to discard while they still have use. A garment might be mended a dozen times, patches layered over patches, until the original fabric is barely visible beneath the repairs. This problem isn't poverty exactly. It's simply the practical reality of a world where everything must be made by hand. You finish the tunic repair and hold it up to check the seam. It's solid, if not beautiful. The fabric will now withstand additional weeks of wear, multiple cycles of getting soaked and dried by the fire, as well as exposure to more mud, work, and weather. You fold it carefully and set it aside. The basket weaving continues. You've reached the point where the structure needs to be tightened, pulling the withies snug before adding the final rows. This requires steady pressure and attention to tension. Too loose and the basket will be weak. Too tight and the withies might snap. Evening settles in fully now. The work by firelight takes on a meditative quality. You're surrounded by people doing similar tasks, each focused on their own repairs, but part of the collective effort to keep everything functional. This shared work is comforting in its familiarity. Someone finishes repairing a fishing net and spreads it out to search for missed holes. The netting is delicate work, requiring adequate light, so they move closer to the fire. You can see their fingers moving quickly through the mesh, tying off knots where repairs have been made. You begin your final task, which involves sharpening a blade using a stone that is kept wet specifically for this purpose. The scraping sound is rhythmic, almost musical. The blade isn't for any dramatic purpose, just for everyday cutting tasks. Keeping it sharp makes every job easier, from food preparation to cutting cordage. The children have grown quieter, some already drowsy. One lies near the fire, half asleep, while an older child continues playing with quiet concentration. The atmosphere is peaceful and productive without being rushed. You test the blade's edge carefully with your thumb, sharp enough now for good use. You wipe it clean and wrap it in leather for protection. Tomorrow it will be used for gathering and preparation, and you'll have to sharpen it again. The pile of items needing repair has diminished, though it never entirely disappears. There will always be more tears, more worn edges, and more things that need attention. But for tonight, you've made progress. Several items are now ready for another period of use. You set your work aside and stretch. Your shoulders are tired from hunching over detailed tasks. Your eyes feel heavy from focusing in firelight, but there's satisfaction in seeing the repaired items stacked neatly, ready to serve their purpose once again. Outside, rain continues its steady fall. Inside, the work of making and repairing has created order from wear and usefulness from damage. Tomorrow will bring new tasks and new items that need attention. Tonight, you've done what needed doing, with patient hands and borrowed light. Morning brings people together naturally. You emerge from your dwelling to find others already moving about, tending to small tasks. A woman carries water from the communal storage. Two men discuss a repair needed on a shared shelter. Children cluster near the animals, watching them with quiet interest. The settlement functions through this casual cooperation. There's no formal structure dictating who does what, but somehow tasks get distributed. You've known everyone here since childhood, or they've known you since yours. This familiarity creates an unspoken understanding of how things work. You join a group heading to check on the animals. You see a few goats, some sheep, and chickens that are scratching in the mud despite the rain. The animals are kept in a rough enclosure that multiple families tend together. You help scatter grain for the chickens, your movements synchronized with others doing the same task. Someone notices a weak spot in the animal enclosure's fence. Without discussion, several people begin gathering materials to reinforce it. You fetch some of the sticks you gathered yesterday, while others bring cordage and stakes. The repair happens through collective effort, each person contributing what they can. The work proceeds with minimal direction. People who've worked together for years simply know what needs doing. One person holds stakes while another hammers them in. Someone else begins weaving branches between the posts. You tie off cordage, securing everything firmly. Children watch this repair work, absorbing the technique. One asks if they can help. An adult shows them how to hold the stakes steady, giving them a role that's genuinely useful. The child focuses intently on the task, feeling a sense of pride in their inclusion. Midday brings people back to the central area of the settlement. Food preparation happens communally, with several people working near the main hearth. You help cut vegetables while others tend the fire, add water to a large pot, and season with herbs someone gathered. The cooking area becomes a natural gathering point. People work on their tasks while chatting occasionally. Someone mentions seeing deer tracks near the woodland edge. Another person describes finding a plentiful patch of edible roots. Information is shared casually, woven into the flow of work. A baby fusses, and the nearest person picks them up, regardless of whether they're the parent. The baby is passed from person to person as work continues. Someone bounces the child gently while stirring the pot. Someone else holds the baby while cutting bread. This collective care is so normal it goes unremarked. You notice how much of community life happens through proximity. People work near each other, rest near each other, and share space without needing constant interaction. The togetherness is comfortable rather than intense. You can be alone with your thoughts while still being part of the group. Afternoon brings different clusters of activity. Some people work on longer-term projects, like preparing hides or making tools. Others rest, taking advantage of a brief break in the rain. A few sit together near the fire, hands busy with small repairs, talking intermittently. You join a group processing flax, separating fibres that will eventually become thread and fabric. The work requires many hands and happens best as a shared task. You fall into the rhythm easily, your motions matching those of the people beside you. Someone starts humming, and the sound becomes part of the work's pattern. An elder sits nearby, watching and occasionally offering guidance. Their presence isn't authoritative so much as informational. They recall decades-old practices and are capable of resolving issues when they emerge. You've worked alongside this person since childhood, learning through observation and gentle correction. Children move between different groups, welcome everywhere but not required to stay anywhere. They observe adults working, play games with each other, and help with small tasks when asked. Their integration into community life is natural and unhurried. Someone discovers a tool is missing, and several people help search for it. The search is methodical, checking common work areas and storage spots. You find it eventually, half buried in mud near the animal enclosure. The person thanks you briefly, and work resumes. Evening approaches and people begin gravitating toward indoor spaces. The settlement has several shared structures where groups can gather around fires. You settle into one, joining people you've known forever. The atmosphere is quiet and easy. Food is distributed simply. The communal pot is ladled into bowls and passed around until everyone has some. Someone brings bread to share. Another person adds dried fish to the mix. Meals happen through this informal pooling of resources, with everyone contributing what they have. After eating, people settle into various activities. Some continue handwork by firelight. Others rest, their energy spent from the day's efforts. You sit repairing a piece of clothing, comfortable in the company of familiar people doing familiar things. A child climbs into your lap, exhausted from playing. You adjust to accommodate them, continuing your work one-handed. This easy physical affection is common here. People touch casually, supportively, without particular significance. Someone tells a story about something that happened years ago, a humorous mishap involving a stubborn goat. Others laugh, some adding their memories of that animal. The storytelling is relaxed, not performative. People are simply sharing their memories under the glow of the fire. You notice how the community maintains itself through these small exchanges. The community maintains itself through shared work, shared food, shared stories, and shared care of children. There's no dramatic cooperation, no grand gestures, just the steady daily practice of living alongside people you've always known. As the evening deepens, the group gradually quiets. Some people head to their dwellings, others remain by the fire, drowsy and warm. You stay a while longer, feeling the comfort of being among your community, surrounded by familiar presences. The fire burns low. Rain patters on the roof. Around you, people shift into more comfortable positions, preparing for sleep or simply resting. This is community life, unspectacular, reliable, and shaped by shared need and long familiarity. You eventually rise and make your way to your own space, but you carry the sense of community with you. Tomorrow you'll rejoin the same people, work alongside them, and share food and tasks in the endless small exchanges that make up daily life. The pattern continues, generation after generation, held together by proximity and practice. Rain arrives heavier in the early afternoon, drumming steadily on the thatch above. You look up from your work and recognise the kind of rain that will last for hours. Others make the same assessment, wordlessly beginning to set aside outdoor tasks. You move inside, joining several people already gathered near the fire. Someone has added wood recently, and the flames provide good warmth against the damp chill. You settle onto a bench, feeling your shoulders release their tension. Rest is simply what happens when weather demands it. The afternoon stretches ahead, unstructured. Some people continue with indoor work, spinning, weaving, and small repairs. Others simply sit, watching the fire, letting their bodies recover from the morning's efforts. You choose to rest, setting your tasks aside for now. A child curls up near the hearth, drowsy from the warmth. An adult sits nearby, half dozing, their hands still holding a piece of work that's no longer being worked. The room fills with a peaceful quiet, broken only by rain sounds and the occasional shift of logs in the fire. You notice how rest integrates naturally into the day's rhythm. There's no guilt attached to pausing work when the weather makes outdoor tasks impractical. No one comments on people sitting idle. Rest is simply recognised as necessary, as normal as working. Your own eyes grow heavy. You lean back against the wall, finding a comfortable position. The fire's warmth seeps into your bones. Rain provides a steady backdrop of sound that somehow makes the interior feel more sheltered, more separate from the world's demands. Someone else has already drifted into sleep. They're breathing deep and regular. Their presence doesn't disturb anyone. Sleep is allowed whenever it comes, particularly on these grey, wet days when the light stays dim from morning to evening. You doze without meaning to, slipping into a light sleep that feels perfectly natural. Time passes unmeasured. When you wake, the fire has burned lower, but someone has added wood without waking anyone. The rain continues unchanged. Another person wakes around the same time. They stretch and yawn, then settle back into watching the flames. No one speaks. The quiet feels right, comfortable. There's no need to fill the space with conversation. The rhythm of rest varies by season and weather. During busy harvest times, rest comes mainly at night, snatched in brief pauses during the day. During winter's deepest months, rest and work blend together, both happening in shorter increments as light and energy dictate. Today, with rain as your main companion, rest dominates. You let it happen, trusting that tomorrow or the next day will bring better weather for outdoor tasks. The work will wait. The land will still be there. For now, staying dry and warm is the most sensible choice. Children have adapted to the indoor day by creating quiet games. They stack small objects, arrange stones in patterns, and whisper together without disturbing the adults' rest. They've learned that rainy days mean indoor voices, calmer play, and respecting others' need for peace. You rise eventually to check on the fire, adding another piece of wood. The movement feels good after sitting still. You stretch your arms overhead, feeling your spine lengthen, then settle back down in a slightly different position. Someone near you begins quiet handwork, their fingers moving through familiar motions of cordage making. The activity is soothing rather than industrious, something to occupy the hands while the mind rests. You watch for a while, then let your gaze return to the fire. The afternoon continues its slow progression. Light outside remains grey and dim, making it hard to judge the time. Not that precise time matters much. The day will end when darkness comes fully, and until then, you'll rest when tired, work when energetic, and eat when hungry. You feel drowsiness returning and don't fight it. Your head nods forward, and you drift again into that pleasant state between sleeping and waking. The fire's warmth is constant. Rain's rhythm is hypnotic. Your body releases into complete rest. This pattern of rest isn't laziness. You know that tomorrow, if weather permits, you'll be out gathering from first light. Your body will work hard, your hands will stay busy, and your energy will be spent on necessary tasks. Today's rest is part of a larger rhythm, allowing recovery so work can continue. Someone stirs the pot hanging over the fire, releasing the smell of cooking food. The aroma is comforting, but not yet compelling enough to fully wake you. You register the smell and drift back into dozing. Hours pass in this way. Rest and drowsiness and firelight and rain. The community moves through the day at the pace the weather suggests, without resistance, without frustration. This is simply how life works when you're this close to the land's rhythms. As evening approaches, people gradually become more alert. The deepest rest has been taken. Now there's gentle movement toward evening tasks. Food preparation, checking on animals, and bringing in anything that shouldn't stay out overnight. You rise from your rest, feeling restored. The day hasn't been productive in the obvious sense, but your body feels better, your energy renewed. Tomorrow you'll work with strength that today's rest has preserved. Outside, rain continues into the evening, but it is lighter now, less insistent. You make a quick trip to the storage area, moving through the drizzle without concern. Your rest has made even small discomforts feel manageable. Back inside, you join others gathering for the evening meal. The food is simple but warming, perfect for a day spent mostly indoors. You eat slowly, savouring the comfort of hot food after a day of deep rest. The evening ahead promises more of the same peaceful rhythm. Early sleep probably, given how much rest the day has already held. Tomorrow will bring whatever weather it brings, and you'll adjust accordingly. For now, you're warm, fed, and thoroughly rested. Rain on the roof continues its steady pattern. Inside, people settle into the evening's quiet routine. The day has moved at the pace it needed to, shaped by weather rather than ambition, and that feels exactly right. The morning's first task is tending the fire, building it up for cooking. You add dry wood saved specifically for this purpose, watching as flames grow stronger. The fire will be the centre of food preparation for the entire day, its heat precious and carefully managed. Someone brings out grain stored from the last harvest, measuring a portion into a grinding stone. You take a turn at the grinding, pushing the upper stone in steady circles. The motion is rhythmic, almost meditative. Grain slowly transforms into rough flour, collecting in the stone's hollow centre. Others join the preparation area, each bringing ingredients they've gathered or stored. Root vegetables muddy from recent digging, dried herbs hanging in bunches, a precious bit of saved fat. Everyone contributes something to the communal cooking. You help clean the root vegetables, scraping away dirt with a worn knife. The roots are knobby and irregular, nothing like the uniform vegetables of later times. Some are barely bigger than your thumb, but each one represents time spent digging in cold, wet earth. The grinding continues, people taking turns as their arms tire. Children watch, learning the motion and rhythm. One is allowed to try, their small hands struggling with the weight of the stone, but they manage a few rotations with adult guidance. Water gets added to the ground grain, mixed into a thick paste. Someone shapes this into flat cakes that will be cooked on hot stones near the fire. The process is simple but requires attention. Too much water and the cakes will fall apart. Too little and they'll be impossibly dense. You tend the cooking stones, making sure they're hot enough. A few drops of water hiss and dance on the surface, confirming they're ready. The first cakes go on, releasing a toasted smell as they cook. You flip them carefully with a flat piece of wood. Meanwhile, a pot of water hangs over the main fire suspended from a hook. Someone adds chopped vegetables, wild greens gathered yesterday, and a handful of grain. The pot will simmer for hours, developing into a thick porridge that will feed many people. The cooking area becomes a focus of quiet activity. People move around each other smoothly, each handling different tasks. Someone stirs the pot. Someone else checks the grain cakes. You begin preparing another batch of roots, cutting them into pieces small enough to soften during cooking. Herbs get added to the pot, releasing their scent into the steam. The smell is earthy and slightly bitter but familiar and comforting. These are the flavours of home, of every meal you've eaten since childhood. A child brings wild garlic found near the stream, the leaves still wet and muddy. An adult rinses them carefully, then chops them to add to the pot. The child watches, pleased their gathering has contributed something useful. The first grain cakes come off the hot stones. They're brown and slightly charred at the edges with a dense, chewy texture. Someone breaks one open, testing it. The inside steams briefly. It's pronounced done, and the cakes are set aside to cool slightly. You start another batch, the routine now automatic. Place the cakes, wait for the bottom to firm, flip carefully and cook until both sides are done. The repetition is soothing rather than boring. Your hands know what to do. More ingredients appear as the morning progresses. Someone brings small dried fish, carefully hoarded from an earlier catch. These get added to the pot, adding richness to the simple vegetables. Another person contributes dried mushrooms, earthy and intense. The pot bubbles steadily, reducing slowly. Someone tastes it periodically, though there's little to adjust. You don't have many seasonings to work with. Salt is precious and used sparingly. The food's flavour comes mainly from the ingredients themselves and from long, slow cooking. Midday approaches, and the first meal begins to take shape. The grain cakes are stacked on a wooden board. The pot has thickened into a substantial porridge. There's enough for everyone, though portions will be modest. People gather as food is ready, finding places to sit near the fire. The porridge gets ladled into wooden bowls, passed from hand to hand. Grain cakes are distributed evenly. Everyone receives similar amounts, regardless of who contributed what ingredients. You eat slowly, warming your hands on the bowl. The food is simple but satisfying, exactly what your body needs after a cold morning's work. The grain cakes are dense and filling, good for soaking in the porridge. After eating, preparation begins again for the evening meal. The pot gets refilled with water, new vegetables are added, and the cooking continues. Food preparation never quite stops. There's always something simmering, grain being ground and vegetables being cleaned. You help prepare greens gathered earlier, stripping leaves from tough stems. The work is detailed and takes time. Each leaf gets examined, and damaged portions are removed. Nothing edible is wasted, but nothing questionable is included either. Someone works on rendering fat from scraps saved over many days. The fat will be used for cooking, for waterproofing, and for lamp fuel. Every bit is precious. The process is slow, requiring patient heat and regular stirring. The afternoon's cooking has a different quality than the morning's. There's less urgency and more time for careful preparation. You take advantage of this to work on making a special mixture. Dried berries pounded with a bit of fat and honey. It will keep for weeks and provide concentrated nourishment. Children help with simple tasks. Sorting dried beans, picking through grain for stones or chaff, and crushing herbs between stones. Their help is genuinely useful, freeing adults for more complex work. They learn through doing, their skills improving gradually. The fire requires constant attention. Someone always needs to be nearby, adding wood, adjusting pots, and moving cooking stones. You take your turn at fire tending, appreciating the warmth after hours of working in cooler parts of the settlement. Evening preparation intensifies as light begins to fade. The meal needs to be ready before darkness makes work too difficult. You help finish preparing the roots, getting them into the pot in time to soften properly. Someone checks the grain supply, making sure enough is ground for tomorrow. The evening pot has been simmering for hours now, the ingredients soft and well blended. Someone adds a precious pinch of salt, stirring it through. The transformation is subtle but noticeable, the flavours suddenly more defined. Fresh grain cakes cook on the stones, their familiar smell filling the space. You've made dozens today, but the process still requires attention. Each one represents food, energy, and survival. You treat them with the care they deserve. As full darkness arrives, the evening meal is ready. People gather again, tired from the day's work, ready for food and warmth. The distribution is the same as midday. Even portions, everyone fed, simple gratitude for what's available. You eat your evening meal feeling the day's work in your hands and arms, grinding grain, chopping vegetables and tending fire. All of it adds up to tired muscles and a deep appetite. The food tastes especially good after this much effort. After eating, there's clean-up. Pots get scraped clean, and wooden bowls are rinsed with a bit of water. Everything gets stored properly for tomorrow's use. The fire gets banked carefully, preserved for morning when it will be built up again for another day of cooking. You settle near the fire's remaining warmth, hands finally still after hours of food work. Tomorrow will bring the same cycle, grinding, cooking, tending and preparing. The rhythm continues, meal after meal, day after day, the essential work of keeping everyone fed. Darkness arrives early, the way it does for most of the year. You gather with others near the main hearth, where firelight pushes back the night. Outside, rain falls steadily. Inside, warmth and light create a small world separate from the weather. People settle into comfortable spots they've claimed through habit. You sit on a bench worn smooth from years of use, your back against the wall. Someone sits on the floor nearby, legs stretched toward the fire's warmth. Children cluster closest to the flames, their faces bright in the firelight. The fire itself is beautiful in its simplicity. Wood burning, flames dancing, heat radiating outward. You watch it without thinking much, your mind quiet after the day's work. The fire's movement is endlessly variable, yet somehow always the same. Someone works on a piece of clothing repair, fingers moving steadily in the firelight. The work is automatic enough that they don't need bright light, just enough to see the basic shapes. You recognise the garment they're mending from seeing it worn dozens of times. A child leans against an adult, drowsy from warmth and a full stomach. The adult adjusts absently to accommodate the child's weight, continuing their own quiet work. This casual physical closeness is everywhere in the hearth space, people touching without particular meaning. You stretch your legs toward the fire, feeling warmth seep through your worn shoes. Your feet have been cold most of the day, wet from walking through rain and mud. The heat is a quiet luxury, appreciated without comment. Someone adds wood to the fire, selecting pieces from the carefully hoarded dry pile. The wood catches quickly, flames rising higher for a few moments before settling back. The fire's maintenance is a shared responsibility. handled by whoever is nearest when it needs tending. The room fills with small sounds, the crackle of burning wood, rain on the roof, someone's quiet breathing, the soft scrape of a tool being worked. These sounds blend into a texture that feels like home, like safety, like the particular quality of evening. You notice how the firelight changes people's faces, creating shadows and highlights that shift with the flames. Everyone looks softer in this light, younger somehow. The harshness of daylight is replaced by this gentler illumination. A child asks a question about something they saw today, and an adult answers quietly. The conversation is brief and simple. The child seems satisfied and returns to watching the fire. These small exchanges happen periodically but don't disturb the general quiet. Someone begins working with clay, shaping a simple vessel. Their hands move slowly, smoothing the clay with wet fingers. You watch the process, mesmerized by the gradual emergence of form. The work requires no discussion, just patient shaping. Your own hands rest empty in your lap. After a day of constant work, it feels good to have nothing required of them. You flex your fingers occasionally, working out stiffness, but mostly you let them rest. The evening continues without events. People sit. Work continues at a gentle pace. Children gradually grow quieter, their energy spent. An adult tells a brief story about something that happened years ago, and a few people smile in recognition. You feel sleep beginning to pull at you but resist for now. These evening hours by the fire are too pleasant to rush through. The warmth, the company, the simple comfort of being inside while rain falls outside, all of it deserves appreciation. Someone shifts position, their movement barely noticeable in the dim light. Others adjust slightly in response, the whole group rebalancing like water finding its level. The closeness is comfortable rather than crowding, familiar bodies in familiar space. The fire burns lower and someone builds it up again. Not too high, fuel must last through the night, but enough to maintain warmth and light. The process is quick and practiced. The fire remains a constant presence, requiring regular attention but giving much in return. A child has fallen asleep curled against an adult. Another child fights sleep, their eyes blinking heavily in the firelight. You remember being that age, struggling to stay awake for these evening gatherings, not wanting to miss anything even though nothing particular was happening. The work around the hearth gradually winds down. Fingers grow too stiff for detailed tasks. Eyes tire from focusing in dim light. People set their work aside naturally, transitioning from activity to rest. You lean your head back against the wall, watching smoke rise toward the roof hole. The smoke moves in complex patterns, responding to air currents you can't feel. It's hypnotic, this slow drift and curl of smoke. Someone covers a sleeping child with a cloak, tucking it around small shoulders. The gesture is automatic and tender without being sentimental. Care happens quietly here, woven into the ordinary moments. The conversation, never loud, fades almost completely. People sit in companionable silence, each lost in their own thoughts, or in no thoughts at all. The fire provides enough interest, enough focus, without requiring more. You feel the day settling into your bones, a pleasant tiredness that promises good sleep. Your muscles are warm, your stomach is full, and your hands are finally still. The evening has done what it's meant to do, provided transition from work to rest, from day to night. Rain continues outside, steady and sure. Inside, the fire burns on, the light holds back darkness, and people rest together in the ancient pattern of gathering after sunset. This is evening life, simple, warm, shared, and utterly familiar. The night deepens around the hearth space, but inside, time feels suspended. For now, there's only firelight, warmth, quiet company, and the sound of rain. Everything else can wait for morning. The hearth fire burns lower as people begin preparing for sleep. You help bank the coals carefully, covering them with ash so they'll hold through the night. A small flame still flickers, enough to provide dim light and a bit of warmth. You move to the sleeping area where others are already settling. Sleeping spaces are close together, bodies arranged efficiently to share warmth. You find your spot, familiar from countless nights, and settle onto a bed of dried grass covered with worn fabric. The sounds of settling surround you. People shifting positions, finding comfort. A child whimpering briefly before being soothed. Someone coughing quietly. These nighttime sounds are as familiar as daylight ones, part of the rhythm you've known forever. You pull a wool covering over yourself, though it's not quite enough to block all the chill. But with people sleeping nearby, their body heat helps. You adjust closer to the person on your left, and they shift to accommodate you. This sharing of warmth is practical and completely ordinary. A baby fusses somewhere in the darkness. You hear soft sounds of comfort being offered, gentle pats, quiet humming. The baby settles quickly, soothed by a familiar presence. Night care happens matter-of-factly, without drama or stress. Rain on the roof provides a constant backdrop. The sound is soothing, a reminder of the shelter above you. Inside stays relatively dry, though dampness seeps in at the edges. You're used to sleeping in slightly damp conditions. Truly dry bedding is rare. Your body relaxes into sleep gradually. Muscles release their tension. Your breathing deepens. The day's work fades into the background. Sleep comes naturally when you've spent the day working physically, when you're warm enough and fed enough. Sometime in the night's middle hours, you wake briefly. This is normal, this pattern of sleeping and waking. You listen to the rain, to the breathing of people around you, and to the small sounds of night. Nothing seems amiss, so you shift position and let sleep return. A child wakes crying, and you hear an adult responding immediately. Soft words, gentle touch. The crying stops within moments. The child's fear, whatever it was, dissolves in the presence of calm care. You drift back to sleep, listening to the soothing sounds. Later, you wake again, needing to relieve yourself. You rise carefully, stepping over sleeping bodies in the dim light from the banked fire. Outside, rain continues. You move to the designated area quickly, then return to warmth as fast as possible. Back in your sleeping spot, you're now more awake. You lie listening to the night sounds, in no hurry to force sleep. Your mind is quiet, not troubled by worries. Tomorrow will bring more gathering, more work, and more rain. Tonight brings rest. Someone else is also awake, you can tell from their breathing, but neither of you speaks. Nighttime wakefulness is private, even in this communal space. You share silence rather than words. You notice how the darkness feels different here than it does outside. Outside, darkness is vast and complete. Inside, with banked fire and human presence, darkness is softer, safer. The walls and roof create a boundary that makes night less overwhelming. The child shifts in sleep, mumbling something unintelligible. An adult near them makes a small soothing sound, barely more than breath. The child settles again. These tiny nighttime interactions happen constantly, the community caring for itself even in sleep. Your eyes adjust to the darkness enough to make out shapes. The mound of sleeping bodies. The faint glow from the hearth. The roof structure above. Everything is indistinct but recognizable. This is your world in darkness, as familiar as in light. Sleep pulls at you again, and you let it come. Your last conscious thought is of rain, steady and endless, the sound that defines so much of life here. Then you're sleeping again, deeply this time, your body claiming the rest it needs. Dreams come and go, formless and forgotten. Your sleep is the sleep of physical tiredness, heavy and restorative. The night passes in sections of sleep and brief waking, the pattern as old as human existence. Near dawn, you wake to find the rain has stopped. The silence is almost startling after hours of steady precipitation. You can hear birds beginning to call, the first signs of approaching light, but it's still dark enough to sleep more, so you do. When you wake again, grey light is seeping in. Others are beginning to stir. The night is ending, transitioning into another day. You stretch carefully, mindful of sleeping neighbours, feeling your body wake gradually. Someone is already tending the fire, building it up from last night's coals. Smoke rises, and the smell of new wood burning signals morning's arrival. You rise from your sleeping spot, folding your covering neatly. The night has passed safely, as nights do. Everyone has slept, woken, been cared for when needed, and now faces morning together. The care that sustained everyone through darkness was quiet and unremarkable, as effective for being ordinary. You step outside into dawn's grey light. The world is wet and dripping, but the rain has paused. It's enough. Today will bring its own weather, its own rhythm. For now you've rested, been warm enough, and slept surrounded by your community. Night's work is done. You stand at the settlement's edge in the early morning, looking across fields and woodland that have been here longer than memory. The same view your parents knew, and theirs before them. The land changes slowly, shaped by weather and seasons, but the fundamental landscape endures. An elder works nearby, their movements careful and deliberate with age. You've watched this person your whole life, learning by observation. Now you do the same work they do. Your hands following patterns they've repeated for decades. This is how knowledge passes, through watching, through doing alongside, and through gradual absorption. Children play in the mud, their game involving sticks and stones arranged in patterns. You recognise the game from your own childhood, though you never learned formal rules. Somehow children just know how to play it, the knowledge transmitted through generations without explanation. The settlement itself shows layers of use, paths worn deep by countless feet, benches smoothed by years of sitting, fire pits blackened by thousands of meals. Everything here carries the mark of continuous human presence, though no one records that presence in writing. You help repair a section of wall, using techniques you learned by watching others repair walls. The knowledge is entirely practical, held in muscle memory and visual understanding. You know how to select stones, how to fit them together, and how to pack gaps with smaller pieces. This knowing comes from experience, not instruction. Someone tells a story about something that happened before you were born. The story's familiar, you've heard it many times, but the telling serves a purpose. It keeps the event alive, connects past to present, and reminds everyone that this place has a history even without written records. The work of the day proceeds as always, gathering, preparing, making, repairing, the same tasks done by the same people in the same place. This repetition isn't boring, it's the foundation of continuity, the way life sustains itself across time. You think about how little changes from year to year. The same crops were planted, the same animals tended, the same gathering routes were walked. Stability comes from this sameness, from knowing what to expect and how to respond. Yet within that stability, small variations appear. A child masters a skill their sibling hasn't learned yet. Someone discovers a new patch of useful plants. Weather patterns shift slightly. These variations ripple through the community, absorbed into the general pattern without disrupting it. An elder mentions remembering when certain trees were young. You try to imagine this landscape decades ago, but find it difficult. The trees seem permanent, though you know intellectually they've grown during human lifetimes. Time moves differently here, measured in seasons and generations rather than hours. You notice how much of life happens without deliberate planning. Tasks get done because they need doing. Children learn because they're surrounded by competent adults. The community functions because everyone knows their role through long practice. It's organic rather than organised. The settlement has no formal leadership, no written laws, and no complex hierarchy. Yet somehow decisions get made, disputes get resolved, and work gets distributed. The mechanisms are invisible, woven into relationships and shared understanding accumulated over lifetimes. You help prepare food, your hands moving through familiar motions. These same meals have been prepared by countless hands before yours. The recipes, such as they are, exist only in practice and memory. No one writes them down because everyone simply knows. Children gather around an elder who's working on a complex repair. They watch intently, asking occasional questions. The elder answers briefly, demonstrating techniques rather than explaining them. This is education, practical, visual, and embedded in daily life. Afternoon brings a brief clearing in the weather. You look up at patches of blue sky, rare and welcome. The moment feels special, but not remarkable. Beautiful weather comes when it comes, is enjoyed while present, and is released when it passes. You think about the stories you've heard of great leaders and distant places. Some people speak of a time when things were different and more organised, though the details are vague. You don't know if these stories are true or just stories. Either way, they don't change your daily reality. The land around you contains remnants of earlier occupation. Old walls, overgrown paths, stones that seem deliberately placed. You don't know who made these things or when. They're just part of the landscape, part of what has always been here. Evening approaches, and you join others heading toward shelter. The day has been like most days. Work done, food prepared, and small tasks completed. Nothing dramatic happened, and that's exactly right. Drama would be disruption. Sameness is safety. You settle by the fire with people you've known forever. Some are older than you, some younger, but all familiar. Your lives are woven together not through choice, but through simple proximity and shared necessity. This is your community because this is where you are. Someone mentions the old stones on the hillside, wondering aloud what they mean. No one knows. The stones have been there longer than anyone's memory. They'll remain after everyone here is gone. This doesn't feel sad, just factual. The stones endure while people come and go. You think about your own place in this continuity. You're neither the beginning nor the end, just one person in a long sequence. The work you do maintains life for now, and others will do the same work after you. This is enough. The fire burns steady, smoke rising through the roof hole. Outside, night gathers. Inside, people rest together as they've done for generations. Tomorrow will bring more of the same: rain, work, food, sleep, and the endless cycle of ordinary days. You feel no need to record what happens here. Life simply continues, experienced directly, held in memory and practice. Stories pass from person to person. Skills transfer through demonstration. The community perpetuates itself through living rather than writing. Later, much later, people will tell stories about this time. They'll speak of kings and heroes, of magic and great deeds, but those stories won't be about this reality, this quiet continuity of rain and work and shared life. Those stories will be something else entirely. For now, there's only this: the fire's warmth, the rain's return, and the familiar presence of community. You're part of something that extends backward and forward in time, though you can't see either end. The knowing is enough. You close your eyes, listening to rain resume its pattern on the roof. The sound is eternal, unchanged by human presence. People have listened to this same rain for countless generations. People will listen to it for generations to come. The world continues its quiet rhythm. Seasons turn, work persists, children grow, elders age. The land endures, shaped by water and time and patient human hands. This is life in its most fundamental form: continuity without record, survival through practice, and memory held in living rather than writing. You sleep surrounded by your community, sheltered from rain, warmed by shared fire. Tomorrow will come, and you'll do what needs doing. The pattern holds because that's what patterns do. And in this holding, in this continuation, there's a peace deeper than any story could capture. Rain falls, fire burns, people sleep. The long rhythm continues, quiet and unbroken, in the land that will someday be called Britain, but it is, for now, simply just home. You're lying on packed earth in what will someday be called France, but right now has no name at all. The year is approximately 28,000 BCE, and above you, smoke from the fire drifts toward a ceiling of rock that your people have painted with running animals. Outside this cave, winter has locked the world in ice, but here the fire keeps you warm enough to drift towards sleep. Your body knows this transition intimately. Your breathing slows, the rhythm changing from the quick, shallow pattern of activity to something deeper and more regular. Your muscles release their daytime tension one group at a time. First your jaw, then your shoulders, then your hands that have been gripping tools all day. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the flickering firelight becomes less distinct, blurring into warm orange smears against your closed eyes. And then, without fanfare or ceremony, without even noticing the precise moment of transition, you find yourself running alongside the painted animals. They've leaped from the stone walls into a grassy plain that exists nowhere on Earth. The grass is impossibly green, greener than anything you've seen in this ice-locked world, and it brushes against your legs as you run. The deer beside you, the one painted in red ochre on the cave wall, turns its head to look at you with eyes that seem to hold more intelligence than any animal should possess. You don't question this. The boundary between waking and sleeping feels less like a wall and more like a curtain that shifts in an unfelt breeze. You move between states without noticing the movement, without marking the transition as something worthy of examination. During the day, you hunt and gather and maintain the fire. During the night, you run with painted animals and visit the spirits of your ancestors and see things that haven't happened yet but might. These seem like equally real aspects of existence. The red deer is trying to tell you something. It uses no words. Your language is still young, consisting of a few hundred sounds that convey immediate concrete meanings, but somehow you understand. The herd has moved to the valley beyond the ridge, where a fallen tree creates shelter from the wind. There's good grazing there, protected by the tree and the curve of the land. You should hunt there when morning comes. When you wake, slowly surfacing through layers of consciousness like rising through water, you'll tell the elders about this vision. They'll nod seriously, their weathered faces showing no surprise, because to them dreams aren't random firings of a resting brain, a concept that won't be articulated for another 30,000 years. Dreams are messages, warnings, and visits from the world that exists beneath the world, the place where the spirits of animals live when they're not wearing their physical bodies. No one in your community has a word for subconscious, or REM, sleep or memory consolidation. They simply know that sleep opens doors. The funny thing is, you're not entirely wrong. In a way that neuroscientists 30 millennia from now will struggle to explain fully, your brain has been processing information all day. You've been noticing patterns in animal behaviour without consciously cataloguing them. The way certain birds fly when deer are nearby, the angle of trampled grass, the age of droppings, and the scent carried on yesterday's wind. You've registered distant sounds you didn't actively listen to, tracked subtle changes in weather, and observed 100 small details that your conscious mind was too busy with survival to fully analyse. Now freed from the need to focus on immediate threats and opportunities, your sleeping brain is sorting through these observations. It's finding patterns, making connections, and occasionally stumbling onto something genuinely useful. The information emerges dressed in the symbols and metaphors your culture provides. Talking animals, spirit journeys, and painted figures come to life. You interpret it as the deer speaking to you, which seems perfectly reasonable given your understanding of how the world works. Tomorrow, when the hunters find the herd exactly where your dream suggested, your status in the community will rise slightly. You'll be known as someone the spirits speak to, someone whose dreams carry weight. This will encourage you to pay even more attention to your dreams, to try to remember them more clearly, and to look for messages in the nightly visions. And this attention itself will begin to change the dreams, though you won't notice this feedback loop, this subtle influence that awareness exerts on the thing being observed. Over the years, you'll develop a sensitivity to the feeling of dreaming. Not quite awareness, not the clear knowledge that you're asleep and this isn't physically real, but a kind of receptiveness, an openness to the strange logic and impossible events that characterize the dream state. When you dream of flying, you'll accept it. When your dead grandmother appears looking young and strong, you'll speak with her without confusion. When you find yourself in a landscape that combines features from many different places, you'll navigate it confidently. This acceptance, this lack of critical questioning, is actually what allows your dreams to be so vivid and useful. Your brain can process and recombine information freely because your conscious mind isn't interfering, isn't saying, wait, that's impossible, or this doesn't make sense. The dreams flow like water, following their own logic, making connections that waking thought might dismiss as nonsensical, but that sometimes reveal genuine insights about the natural world you depend on for survival. You're standing in the Egyptian city of Memphis around 2000 BCE, and you have a problem that's been gnawing at you for 3 nights running. Each night, you've had the same disturbing dream. Your teeth are falling out, scattering across the ground like pale seeds, leaving your mouth empty and aching. You can feel them loosening in the dream, can taste blood, and can see them lying in the dust at your feet. The dream is vivid enough that you wake each time touching your mouth, relieved to find your teeth still firmly in place but deeply unsettled by the recurring vision. This is clearly significant. In Egypt, dreams are taken seriously. They're considered messages from the gods, warnings about the future, or reflections of spiritual imbalance that needs correction. But you're not educated in the mysteries of dream interpretation. You're a mid-level scribe, comfortable enough but not wealthy, learned in hieroglyphics and mathematics but not in the symbolic language of the divine realm. So you've come to the temple, joining a stream of other dream-troubled citizens seeking guidance. The priest who greets you is younger than you expected, perhaps 30 years old, with a shaved head and white linen robes that mark his calling. He shows no surprise at your arrival. People come here daily with similar concerns, their sleep disrupted by visions they can't interpret. He leads you through courtyards fragrant with incense, past pools where lotus flowers float, into a small chamber where previous visitors have carved their dreams into the walls. This inadvertent archive of Bronze Age anxieties is fascinating if you take time to read it. Someone dreamed of climbing a mast on a ship. Another saw themselves eating figs that turned to ash in their mouth. A third encountered a cat the size of a cow, which probably says something about that particular individual's relationship with cats, or possibly their relationship with divine judgment, since cats are sacred to Bastet. There are dreams of flying, drowning, losing one's way in familiar streets, meeting with the dead, and encountering gods in both terrible and benevolent forms. The priest consults a papyrus scroll that's already ancient by his standards, its edges worn soft from handling, some sections faded to near illegibility. This is a dream book, one of several copies made from an original that dates back hundreds of years. It lists hundreds of dream scenarios and their meanings, organised with the bureaucratic precision Egyptians bring to everything from tax collection to theology. The categorisation is sometimes odd by modern standards. Dreams are divided into good and bad rather than by symbolic content, and the interpretations can be startlingly direct or mysteriously vague depending on the entry. He finds the section on teeth and runs his finger down the columns of hieratic script. Teeth falling out could indicate the death of relatives, though the text hedges its bets with enough qualifiers that it's rarely entirely wrong. The number of teeth matters. Which teeth, upper or lower, matter. Whether you see them fall or simply notice them missing matters. Whether there's blood or pain involved matters. The priest asks you these questions methodically, and you do your best to remember details from dreams that felt vivid at the time but are now fragmenting in your memory. You feel simultaneously enlightened and anxious when he finishes his interpretation, which is probably the optimal outcome from the temple's perspective. You've received a knowledge that explains the dream, but that knowledge carries its own weight of concern. The priest, reading your expression with practiced ease, offers you an option. temple sleep. For a fee that will strain your budget but remains manageable, you can spend the night in a special chamber where the god Imhotep, the deified architect and healer, may visit your dreams and provide clearer guidance. The chamber is dedicated to incubation dreams, a practice the Egyptians have refined over centuries. You agree, partly from piety and partly from genuine curiosity about what will happen. The priest seems pleased. He explains that you should purify yourself, abstain from certain foods for the rest of the day, and return at sunset. When you come back, the evening air is cooling and the sky's turning the colour of copper. The priest gives you herbs to drink. Nothing dramatic, just a mild tea that makes your thoughts pleasantly fuzzy and your body relaxed. He leads you to the incubation chamber, a small room painted with calming scenes. Lotus flowers bloom in impossible profusion. The Nile flows peacefully through green banks. Birds wing across a cloudless sky. The painted ceiling shows stars and constellations carefully rendered, with the goddess Nut arching across the heavens. The priest explains what you should do. Lie down on the sleeping mat. Clear your mind of daily concerns. Focus your thoughts on your question, your need for guidance. Invite Imhotep to speak to you. Then simply allow sleep to come naturally. You're not to force anything, not to strain towards some mystical experience. Just rest, remain open, and trust that if the god has wisdom for you, it will come. As you drift towards sleep in this carefully prepared space, you're aware, in a distant, dreamy way, that you're trying to dream something specific. You're not quite controlling the dream, but you're suggesting, requesting. The boundary feels blurry, and perhaps that blurriness is the point. Your conscious mind is releasing control while simultaneously holding an intention, creating a kind of directed receptiveness that's different from your normal sleep. The chamber's painted walls seem to pulse slightly in the dim lamplight. The scent of the herbs lingers in your nostrils. You can hear distant sounds from the city, someone laughing, a dog barking, cartwheels on stone. But they feel far away, separated from you by more than just the temple walls. Your breathing deepens, your thoughts begin to wander and fragment, and then you're asleep, though the transition is so smooth you don't notice it happening. When you dream that night, you find yourself walking through a garden more beautiful than any you've seen in waking life. The trees are heavy with fruit, pomegranates and dates and figs all growing together despite their different seasons. Water flows in channels that catch the light, and flowers bloom in colours you can't quite name. Your ancestors are there, tending the plants, moving among the trees with calm purpose. Your grandfather, dead these 10 years, looks up and smiles at you. He says something about roots and growth, about things that seem lost but are merely transformed. You wake convinced that Imhotep arranged this vision, that the god spoke through the symbols of the garden and your ancestors' words. And maybe, in a sense, he did, or rather you did, by creating conditions where your sleeping mind knew what kind of dream would bring you comfort and clarity. The temple environment, the priest's guidance, the herbal preparation, and the painted walls suggesting peaceful imagery, all of it conspired to shape your dreaming in particular directions. The temple priests have noticed something crucial, even if they interpret it through their theological framework. Dreams can be influenced by expectation, environment, and intention. They haven't developed this into a systematic technique for achieving awareness during dreams, but they're circling around a fundamental insight about consciousness. The mind can be prepared for certain types of experience. The boundary between waking intention and sleeping vision is more permeable than rigid, and the act of paying attention to dreams, of treating them as significant, somehow changes the dreams themselves. When you leave the temple the next morning, you're calmer. The dream of falling teeth hasn't recurred. You've received what feels like meaningful guidance, though if pressed, you'd have difficulty explaining exactly what you learned, or how it helps with your original anxiety. But that vagueness is part of the process. The dream worked on you emotionally and symbolically rather than providing clear intellectual answers, and that seems to be exactly what you needed. You're a student in Athens around 400 BCE, and your teacher has just given you an assignment that sounds suspiciously like he's making things up as he goes along. "Remember your dreams," he says, with the casual authority that teachers use when they want to sound like they're conveying ancient wisdom rather than personal speculation. Not just remember that you had them, but remember the details. What you saw, what you felt, where your attention went, and how you moved through the dreamscape. This teacher is influenced by Pythagorean ideas, though he's careful to keep the more mystical aspects quiet. Athens has a complicated relationship with philosophers who claim special access to hidden knowledge, as Socrates discovered in the most permanent way possible just a few years ago. But your teacher is convinced that dreams matter, that they reveal something about the soul's true nature, and that they represent the psyche freed from the constraints of physical sensation and able to perceive more subtle truths. The first step toward understanding them, he insists, is simply paying attention, so you start trying. That first night you go to sleep with the intention of remembering, telling yourself firmly as you drift off, "I will remember my dreams. I will wake and recall them clearly." This seems to have no effect whatsoever. You wake the next morning with the vague sense that you dreamed something important. There was water, maybe? Or was it a marketplace? Or possibly both? The details evaporate like morning mist, leaving only frustration and the dim sense of having lost something that was present just moments ago. The second night, you try a different approach. You place a wax tablet and stylus next to your sleeping mat, within easy reach. The idea is to wake yourself slightly during the night and scratch down whatever you remember before sinking back into sleep. This works better. You do wake once, disoriented and confused, with fragments of a dream still clinging to your mind. You grope for the tablet in the darkness and scratch a few words before sleep reclaims you. In the morning you examine what you wrote. The letters are clumsy, carved by someone half asleep and not bothering with proper spacing or straight lines, but you can decipher them. Fish made of light. The teacher had wings. It felt like flying, but also like swimming. Reading these words brings the dream flooding back in more detail. You were in a place that was simultaneously ocean and sky, where movement was effortless, where your teacher glided past you with great feathered wings, and where schools of luminous fish swam through the air like they were moving through water. By the fifth night, you've developed a routine. You keep the tablet ready. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes reviewing the day and telling yourself you'll remember your dreams. When you wake, whether in the middle of the night or at dawn, you lie still for a moment before moving, letting the dream memories solidify, then reach for the tablet and record what you can. The act of writing seems to anchor the memories, making them more stable and retrievable. This practice, simple as it sounds, is quietly revolutionary. You're training your mind to build a bridge between sleeping and waking consciousness. You're creating the habit of noticing your own mental states, of treating dreams as experiences worth preserving rather than ephemeral nonsense to be dismissed upon waking. And occasionally something odd happens. While dreaming, you have a moment of recognition, a flash of thought that says, "I should remember this for my dream journal." It's brief and you usually forget it anyway, despite the intention. But the fact that it happens at all suggests something interesting about the nature of awareness during sleep. Your teacher is pleased with your progress, though he himself is still working out the theoretical implications. He's noticed that students who practice dream recall consistently sometimes report moments of clarity within the dream itself. Brief instants where they seem to know they're dreaming, where they possess a dual awareness of being asleep while experiencing the dream. He doesn't have a proper framework for this yet and doesn't know what to call it or how to encourage it deliberately. But he's seen enough examples to suspect that the sleeping mind is more accessible to conscious awareness than most people assume. You notice these moments yourself as your practice continues. One night, You're dreaming that you're competing in the gymnasium, racing against other students, when suddenly you think, my legs feel strange. Am I dreaming? The question itself is remarkable. It shows some part of your mind stepping back and evaluating the experience rather than simply being immersed in it. But the answer doesn't come clearly, or rather, dream logic provides a nonsensical answer that you accept without further questioning. No, it's just that the ground is sloped differently today, and the dream continues with you convinced of your waking state, despite the impossibility of your legs feeling simultaneously heavy and weightless. In the markets of Athens, dream interpretation is becoming a booming business. Professional oniromancers set up shop near the agora, offering to decode dreams for a small fee. Most of them are charlatans, clever readers of human nature who tell people what they want to hear in vague enough terms to seem profound. But a few have noticed the same patterns your teacher has observed. People who pay attention to their dreams, who record and reflect on them, report different experiences than people who ignore their dream life entirely. The act of observation seems to change the thing being observed. When you treat dreams as meaningless, forgettable noise, they remain vague and unmemorable. But when you approach them with attention and respect, recording them carefully, looking for patterns and recurring symbols, the dreams themselves seem to become more vivid, more coherent, and more accessible to memory. It's as if your sleeping mind responds to being taken seriously, offering clearer and more detailed experiences when it knows those experiences will be valued and preserved. You've been keeping your dream journal for 3 months now, and it's become a fascinating document. You can see patterns emerging, certain images that recur, particular anxieties that surface in symbolic form, and creative solutions to problems you've been working on during the day. There's the recurring dream of being in the academy, but unable to find your classroom, which clearly relates to your ongoing anxiety about measuring up to your teacher's expectations. There are dreams where you're speaking eloquently in public, which seem to follow days when you felt inarticulate and clumsy with words. And there are stranger, less interpretable dreams, surreal landscapes, impossible architecture, and encounters with figures who might be gods or might be amalgamations of people you know. One entry stands out. You dreamed you were walking through Athens at night, the streets familiar but somehow different. Cleaner, more orderly, lit by a silvery light that came from no visible source. You passed your teacher's house and noticed the door was open. Inside, he was sitting at a table covered with scrolls, but the scrolls were blank. He looked up at you and said something about empty pages being the truest books. And then, this is the part that struck you as significant, you thought to yourself within the dream, I need to remember this phrase so I can ask him what it means tomorrow. That thought shows a level of metacognition, of awareness about your own awareness. That's unusual in dreams. You were conscious enough to recognize that you were having an experience worth preserving, to think about your future waking self and what that self would want to know. You were, for that brief moment, operating with a kind of dual consciousness, simultaneously immersed in the dream experience and standing slightly apart from it, observing and evaluating. When you mentioned this dream to your teacher, his eyes lit up with interest. That moment of recognition, he said, is what we should be cultivating. The ability to maintain some thread of awareness even when the rational mind sleeps. The Pythagoreans believed the soul travels during sleep, freed from bodily constraints. Perhaps what you experienced was your soul becoming aware of itself, recognizing its own nature even while engaged in the journey. He's assigned you a new practice. Throughout the day, at random moments, pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? Then examine your surroundings for evidence. Can you remember how you got to where you are? Do the details remain stable when you look away and back? Does everything follow logical rules? The point isn't to answer the question, obviously you're awake during the day, but to build a habit of questioning, of examining your state of consciousness. The theory is that if you do this often enough while awake, you'll eventually do it while asleep, and that moment of questioning might trigger the realization that you're dreaming. You're sceptical but willing to try. After all, the dream journal practice seemed pointless at first, and it turned out to be genuinely valuable. So you start incorporating these reality checks into your day. While listening to a lecture, you pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? You look at your hands, check if the text on the scroll stays consistent, and try to remember the sequence of events that brought you to this moment. The answer is always no, I'm awake, but the practice keeps you attentive to your own consciousness, in a way that's oddly interesting. You're a novice monk in a monastery perched on a Tibetan mountainside around 900 CE. The air is thin enough that newcomers spend their first weeks short of breath, gasping during meditation sessions and struggling to complete simple physical tasks without their hearts hammering. But you've lived here since childhood. Your parents brought you to the monastery when you were 7, offering you to the Sangha as an act of devotion, and your lungs have adapted to the altitude. What hasn't adapted, despite years of training, is your ability to maintain awareness during sleep, which your teacher insists is possible, necessary, and, most annoyingly, simple once you understand the technique properly. The problem, he explains for what must be the 20th time, his voice patient but edged with the faintest exasperation, is that you assume waking and sleeping are fundamentally different states. But consciousness continues. It simply changes its object of attention. This sounds profound when he says it, accompanied by the singing bowls and the thin mountain air and the sense that wisdom is being transmitted. But it isn't particularly helpful when you're lying on your sleeping mat at night, tired and confused, trying to figure out what exactly you're supposed to do differently. Continue consciousness? How? By what mechanism? Through what practice? The technique he's taught you involves cultivating a habit of questioning reality during the day. Throughout your waking hours, you're supposed to periodically stop whatever you're doing and ask yourself, am I dreaming right now? Then you look for signs that might indicate you're in a dream. Text that shifts when you look away and back. Unusual events that violate natural law, or logical inconsistencies in your environment or recent memories. During the day, the answer is always no, I'm awake. But the practice builds a habit that eventually, according to your teacher, carries over into sleep. You've been doing this for months. Every hour, roughly, you pause and ask the question. You examine your hands. They look normal, solid, and consistent. You read a line of scripture, look away, and read it again. The text is unchanged. You try to recall how you arrived at your current location, and the sequence of events makes perfect sense. You're definitely awake. And yet, the practice continues day after day, a ritualized questioning that's starting to feel less like meditation and more like an elaborate game you're playing with yourself for unclear stakes. Tonight, after evening prayers, you're lying on your narrow sleeping mat, and your mind is still buzzing with the question, am I dreaming? You're definitely not. The stone floor is cold even through the thin cushion. Your knee hurts from the extended kneeling during prostrations. You can hear another monk snoring 3 mats away, a rhythmic rasp that suggests serious sinus problems and zero awareness of how disruptive the sound is. Your own breathing is slowing as sleep approaches, that familiar descent into unconsciousness that's happened thousands of times before. You drift off thinking about the question, which is exactly what your teacher suggested. Not forcing it, not concentrating hard, just letting it float gently in your mind as you cross the threshold into sleep. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I... The dream begins ordinarily enough. You're walking through the monastery courtyard, and the light has that particular quality of late afternoon, golden and slanting, making the prayer flags cast long shadows across the stones. Everything feels normal. Your feet on the ground feel solid. The air has the characteristic crispness of high altitude. Nothing seems unusual or worth questioning. You walk toward the fountain at the courtyard centre, intending to fill your water bowl. But when you get close, you notice something odd. The fountain is flowing upward. Water is climbing into the air in a neat column, rising 10 feet or more before dispersing into mist that vanishes into the sunlight. This should surprise you. This should immediately signal that something is wrong, that this violates everything you know about how water behaves. But dream logic, that strange cognitive fog that makes impossible things seem reasonable, offers an explanation that you accept without question. Oh, someone must have changed the fountain. That's nice, it looks quite beautiful like this. You stand there watching the impossible water for several moments, admiring the way light catches in the ascending column, and how the mist creates small rainbows. And then, like a quiet bell ringing in a distant room, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've asked yourself countless times during the day, but now, in this context, it triggers something different. You look at the fountain again, really look at it, and understand that water doesn't flow upward. You look at your hands, another technique your teacher demonstrated, and they look odd. The details won't quite hold still. You try counting your fingers and the number keeps changing. 5, then 6, then 4, the count shifting each time you try to focus on it. And suddenly, with a clarity that's almost shocking in its brightness, you understand. You're asleep. This is a dream. You're aware of this fact while the dream continues around you. The fountain is still there, still flowing impossibly upward. The courtyard hasn't changed. The late afternoon light still slants across the stones. But your relationship to all of it has transformed completely. You can feel your sleeping body on the mat in some distant peripheral way. The cold stone beneath you, the rough wool blanket, and the position of your limbs. You understand that this entire scene is occurring in your mind, that you're lying unconscious on a monastery sleeping mat while simultaneously standing conscious in this dream courtyard. The dual awareness is strange and wonderful, and unlike anything you've experienced before. You realize, with a combination of excitement and deep calm, that you might be able to change things. This is part of the training. Not just becoming aware in dreams, but learning to work with them, to shape them, to use them for spiritual development and exploration of consciousness. You will make the fountain flow normally. Nothing happens. You try again, concentrating harder, focusing your intention the way you would during meditation. Still nothing. The water continues its upward journey, completely ignoring your mental commands. Apparently dream control isn't quite as simple as your teacher implied, which you'll enjoy pointing out to him tomorrow morning with all the satisfaction of a student finding a gap in the master's knowledge. But the awareness remains, stable and clear. You spend what feels like several minutes simply observing the dream, noting its qualities, marvelling at the vividness of sensation. The stone beneath your feet feels absolutely real. The air has texture and temperature, and sounds have proper directionality and volume. Everything is rendered in perfect detail, indistinguishable from waking experience except for the fact that you know it's not. You experiment with different actions. You try to fly, because this seems like an obvious thing to attempt in a lucid dream. You jump and will yourself upward, but gravity works normally, and you simply land back on the ground. You try to make something appear, perhaps a lotus flower in your hand. You close your eyes and concentrate, and when you open them, there's nothing there. Whatever capacity you have to influence this dream, it's not responding to direct commands or visualizations. But then you notice something interesting. Your emotions affect the dream. When you feel frustrated about your inability to control things, the light in the courtyard dims slightly and the air grows cooler. When you let go of that frustration and simply feel curious about the experience, the light brightens again and the whole scene becomes more vivid. It's subtle, but unmistakable. The dream responds to your emotional state rather than to your conscious intentions. You try working with this. You cultivate a feeling of calm joy, the kind you experience during successful meditation. The courtyard seems to glow in response, colours becoming richer, edges more defined. You shift to compassion, thinking of all beings trapped in the cycle of suffering and wishing them liberation. The dream softens somehow, becoming gentler, more welcoming. The upward flowing fountain begins producing a sound like distant bells. This continues for what feels like much longer than most dreams last. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You can't really judge time accurately. But throughout it all, you maintain that thread of awareness, that knowledge that you're asleep and dreaming. It's effortful in a subtle way, requiring a kind of balanced attention, where you can't think too hard about being aware or you'll lose the awareness, but you can't let your mind wander completely, or you'll slip back into ordinary unconscious dreaming. Eventually something shifts. Your attention wavers for just a moment. You start thinking about how you'll describe this experience to your teacher, and the analytical thinking pulls you slightly toward wakefulness. The courtyard begins to fade, becoming less solid and more dreamlike in the conventional sense. You try to hold on to the awareness, but it's slipping, the clear knowledge dissolving, and then you're in a different dream entirely. Something about climbing stairs that keep rearranging themselves, and the lucidity is gone. You wake a while later, in the deep part of the night when the monastery is completely silent. For a moment you lie there, perfectly still, afraid that moving will disrupt the crystal clear memory of what just happened. Then carefully you reach for the small journal and ink you keep near your mat, specifically for recording dreams, another practice your teacher insists on, and you write down everything you can remember while it's still fresh. The next morning, during the period after dawn meditation when students can ask questions, you catch your teacher's eye and give a small nod. He smiles slightly and nods back, understanding immediately. You've crossed a threshold that monks have been crossing for centuries, joining a quiet tradition of practitioners who've learned to maintain consciousness through the transition into sleep. The tradition calls it dream yoga, using dreams as a practice ground for recognizing the illusory nature of all experience, for developing the kind of stable awareness that persists regardless of whether you're awake or asleep. Over the following weeks, you'll have more lucid dreams, each one teaching you something about the nature of awareness and the relationship between mind and experience. You'll learn that strong emotions tend to destabilize the lucid state. You'll discover that expectations shape the dream more than direct commands do. You'll find that the most profound experiences come not from trying to control the dream, but from simply being present in it, maintaining awareness while remaining open to whatever arises. Your teacher will guide you deeper into the practice, teaching you to use lucid dreams for specific purposes, rehearsing meditations, contemplating Buddhist teachings in the vivid symbolic language of dreams, and even practicing for the experience of death, which Tibetan Buddhism views as similar to the dream state. Consciousness separated from its familiar reference points, navigating a realm shaped by karma and mental habits. But all of that comes later. Tonight, you've simply had your first clear moment of recognition within a dream, that flash of awareness that says, I'm sleeping and I know it. It's a small achievement in the monastery's terms. Many monks have gone much further, maintaining continuous consciousness through sleep, transforming dreams into sophisticated meditations. But for you, right now, it feels miraculous, like discovering a hidden room in a house you thought you knew completely. You're a merchant's daughter in Florence around 1350 CE, and you've been having the strangest experience for the past week. It started when you attended a sermon where the priest discussed visions and divine messages, emphasizing with considerable dramatic flair that God sometimes speaks to people in sleep, sending angels or saints to deliver warnings, guidance, or comfort. The examples he gave were vivid. People dreaming of heaven's glory, receiving instructions about their life's purpose, and even being shown future events that later came to pass exactly as dreamed. That night, while dreaming that you were flying over the city's red-tiled roofs, you suddenly thought, God is showing me this. The thought itself woke you partially, pulling you into that strange liminal state between sleeping and waking. You hovered there for several moments, aware that you were in bed but still able to see the dreamscape of Florence spreading below you, the Duomo with its incomplete dome, the Arno winding through the city, and the surrounding hills covered in olive groves and vineyards. It was disorienting and wonderful, and you fell back into the dream almost immediately, but this time without the awareness, simply experiencing the flight as a seamless part of the dream narrative. Since then, it's been happening more frequently. You'll be in the middle of a completely ordinary dream, walking through the market, helping your mother with weaving, attending mass, when recognition strikes. This is a dream. Sometimes the realization ends the dream instantly, popping it like a soap bubble and leaving you lying awake in the darkness of your bedroom, disoriented and slightly disappointed. Other times, you maintain the awareness for a few moments, observing the dream from this strange dual perspective, where you're simultaneously inside the experience and watching it from outside. You haven't told anyone about this because you're not entirely sure it's appropriate or safe to discuss. The church has complicated and somewhat contradictory views about dreams. Some are considered divine messages, sent by God or his angels to guide the faithful. These are sacred and should be heeded carefully. Other dreams are temptations from demons, designed to lead people astray through false visions and deceptive imagery. These should be resisted and ignored. And still other dreams are just the result of eating too much cheese before bed, according to your grandmother, and have no spiritual significance whatsoever. The idea that you might be somehow conscious during dreams, aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, choosing what happens or at least observing with full knowledge that none of it is real, this feels like it might fall into the potentially heretical category. Are you supposed to be able to do this? Is this a gift from God or something more dangerous? Could demons use this state to deceive you more effectively, catching you in a moment of vulnerability? You don't know, and you're not about to ask the priest and risk being told to do penance or worse. But you've noticed patterns in when the awareness arises. It comes most easily when something in the dream is unusual, when your deceased aunt appears looking young and healthy instead of wasted by the plague that took her, when the street you're walking down leads somewhere it shouldn't, when you find yourself in your father's warehouse, but it's somehow also the cathedral, or when the laws of nature bend in small ways that would be impossible in waking life. These inconsistencies seem to trigger a part of your mind that notices and questions, even while asleep. It's similar to the way you might notice a wrong note in a familiar hymn. The inconsistency stands out against your knowledge of how things should be, and your mind flags it as requiring attention. In dreams, though, this noticing is usually suppressed by what you think of as dream fog, that strange acceptance that makes impossible things seem perfectly reasonable. When the fog lifts for a moment, awareness comes through. You've also discovered, through trial and error, that you can sometimes continue the dream by staying calm. If you get excited when you realise you're dreaming, thinking, "Oh, I can do anything! I can fly anywhere! I can make anything happen!" You wake up immediately, the surge of emotion pulling you out of sleep. But if you simply observe, staying curious but relaxed, the dream continues while you watch it unfold with that split awareness. Simultaneously, the dreamer and the observer of dreams. Tonight you're trying something experimental. You've been thinking about this phenomenon for days, turning it over in your mind during the long hours of sewing and household work, and you've come up with a technique that might help. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes in the candlelight studying your hands, really looking at them, the pattern of lines on your palms, the shape of your nails, the way your fingers taper, and the small scar on your left thumb from when you cut yourself on a spindle 2 years ago. You're creating a kind of anchor, something familiar that you can check while dreaming. The idea is that if you can remember to look at your hands in a dream, they might look different enough to trigger that moment of recognition. It's based partly on something you heard once, that in dreams your hands often look wrong, having too many fingers or not enough, appearing blurry, or shifting in form. You don't know if this is universally true, but it seems worth testing. You blow out the candle and settle into your bed, which you share with your younger sister. She's already asleep, breathing deeply and evenly, one arm flung across her eyes. You lie there in the darkness, thinking about your hands, about the need to remember to check them, and about the strangeness of trying to remind yourself to do something while unconscious. The thoughts grow softer and less distinct as sleep approaches, blurring into fragmentary images and incomplete sentences, and then you're dreaming. You're in a garden you've never seen before, though it has elements from the monastery gardens you've visited, and from descriptions you've heard of paradise in sermons. Roses climb over stone walls, but instead of smelling like roses, they smell of cinnamon and cloves, spices your father trades in. The sky is that particular shade of blue that you see sometimes at dusk, when the last light is fading but the stars haven't yet appeared. There's music playing from somewhere, though you can't see any musicians, a single voice singing a melody that's hauntingly beautiful, but not quite like any song you know. You walk through this garden for what feels like a long time, just experiencing it, until something makes you think of your hands. The thought comes unbidden, I should look at my hands. You raise them, studying them in the dream's strange light, and immediately notice that they're wrong. The number of fingers keeps shifting. 5, then 6, then 4, the count changing each time you try to focus. The skin looks somehow translucent, as if you could see through it to the bones underneath. The scar on your left thumb is missing, or maybe it's there but on the wrong finger. You can't quite tell. This wrongness triggers the recognition. I'm dreaming. The garden remains solid around you. The roses continue to bloom, their impossible scent filling the air. The voice continues singing its nameless melody. But you're aware now, fully conscious of the fact that you're asleep in your bed, that your sister is beside you, that Florence is outside your window, and that none of this garden exists anywhere except in your sleeping mind. The awareness brings a surge of wonder, but also a touch of fear. What if this is a trap? What if becoming aware in dreams opens you to demonic influence? But the garden feels benign, even holy. The singing voice has the quality of church music. The light is gentle and welcoming. If this is a test or a temptation you can't see how, you decide to try something that's been in your mind since these experiences began. You've always wanted to see the ocean. Florence is landlocked. The sea is days away by horse, and as a merchant's daughter, your travel has been limited to the city and its immediate surroundings. But you've heard descriptions from travellers, and your father has brought you shells and once, thrillingly, a small preserved seahorse that you keep in a box of treasures. In the dream, you simply decide that beyond the garden wall lies the ocean. You don't force it or concentrate hard or visualize it in detail. You just gently intend that it's there, the way you might decide to turn left instead of right while walking. You make your way to the wall, made of old honey-coloured stone covered in flowering vines that release perfume when you brush against them, and look over it. There's a moment of resistance, as if reality itself is uncertain, hanging in balance. And then the ocean appears, stretching blue and endless to the horizon, exactly as you've imagined it. The view is impossibly clear. You can see individual waves, white foam breaking, and seabirds wheeling in the distance. The sound reaches you, that rhythmic crash and hiss of water meeting land. You can smell salt, sharp and clean, so vivid it almost makes you sneeze. Spray touches your face, cool and fine. You've done it. You've changed the dream through simple intention, and you're awake enough to marvel at the achievement even as it unfolds. The detail is extraordinary, because your dreaming mind is filling in all the elements you've heard about in travellers' stories, combining them with your own imagination to create something that feels completely real. The ocean has actual depth and movement, not the flat-painted quality you might expect from imagined scenery. Waves roll toward the shore with proper weight and momentum. The horizon curves slightly, just as you've heard it does. You spend what feels like several minutes just watching, drinking in this sight you've longed to see. And then, because you're aware enough to be curious about the limits of this state, you try to fly. You climb onto the wall and jump, willing yourself to soar over the water like the seabirds. Nothing happens. You simply fall, landing on the sand below the wall with a thump that should hurt but doesn't. Dream physics apparently has its own rules that don't always respond to your intentions, or perhaps you don't quite believe you can fly, and that doubt prevents it from happening. You're not sure. You try again, running and leaping, trying to feel what flying might be like, but gravity pulls you back each time. This failure is oddly reassuring. If you could do absolutely anything just by wishing it, this might feel more like madness than like exploration. The resistance, the way some things change and others don't, gives the experience a kind of structure that makes it seem more real rather than less. Eventually your awareness begins to waver. You've been maintaining it for what feels like a remarkably long time, but the effort is subtle and cumulative, and you can feel yourself starting to tire. The ocean becomes less distinct. The sound of waves grows quieter. The garden behind you fades into vagueness. You're slipping back into ordinary unconscious dreaming, and you don't quite have the skill yet to prevent it. The last thing you remember clearly is standing on the beach, watching the sun set over the water, which shouldn't be happening since the sun was high overhead just moments ago. But Dreamtime follows its own logic, and feeling deeply grateful for this experience, whatever its source and meaning might be. When you wake in the morning, your sister is already up and getting dressed. You lie there for a moment, not moving, afraid that the memory will dissolve the way dreams usually do. But it remains vivid and clear, every detail accessible. You remember the garden, the roses and the singing voice. You remember looking at your hands and understanding you were dreaming. You remember the ocean appearing beyond the wall, fulfilling your intention. You remember trying and failing to fly. You don't tell anyone, but you start experimenting more deliberately. Each night before sleep, you study your hands and remind yourself to check them in dreams. You think about impossible things you'd like to see. The mountains to the north covered in snow, forests you've never visited, and the inside of the Doge's palace in Venice, which you've heard described but never seen. And sometimes, not always, but with increasing frequency, you find yourself aware in your dreams, conscious enough to explore and experiment while the rest of your mind creates elaborate worlds from memory and imagination. It becomes a secret practice, something entirely yours in a life where privacy and personal choice are limited. In waking life, you'll do what's expected, help with the household, marry the man your father chooses, and probably die young from childbirth or plague like so many women do. But in dreams, you're beginning to find a kind of freedom and agency that waking life doesn't offer. You can explore, create, and test the boundaries of consciousness itself. You still don't know if this is a spiritual gift or a psychological quirk, divine communication, or merely the mind's strange capacity for self-reflection. The uncertainty doesn't trouble you as much as it once did. Whatever this is, it's revealing something about the nature of awareness, about the flexibility of consciousness, and about the strange fact that you can be both the dreamer and the observer of dreams. You're a natural philosopher in London around 1750 CE, and you've been conducting what you consider a very serious scientific experiment, though your colleagues at the Royal Society would probably laugh if you told them about it. For 6 months you've been keeping a detailed dream journal, noting not just the content of dreams, but your state of mind within them, any moments of awareness or recognition, and the factors that seem to influence dream recall and clarity. The Enlightenment has encouraged a particular kind of curiosity, the belief that anything can be studied, measured, and potentially understood through systematic observation and careful reasoning. Most people apply this to rocks, plants, the movement of planets, the properties of gases, and electrical phenomena. You've decided to apply it to sleep and dreams, treating your own consciousness as a laboratory where experiments can be conducted. Your journal has become quite extensive. Each morning, immediately upon waking, before getting out of bed, before speaking to your wife, before your mind is fully engaged with the day's concerns, you write down everything you can remember from the night's dreams, not just the narrative, but the quality of the experience. Were you aware of dreaming? Did anything seem unusual? How vivid were the sensations? Did you question anything that happened? Could you remember how the dream began, or did you simply find yourself already in the middle of it? Your observations have revealed several interesting patterns. First, You've confirmed what some folk wisdom suggests but others dismiss. Certain foods do seem to affect dreams, though not in the ways folklore typically claims. It's not about specific ingredients having magical properties. Rather, it's about digestion. Anything that causes mild physical discomfort, that keeps the body from resting completely peacefully, tends to produce more vivid and chaotic dreams. A heavy meal before bed leads to strange, energetic dreams. Mild hunger leads to dreams about food. Indigestion produces anxiety dreams. The body's state influences the mind's nighttime activities. Second, you've noticed something about memory. Dreams fade rapidly upon waking, but the speed of fading can be influenced. If you lie still upon waking and focus on the dream, letting it play through your memory before moving or thinking about other things, you can retain much more detail. Movement and immediate engagement with daily concerns seem to disrupt the delicate memory traces dreams leave behind. The simple act of physical stillness for a few moments can double or triple what you remember. Third, and most intriguingly, you've confirmed what the ancient Tibetans apparently knew. Regular reality testing during the day sometimes carries over into dreams. You've developed a habit of reading text twice, looking at a page, looking away, then looking back to confirm the words haven't changed. In waking life, they never change. Text is stable. But 3 times now you've thought to try this test in dreams, watched the words shift and rearrange themselves like living things, and realised you were asleep. The most recent time this happened, you were dreaming that you were in your study, working on a paper about planetary motion. Everything seemed completely normal. The familiar smell of ink and paper, the weight of your pen, the scratch of the nib on vellum, and the comfortable chair you sit in for hours each day. But something prompted you to look at what you'd written, look away at the window, then look back at the page. The words had completely changed. Not just shifted slightly, but transformed entirely. What had been equations was now a recipe for plum pudding, and in a handwriting that wasn't yours. You stared at this impossibility for several seconds before the recognition struck. I'm dreaming. The study remained around you, perfectly solid and detailed, but now you understood its nature. This wasn't your actual study. You were lying in bed upstairs. This entire scene was occurring in your sleeping mind. The most interesting finding in your research, though, has been about intention. You've discovered that the period between waking and sleeping, those few minutes when you're drowsy but still somewhat aware, when your thoughts are becoming loose and disconnected but haven't entirely dissolved, offers a unique opportunity. If you hold a question or intention loosely in mind during this transition, not forcing it, but just letting it float there like a leaf on water, it sometimes influences the dream that follows. You don't get direct answers exactly. Dreams don't solve mathematical problems or provide clear solutions to practical challenges. But your dreaming mind seems to process the question, creating scenarios and images related to it, approaching it from unexpected angles that can provide new perspectives. Last week provided a perfect example. You'd been struggling with a problem related to a mechanical device you're designing, specifically how to create a smoother transition between gears of different sizes. You'd tried several approaches, all producing too much friction or too much noise or requiring such precise manufacturing that they'd be impractical to actually build. The problem was genuinely vexing, and you fell asleep thinking about it, turning it over in your mind as consciousness faded. You didn't solve it directly in the dream, but you dreamed about walking beside a stream, watching water flow around rocks. The dream had that vivid, absorbing quality that sometimes happens, and you found yourself fascinated by how the water adapted its flow to obstacles, moving faster here, slower there, creating eddies and whirlpools, but overall maintaining its direction toward the sea. When you crouched down to look more closely, you could see how the water's path changed gradually around each rock, not abruptly, but through a series of small adjustments. You woke with that image still clear in your mind, and suddenly the gear problem seemed obvious. You'd been thinking about it wrong, trying to create an immediate perfect transition from one gear to the next. What you needed was a series of smaller transitions, intermediate gears that would allow the change to happen gradually rather than all at once. The dream hadn't handed you an answer. It had helped you reframe the question, to see the problem from a different angle. Tonight you're trying something more ambitious. You've prepared your sleeping room carefully, treating it like a laboratory being set up for an important experiment. You've eliminated potential sources of disturbance, secured the shutters against wind, banked the fire so it won't need tending, and informed your wife that you'd prefer not to be woken unless there's an emergency. You've ensured a comfortable temperature, proper bedding, and removal of anything that might cause physical discomfort during the night. You've spent the evening reviewing your dream journal, particularly the entries that describe moments of awareness within dreams. You're reminding yourself of what that state feels like, what triggers it, and what maintains it. And as you prepare for bed, you're holding a gentle intention. I want to recognize when I'm dreaming. I want to be aware during tonight's dreams. You're not forcing this or concentrating hard. That would likely interfere with the natural onset of sleep. You're just planting the seed of the idea, letting it sink into your mind as you drift off, trusting that some part of your consciousness will remember it even as the rational waking part of your mind shuts down for the night. The dream begins in your study, which should be your first clue that something's odd since you're actually in your bedroom upstairs. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable, the way dreams always do. There's no moment of questioning how you got here or why you're here instead of in bed. You simply are here, and that seems natural. You're examining a book, trying to make sense of its contents. The text is difficult to read, somehow both clear and blurry at the same time, and the subject keeps shifting. Now it's about astronomy, now botany. Now it's written in a language you don't recognise but seem to understand anyway. This should be strange, but you accept it without question until you remember your reading test. The memory surfaces almost casually. I should check if the text changes. You look at a paragraph, reading it carefully. It's about the migration patterns of birds. You look away at the window, where rain is falling even though you're certain it was sunny a moment ago. Then you look back at the book. The words have completely changed. Now they're written in a language that doesn't exist, made of symbols that look like a combination of Greek, Arabic, and something else entirely. And yet you can read them perfectly, understanding a philosophical argument about the nature of time that's far more sophisticated than anything you've actually studied. The impossibility of this should be obvious, and this time, it is. The recognition arrives smoothly, without the jolt of surprise that sometimes triggers waking. I'm dreaming. You're getting better at this, maintaining the awareness without becoming so excited or analytical that you pull yourself out of sleep. The study remains solid around you, the familiar walls lined with books, the desk cluttered with papers and instruments, the window now showing a garden that exists nowhere near your actual house. Here's where your scientific curiosity takes over. Instead of trying to fly or visit exotic locations or do any of the dramatic things one might do in a lucid dream, you decide to investigate the nature of the dream itself. You want to understand this phenomenon, to gather data, and to test hypotheses about how consciousness works in this altered state. You examine your hand closely, holding it up to the light from the window. When you focus hard on it, it becomes unstable. The fingers seem to blur and multiply. The skin takes on strange colours, and the whole hand feels like it might dissolve into mist. But when you relax your attention, just viewing it gently without intense scrutiny, it stabilises again, looking almost normal, though somehow not quite right in ways you can't exactly specify. You touch various objects in the study, noting how realistic the textures feel. The smooth wood of your desk has proper grain and temperature. The books have the expected weight and flexible covers, the pages crisp under your fingers. The window glass is cool and hard exactly as it should be. The rug under your feet has the right texture, soft and slightly worn in familiar places. Everything has physical presence and substance, even though you understand it's all occurring in your mind, that there's no actual desk or books or window. just neural patterns creating an extraordinarily convincing simulation. You try an experiment. Can you create something from nothing? You decide there should be an apple on the desk, a perfect red apple, fresh and crisp. You look away from the desk, toward the bookshelf, holding the intention that when you look back, the apple will be there. You count to 3, then turn your gaze back to the desk. It is a perfect red apple sitting exactly where you intended, on the corner of the desk nearest the window. You pick it up, testing its weight in your hand. It feels completely real, substantial, and cool. It smells faintly of autumn, of orchards and harvest. You take a bite, and it tastes impossibly perfect, crisp and sweet and tart all at once, more ideal than any real apple you've ever eaten. The juice is cool on your tongue. You can feel the texture of apple flesh and hear the crunch. This is fascinating from a philosophical perspective. You've created something from nothing, or rather, from memory and imagination. Your sleeping mind has assembled this apple from recalled experiences, every apple you've ever seen, tasted, or touched, and synthesized them into this ideal version. The fact that it seems completely real, indistinguishable from a waking apple except for its impossible perfection, says something profound about the nature of perception and reality. You continue experimenting, testing the boundaries of what's possible in this state. You try to make it daytime instead of nighttime, looking away from the window and intending that the sun should be shining when you look back. The light changes, becoming brighter and warmer, but it's not quite daylight, more like a strange twilight that's brighter than it should be, as if your sleeping mind couldn't quite manage the full transformation or didn't have a clear enough template of what the study looks like in full daylight. You attempt to change the room itself, to transform the study into something else entirely, perhaps the observatory you visited last month. This doesn't work at all. The room remains stubbornly itself, though details shift and waver when you're not looking directly at them. The stack of papers on the left side of the desk sometimes has more pages, sometimes fewer. The books on the nearer shelf seem to rearrange their order, but the fundamental structure of the room resists change. This tells you something about how dreams work. Small changes are easy, especially when you use the simple technique of looking away and intending that something will be different when you look back. Larger transformations are harder, perhaps because they require more extensive reorganization of the dream imagery. Your sleeping mind has constructed this study from familiar templates, and those templates have a certain stability, a resistance to wholesale alteration. You test one more thing. Can you conjure another person? You think of your colleague from the Royal Society, the one you've been collaborating with on the planetary motion research. You look toward the door, expecting him to enter. You hear footsteps in the hallway outside and the sound of the doorknob turning. The door opens and someone enters, but it's not your colleague. It's a stranger, someone you've never seen before, though his face has elements that remind you of several different people you know. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but before any words come out, you make a crucial mistake. You start thinking about the implications of all this, about whether these observations could be considered scientific proof of consciousness during sleep, about how you'll describe all this in your journal, and about what it means for theories of mind and perception. The analytical thinking, the shift from experiencing to analysing, pulls you toward wakefulness. The dream begins to dissolve, losing coherence and stability. The stranger's face becomes unclear. The study grows dim and vague. You try to hold on to the dream, to maintain the awareness, but it's too late. The lucidity is slipping away like water through your fingers. You drift into non-lucid dreaming for a while, confused fragments about being late for a meeting, something about a broken clock, and then wake fully in the darkness of your actual bedroom. Your wife is sleeping peacefully beside you. The real study is downstairs, dark and empty. The whole experience exists now only in memory, and in the notes you immediately begin writing by candlelight, capturing the details before they fade. But you've gathered data. You've confirmed several things through direct observation. First, awareness is definitely possible during dreams. You can maintain consciousness, can observe and evaluate your experience, and can remember your waking intentions and act on them, all while remaining asleep. Second, some level of control can be achieved, though it has limitations and seems to work better through indirect influence than direct command. Third, the experience has a consistency to it. It's not random or chaotic, but follows certain rules, even if those rules differ from waking life. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, analytical thinking disrupts the state. The lucid dream seems to require a particular kind of consciousness, aware and attentive but not too rational or analytical, observing but not dissecting. This suggests something interesting about the relationship between different modes of thought, between the rational mind that analyses and the experiencing mind that simply observes. Over the following months, you'll continue your experiments, gradually building a systematic understanding of lucid dreaming. You'll discover that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, reality testing during the day, setting intentions before sleep, and using the period of waking in the middle of the night to practice awareness before falling back asleep. You'll learn to prolong the lucid state by staying calm and engaged without becoming too excited or analytical. You'll explore different ways of influencing the dream, through expectation, through emotional states, and through the simple technique of looking away and back with the intention that something will change. You'll never publish this research formally. It's too subjective, too difficult to verify, and too far outside the bounds of respectable natural philosophy. But you'll keep your detailed records, and someday, centuries later, when the scientific study of consciousness has become acceptable, researchers will find patterns in your observations that match their own findings. For now, though, you're simply a curious person who's discovered a laboratory within your own mind, a place where you can explore the nature of consciousness through direct experience. You're a university student in Germany around 1850, and your philosophy professor has been discussing the nature of consciousness in ways that make your head hurt and your notebook fill with questions you're not sure how to answer. The course is on phenomenology, the systematic study of conscious experience itself, and today's lecture has been particularly abstract, focused on the question of whether consciousness requires self-awareness, whether it's possible to be conscious without knowing that you're conscious. The professor, a thin man in his 50s with wire-rimmed spectacles and a habit of pacing while he talks, uses examples that initially seem clear but become more confusing the more you think about them. Consider a dog, he says, chasing a rabbit. The dog is certainly conscious. It perceives the rabbit, feels the excitement of pursuit, and adjusts its running to match the rabbit's movements. But is the dog aware that it's conscious? Does it think to itself, I am now having the experience of chasing a rabbit? Or does it simply chase, with consciousness present but not reflected upon? This abstract discussion has been rattling around in your mind for days, getting tangled up with your own experiences with dreams. Like many people, you've had occasional moments of clarity within dreams, brief flashes where you understood you were asleep, where you possessed a strange dual awareness. These experiences have always seemed interesting but not particularly significant. Just an odd quirk of sleep, something that happens sometimes for no clear reason. But now, in light of these philosophical discussions, those dream experiences seem potentially relevant. If consciousness can exist without self-awareness during waking life, what's happening during a dream where you become aware that you're dreaming? Is that a case of self-awareness arising within a normally unreflective conscious state? Does it tell us something about the layers or levels of consciousness, about how awareness can turn back on itself? One evening, after a particularly intense seminar on the phenomenology of temporal experience, how we perceive time, how the present moment contains traces of the immediate past and anticipations of the immediate future, you mention your dream experiences to the professor during office hours. You're nervous about bringing it up, worried it might seem frivolous or off-topic. but he's encouraged students to relate the theoretical discussions to their own experiences of consciousness. His eyes light up with unmistakable interest when you describe the moments of awareness within dreams. "Yes," he says, leaning forward in his chair, "this is exactly the kind of phenomenon we should be examining. The dream state offers a unique laboratory for studying consciousness, because it's a state where experience continues, but our normal frameworks for interpreting experience are suspended." He explains that he's been collecting accounts of what he calls lucid dreams, from the Latin lux, meaning light, suggesting illumination or clarity. These are dreams where the dreamer knows they're dreaming, where there's awareness of the dream state while it continues. He's noticed that certain people seem naturally prone to these experiences, while others report never having them. He's also noticed that practice and attention seem to matter. People who think about dreams, who value them, and who try to remember and reflect on them report more instances of lucid dreaming than people who ignore their dream life entirely. He gives you an assignment. For 1 month, conduct a personal experiment in what he calls consciousness continuity. The goal is to see if you can maintain some thread of awareness through the transition from waking to sleeping, and to observe what happens to consciousness as it shifts between states. He suggests several techniques, drawing on his reading of various spiritual and philosophical traditions. First, keep a dream journal. Write down everything you remember from dreams immediately upon waking, before the memories fade. This builds the habit of paying attention to dreams, which seems to influence the dreams themselves. Second, practice reality testing during the day. Periodically stop and ask yourself, "Am I dreaming?" and look for evidence. Check if text changes when you look away and back. Try to remember how you got to where you are. Notice if anything unusual is happening. The idea is that this habit will eventually carry over into sleep. Third, try mnemonic induction. As you're falling asleep, repeat a phrase like, "The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming," or "I will recognize my dreams as dreams." Don't force it or concentrate hard. Just let it cycle gently through your mind as you drift off. Fourth, if you wake during the night, spend a few moments in that liminal state between sleeping and waking, noticing what consciousness feels like in that transitional zone. You take the assignment seriously, approaching it with the same systematic rigor you'd bring to any academic study. You purchase a new notebook specifically for dream records. Every morning you spend 15 minutes writing down everything you can remember from the night. Not just narratives, but sensations, emotions, the quality of light, unusual details, and moments of transition or confusion. During the day, you set yourself the task of asking, "Am I dreaming?" at least 10 times, trying to spread them throughout the day so it becomes a genuine habit, rather than a mere formality. You check your hands, looking for the kinds of anomalies others have reported. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, confirming it stays consistent. You think about how you got to where you are, checking if the memory is clear and logical or vague and confused. The first week produces nothing but ordinary dreams and frustrating gaps in memory. You remember fragments, being in a forest, having conversation with someone whose face you can't recall, looking for something important that keeps eluding you, but nothing coherent and certainly no moments of awareness or recognition. The reality testing during the day just makes you feel slightly foolish, asking yourself if you're dreaming while sitting in perfectly ordinary lectures or walking through completely normal streets. The second week, something small happens. You're having a dream about falling, a common enough dream type, and as you fall, tumbling through space with that characteristic dream combination of terror and strange detachment, you suddenly think, "This is a dream, I'm safe." The thought is brief, lasting perhaps a second before the dream ends and you wake with your heart pounding. But it was there, unmistakably, a moment of recognition, a flash of awareness that you were asleep and that the danger wasn't real. You write it down immediately, noting the circumstances. You'd been practicing the mnemonic induction technique before sleep, repeating, "I will recognise my dreams," as you drifted off. You'd also spent extra time that day asking yourself if you were dreaming. The correlation might be coincidental, but it seems worth noting. The third week, something shifts more dramatically. You're in the university library in your dream, which should be closed since it's night. But this inconsistency doesn't immediately strike you as odd. You're searching for a particular book, moving between the tall shelves, feeling that sense of mild frustration that comes from not being able to find what you need. The lighting is strange, brighter than lamplight, dimmer than daylight, and coming from no obvious source. But again, this doesn't trigger any recognition. And then, for no reason you can later identify, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've been asking yourself during the day, but now, in this context, you actually examine the question seriously rather than immediately dismissing it. You look at your hands, holding them up to the strange light. They look wrong. The fingers seem to shift and waver, sometimes appearing longer than they should be, sometimes shorter. You try counting them and get different results each time. 5, 6, 4, 5 again. You try the reading test. You pull a book from the nearest shelf and open it to a random page. The text appears to be in German, and you read a sentence about the cultivation of wheat in medieval agricultural systems. You look away, then back. The text has changed completely. Now it's in Latin, discussing Aristotelian metaphysics. You close the book, put it back, pull it out again, and open it. The pages are blank. The recognition arrives with absolute clarity. I am dreaming. But here's what surprises you. What will become the core of your report to the professor? The awareness doesn't feel like waking consciousness. It's subtly different. Less sharp in some ways, but more expansive in others. You're aware of being in a dream, but you're also aware of multiple layers of experience simultaneously existing. Somewhere, distantly, you can feel your body in bed. The weight of blankets, the position of your limbs, and the solidity of the mattress beneath you. That's one layer of awareness, peripheral and quiet, but definitely present. You're also conscious of the dream imagery itself, the library, the shelves, the books, and the strange sourceless light. This is the most vivid layer, taking up most of your attention. It has the full richness of sensory experience, visual detail, spatial relationships, the texture of book covers under your fingers, and the smell of old paper and binding glue. And there's a third element, harder to describe, a kind of observing awareness that's watching both the dream and your recognition of the dream. It's the part of you that's conscious of being conscious, that's aware of having awareness. This is the aspect that allows you to think I am dreaming and I know it, that provides the meta-level perspective on the experience itself. This three-layered consciousness is exactly what your professor has been theorizing about in his lectures. Consciousness isn't a single unified thing, but a collection of processes that can separate and recombine in interesting ways. During normal waking life, these processes work together so seamlessly that we experience them as one thing: awareness, perception, and self-awareness, all flowing together into the unified experience of being conscious. But during lucid dreams, they can partially separate, creating this strange state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You're both in the dream and observing the dream. You're asleep, but also somehow awake. You're experiencing and analysing the experience at the same time. The boundaries between these different aspects of consciousness become visible, precisely because they're no longer perfectly aligned. You spend the rest of the dream, which lasts for what feels like perhaps 20 minutes, though dream time is notoriously difficult to judge, simply observing this state, noting its qualities, and trying to understand its structure. You move through the library, noticing how the environment shifts when you're not looking directly at it. Shelves appear in different configurations, doorways open where walls should be. The room seems to expand and contract based on some logic you can't quite grasp. You try to have coherent thoughts about philosophical questions to bring your waking intellectual analysis into the dream. You try to think about Kant's categories of understanding, about whether the dream experience proves anything about the nature of phenomenal versus noumenal reality. But sustained analytical thinking is difficult in this state. Your thoughts keep sliding sideways into images and sensations rather than remaining as clear propositions. What you can do quite successfully is observe. You can notice the quality of consciousness in this state and can pay attention to how awareness works when freed from the usual constraints of waking perception. You notice that your attention is more fluid, shifting easily from one thing to another without the effort that waking attention requires. You notice that emotions arise and fade more quickly, without the sustained quality they have during waking life. You notice that time feels elastic, stretching and compressing unpredictably. Most importantly, you notice that the sense of self feels different. During waking life, you have a strong, continuous sense of being a particular person with a particular history, particular characteristics, and particular relationships and roles. In the lucid dream, that sense is looser, more provisional. You know who you are in some abstract sense, but the usual solidity of identity is softened. It's not disturbing, just different, as if the self is revealed to be more flexible and constructed than it usually appears. Eventually, your awareness begins to fade. The clarity dims, the multiple layers of consciousness blur back together, and you slip into ordinary, non-lucid dreaming. You have confused dreams about trying to write something important, but the ink keeps disappearing, and about showing up to an examination without having studied. And then you wake in the early morning with pale light coming through your window. You lie there perfectly still, not wanting to move and disrupt the clear memory of the lucid dream. You can still feel what it was like and can still access that state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You know this memory will fade as the day progresses, as your waking consciousness reasserts its normal structure, and the dream state becomes harder to recall clearly. So you reach for your dream journal and spend the next hour writing down everything you experienced, every observation and sensation and insight, trying to capture the phenomenology of the lucid dream state as completely as possible. When you bring this to your professor the following week, he reads through your notes with visible excitement. "This is excellent," he says. "You've documented exactly what I've been trying to articulate theoretically, the way consciousness can layer and separate during liminal states. The dream awareness you describe, with its 3 levels of perception, confirms that consciousness isn't a simple on-off phenomenon, but a complex system that can reconfigure itself." He asks you to continue the practice to see if you can have more lucid dreams and gather more observational data. He's particularly interested in whether you can conduct specific experiments while lucid, testing the boundaries of dream control, examining how intention and attention shape the dream, and exploring whether complex reasoning is possible in that state, or if it's limited to observation and experience. Over the following months, you become quite skilled at lucid dreaming. You learn the tricks that help. Waking after 5 or 6 hours of sleep, staying awake briefly, then returning to sleep with strong intention seems particularly effective. You learn that certain mental states encourage lucidity, being well rested but not exhausted, being interested but not anxious, and approaching sleep with curiosity rather than determination. You also learn about the limitations. Sustained abstract reasoning really is difficult in lucid dreams. You can think about philosophical questions, but you can't follow long chains of logical argument the way you can while awake. The lucid state requires a delicate balance. Too much thinking and you wake up too little and you slip back into non-lucid dreaming. Strong emotions destabilize the state. Trying too hard to control things often backfires. What you can do, remarkably well, is observe the nature of consciousness itself. You can notice how perception works, how attention flows, how memory operates, and how the sense of self forms and dissolves. The lucid dream becomes a laboratory for phenomenology, offering direct experiential access to questions that would otherwise remain purely theoretical. Your professor eventually publishes a paper drawing on your observations and those of other students who've participated in similar experiments. The paper argues that consciousness should be understood not as a single unified phenomenon, but as a collection of processes that typically work together, but can separate under certain conditions. The lucid dream is presented as evidence for this layered model, a state where some aspects of waking consciousness, awareness, intention, memory, persist, while others, critical reasoning, stable sense of self, connection to sensory input, are diminished or altered. The paper doesn't get much attention at the time. It's too speculative, too dependent on subjective reports, and too far outside the main currents of academic philosophy. But it plants seeds that will grow over the next century and a half, contributing to evolving understandings of consciousness, attention, and the relationship between different modes of awareness. And for you personally, it transforms sleep from a necessary but passive part of life into an active domain of exploration, a place where you can investigate the nature of mind through direct experience. You're a research subject in a sleep laboratory at Stanford University in California in 1975, and you're covered in wires that make you look like you're being prepared for some kind of elaborate electronics experiment. Electrodes are pasted to your scalp with thick gel that feels cold and slightly uncomfortable, positioned according to the International 10 to 20 system for EEG recording. These will monitor your brain waves, tracking the electrical activity that characterizes different stages of sleep. Sensors are taped near your eyes, positioned to detect the rapid eye movements that occur during REM sleep, the phase when most vivid dreams happen. Other instruments measure muscle tension in your chin, which decreases dramatically during REM sleep, along with your heart rate, breathing patterns, and body movement. You've agreed to spend several nights in this laboratory, sleeping under observation while trying to have lucid dreams. It's not particularly comfortable. The wires restrict your movement, the electrodes itch slightly, and you're aware of being watched and recorded in a way that's not conducive to relaxation. But you're fascinated by the research and convinced it's important, so you volunteered despite the discomfort. The lead researcher is a psychologist named Stephen LaBerge, who's been studying lucid dreaming for years, fighting an uphill battle for legitimacy in a field that generally considers the topic fringe science at best, pseudoscientific nonsense at worst. The problem is fundamental. Dreams are inherently subjective, private experiences. You can report having been aware in a dream, can describe the experience in detail, and can swear it really happened. But how can researchers verify this? How can they prove that you were actually conscious during REM sleep and not just creating false memories upon waking or misunderstanding normal dream confusion for genuine awareness? For most of scientific history, this verification problem has seemed insurmountable. You can't directly access someone else's subjective experience. You can't peer into their sleeping mind and see whether awareness is present. All you have is their report, and reports are notoriously unreliable, subject to false memories, confabulation, and wishful thinking. LaBerge's solution is elegant in its simplicity. Create a prearranged signal that can only be produced deliberately, then have lucid dreamers execute that signal while dreaming. If the signal appears on the recording equipment at the right time, during REM sleep when dreams are occurring, it proves that the person was conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately, that they weren't just passively experiencing random dream imagery, but were actively aware and capable of volitional action. The specific signal you've agreed on is eye movement. During REM sleep, most of the body's voluntary muscles are paralyzed. This is why you don't physically act out your dreams, why you don't actually run or fight or fly despite dreaming about these actions. But the muscles controlling eye movement aren't paralyzed. They remain active, and their movements during dreams can be detected by the sensors near your eyes. Before going to sleep tonight, you and LaBerge reviewed the signal one more time. If you become lucid in a dream, you'll deliberately move your eyes in a specific pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right, several times in quick succession. This pattern is distinctive enough that it won't be confused with the random eye movements that occur during normal REM sleep. If it appears on the recording during an REM period, it will be objective, verifiable evidence that you were conscious and capable of executing a planned action while dreaming. The first night produces nothing useful. You sleep, but it's not your normal sleep. The laboratory environment is too unfamiliar, the wires too constraining, and your awareness of being observed too present. You have dreams, vague and forgettable, with no lucidity. You wake feeling unrested and slightly discouraged. The second night is similar. You're more comfortable with the setup, but that doesn't translate into lucid dreams. You have one moment that might have been brief awareness. You were dreaming about being in a classroom and something seemed odd, but you can't remember whether you actually recognized it as a dream or just felt confused within the dream narrative. Either way, you didn't think to signal, so there's no data. By the third night, you're starting to worry that you've lost whatever knack you had for lucid dreaming. You've had them spontaneously before, that's why you were recruited for this study. But the pressure to perform seems to be interfering with the spontaneity these dreams require. You're trying too hard, thinking about it too much, and that very effort is preventing the state you're trying to achieve. LeBurge, reading your frustration, suggests a different approach for the fourth night. Stop trying so hard, he says. Just go to sleep normally. If you happen to become lucid, great, send the signal. If not, that's fine too. No pressure. It's good advice, though paradoxical, trying to not try, deliberately cultivating an attitude of relaxed indifference. You follow his suggestion, approaching sleep with less determination and more openness. You do your usual pre-sleep routine, reviewing the signal pattern to make sure you remember it, and setting a gentle intention to recognize dreams as dreams, but not forcing or straining. Then you just let go, allowing sleep to come naturally rather than pursuing it. The dream begins in a shopping mall, which should immediately seem odd since you're sleeping in a laboratory. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable. You're walking through corridors lined with stores looking for something. You're not quite sure what. The stores keep changing their positions. One moment the bookstore is on your left. The next time you look, it's on your right. Or maybe it's not there at all, but replaced with a clothing store you don't recognise. These shifting positions should be your first clue, and finally, they are. The inconsistency triggers the questioning habit you've built through months of reality testing. Am I dreaming? You check your hands, holding them up to examine them. They look strange. The fingers seem too long. Or is it that your palms are too small? The proportions are somehow wrong, shifting when you try to focus on them. You try to remember how you got here, and the memory is vague, fragmentary, and impossible to pin down. Yes, you realise with sudden clarity, I'm definitely dreaming. And then, crucially, you remember. You're in the sleep lab. You're participating in research. You're supposed to send a signal. This is harder than it sounds in theory. In the dream, you don't have a body lying in a lab bed with electrodes attached. You have a body standing in a shopping mall fully engaged with that environment. To move your actual physical eyes, you have to somehow reach through the dream to the physical body you're not currently experiencing that exists in a different layer of reality that's only peripherally accessible. You focus, concentrating on your real eyes rather than your dream eyes. It feels like trying to move a limb that's fallen asleep. You know it's there. You can feel it distantly, but the connection is fuzzy and indirect. You visualize the pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right. And then you do it, or at least you try to do it, moving what you hope are your actual eyes in the agreed upon pattern, repeating it several times to make sure it's clear and deliberate. The mall continues around you. Nothing in the dream changes in response to the eye movements. They're happening in a different reality, affecting your physical body in the laboratory, rather than your dream body in the mall. But you feel a sense of accomplishment, of having completed the task. You've sent the message from inside the dream to the outside world. bridging the gap between sleeping and waking reality in a measurable way. The dream continues for a while longer. You explore the mall, conscious throughout that you're dreaming, marvelling at the detail and coherence of the environment your sleeping mind has created. You try some simple experiments, willing a door to appear in a blank wall, which works, trying to fly, which doesn't, and changing the colour of your clothing, which works but takes more effort than you expected. The lucid dream remains stable and vivid for what feels like several minutes before you drift into non-lucid dreaming and eventually wake. In the morning, when the researchers review the recording equipment, there's carefully controlled excitement in the laboratory. The polysomnograph traces show clear REM sleep during the period when you reported having the lucid dream. And there, unmistakable in the eye movement recording, is the signal pattern you sent: left, right, left, right, left, right, appearing multiple times during REM sleep, exactly when and where it should be if your report of lucid dreaming is accurate. For the first time, someone has sent a message from inside a dream to the outside world, proving through objective measurement that they were conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately while asleep. The signal appears during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking, but the body is paralysed and the eyes are moving rapidly. This rules out the possibility that you are actually awake or in some lighter stage of sleep. You are genuinely dreaming, as proven by the REM indicators, but you are also conscious and volitional, as proven by the deliberate signal. This experiment, repeated over the following months and years with multiple subjects, will finally establish lucid dreaming as a legitimate phenomenon worthy of serious scientific study. It confirms what Tibetan monks have claimed for centuries, what medieval mystics reported, and what curious philosophers suspected. Consciousness can persist during sleep. You can be aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, and with practice this state can be reliably accessed and studied. The implications extend beyond just proving that lucid dreams exist. The research demonstrates that REM sleep isn't simply an unconscious state, where random neural firing produces meaningless dream imagery. It's a state where complex cognition can occur, where awareness can be maintained, and where voluntary action is possible. The sleeper isn't passive, but can actively engage with their dream experience, can remember intentions formed while awake, can execute planned actions, and can observe and report on their mental state. This opens up new questions and possibilities. If people can be conscious during dreams, what can they learn about consciousness itself by investigating this state? Can lucid dreaming be used therapeutically, helping people with nightmares or trauma? Can it be trained systematically, or does it require some innate capacity? What are the neural mechanisms that allow awareness to persist during REM sleep when it usually doesn't? How does the brain maintain that dual state of being asleep but also conscious? For you personally, participating in this research has been transformative. You've gone from someone who occasionally had interesting dreams to someone actively investigating the nature of consciousness through direct experience. The laboratory setting, far from diminishing the phenomenon, has made it more real, more legitimate. Your subjective experience now has objective validation. What you feel and observe in lucid dreams corresponds to measurable changes in brain activity and to detectable signals in the physical world. Over the following weeks, you'll return to the lab several more times, contributing more data to the growing body of evidence. You'll get better at signalling from dreams, sometimes sending complex messages, different numbers of eye movements to indicate different things, and responding to external stimuli that the researchers present during your sleep. You'll help map the relationship between subjective experience and objective measurement, between what lucid dreaming feels like and what it looks like on the monitoring equipment. And you'll take the techniques home with you, continuing to practice lucid dreaming in your normal life, free from electrodes and laboratories. The research has given you confidence that this isn't wishful thinking or self-deception, but a real, verifiable state of consciousness that can be cultivated and explored. Every night becomes an opportunity for investigation, for experiencing consciousness in an altered mode, and for learning something new about how awareness works when freed from its usual constraints. You're a modern person living in a time when lucid dreaming has moved from mysticism to mainstream, from forbidden knowledge to Reddit threads and YouTube tutorials. The information is freely available. Techniques that monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices are now explained in blog posts with titles like 5 Easy Steps to Your First Lucid Dream. The democratization is wonderful and slightly overwhelming, and you've decided you want to learn this skill for yourself. Your motivations are personal and ordinary rather than mystical or scientific. You're not seeking spiritual enlightenment or trying to prove theories about consciousness. You're simply curious about the experience itself, about what it might reveal about your own mind, and about the possibility of exploring these nightly landscapes with full awareness rather than passive confusion. You start with the basics, the same advice that gets repeated across dozens of sources because it actually works. Keep a dream journal. You buy a notebook specifically for this purpose. Keep it on your nightstand next to a pen and commit to writing in it every single morning before doing anything else. Before checking your phone, before getting out of bed, before your mind fully engages with the day, you spend a few minutes recording whatever you remember from the night. At first, there's almost nothing. Dreamed something about water is a typical entry for the first week. Felt anxious about something. Can't remember what. Fragments of conversation with someone I didn't recognise. The gaps are frustrating. You know you must have dreamed. Everyone dreams multiple times each night, but the memories slip away like smoke, leaving only the faintest traces. But you persist, and gradually something interesting happens. The habit of paying attention, of telling yourself that dreams matter enough to record, seems to strengthen the bridge between sleeping and waking memory. After 2 weeks you're writing full sentences. After a month you're filling half a page most mornings, sometimes more. The dreams aren't necessarily more vivid. They're just more accessible, easier to remember, and their details more stable in memory. You start noticing patterns. You have recurring dream signs, things that happen in dreams but never in waking life. You're frequently back in your childhood home, even though you haven't lived there in years. You often can't find your car in parking lots, or you discover you can breathe underwater, or you're trying to read but the text keeps changing. These repeated elements are valuable because they can become triggers for lucidity, dream signs that might help you recognize when you're dreaming. Next, you add reality testing to your practice. This technique feels deeply silly at first, asking yourself, am I dreaming? While you're obviously, undeniably awake. You're sitting at your desk drinking coffee, or standing in line at the grocery store, or walking your dog in the park. Of course you're not dreaming. Everything is completely normal and consistent and clearly real. But you do the tests anyway, building the habit that might eventually carry over into sleep. You check your hands, looking for the kind of anomalies people report in dreams. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, looking at a sign or label, looking away, and looking back to confirm it hasn't changed. You attempt to remember how you got to where you are, checking whether your memory of the past few minutes is clear and logical or vague and discontinuous. You set alarms on your phone to remind you to reality test throughout the day. At first, you need these reminders, but gradually the questioning becomes more automatic. You find yourself spontaneously checking reality during transitions, when you enter a new room, when you start a new activity, or whenever something slightly unexpected happens. The habit is forming, embedding itself into your daily awareness patterns. The technique that finally works for you is called mild, mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. It was developed by Stephen LaBerge, the same researcher who conducted the eye movement experiments, and it's elegantly simple in concept, though it requires practice to execute well. As you're falling asleep at night, you repeat a simple phrase to yourself. The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming. You don't force it or concentrate hard. That would keep you awake. You just let it cycle gently through your mind, a quiet intention you're planting in your consciousness as it transitions towards sleep. Sometimes you visualize recognizing a dream, imagining the moment of awareness, though you keep this light and relaxed rather than intense. The first 2 weeks of practicing mild produce nothing obvious, though you do notice your dream recall continuing to improve and your dreams becoming slightly more vivid. The third week, you have a dream where you briefly wonder if you might be dreaming, though you decide you're not and continue with the dream narrative. It's progress. Even though it doesn't result in full lucidity, at least the question arose, and at least some part of your sleeping mind was paying attention to the possibility. And then, on the 23rd night of practice, it happens. You're dreaming that you're back in your childhood home, which should be an immediate dream sign since you know you don't live there anymore. You're in the kitchen, and the layout is wrong. The refrigerator is on the opposite wall from where it should be, and there's a door that leads directly outside when there should be a hallway. These inconsistencies don't immediately register as significant, protected by that fog of dream logic that makes impossibilities seem reasonable. But then you notice your hands as you're reaching for something, and they look strange. Slightly transparent maybe? Or is it that they're flickering slightly, unstable in a way hands shouldn't be? The strangeness triggers the question you've been training yourself to ask. Am I dreaming? You look at your hands more carefully. The fingers are too long, or maybe your palms are too narrow. The proportions are somehow wrong in ways you can't quite articulate. You try counting your fingers, and the number keeps shifting. 5, 6, 4, 7, 5 again. Each time you try to focus on a specific finger, it seems to split or merge or simply refuse to be counted consistently. The recognition arrives with remarkable gentleness, without the shock or surprise you expected. Oh, I'm dreaming. It feels natural, obvious even, like remembering something you'd temporarily forgotten rather than discovering something new. The childhood kitchen remains around you, perfectly solid and detailed. The wrongly placed refrigerator is still there, the impossible door is still there, but your relationship to all of it has shifted. You understand now that you're lying in your actual bed, in your actual apartment, safely asleep. This kitchen exists only in your mind, constructed from memories and imagination, having no physical reality anywhere. You've read enough to know not to get too excited, not to let strong emotions destabilize the dream. You stay calm, maintaining that gentle awareness, simply observing this state you've worked so hard to achieve. The dream remains stable around you. You can feel both your dream body standing in the kitchen and distantly your actual body in bed. The dual awareness is strange and fascinating, like being in two places simultaneously. You try the simplest form of dream control you've read about, changing something small. You look at the refrigerator, white, standard, nothing special, and decide it should be red, bright, fire engine red. You look away toward the window, holding that intention lightly, then look back at the refrigerator. It's changed. Not quite the brilliant red you visualized, more of a brick red, darker and less vivid, but it's definitely red instead of white. This small success fills you with quiet satisfaction. You've influenced the dream through simple intention. You're not just observing this altered state of consciousness, you're participating in it, shaping it, albeit in modest ways. You spend the rest of the dream, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, though time is hard to judge in dreams, simply exploring. You walk through the house, noting how it's simultaneously familiar and strange, how your sleeping mind has reconstructed it imperfectly, mixing memories from different time periods, adding elements that never existed, and creating a composite version rather than a faithful reproduction. When you try to leave through the impossible door, you find yourself in a garden that existed at a completely different house from your childhood. Dream geography follows its own rules, unbound by physical reality. You accept this without confusion or concern, simply noting it as an interesting feature of how dreams work. The lucidity ends when you make the mistake of thinking too hard about it, wondering how long you've been lucid, trying to estimate if you're breaking any personal records. The analytical thinking disrupts the delicate balance of awareness, and you slip back into ordinary dreaming, the clarity dissolving like fog in sunlight. When you wake the next morning, you immediately reach for your dream journal, capturing every detail while the memory is still fresh. You remember the kitchen, the strange hands, and the moment of recognition. You remember changing the refrigerator's colour, walking through the house and finding the garden from a different childhood home. Most importantly, you remember what it felt like, that dual awareness, that sense of being simultaneously asleep and awake, dreaming and observing dreams. Over the following weeks, you have more lucid dreams, not every night, not even most nights, but with increasing frequency as you continue your practice. Each one teaches you something about how this state works, about your own consciousness, and about how it operates under altered conditions. You learn that strong emotions tend to wake you up, so you practice staying calm regardless of what happens in the dream. You learn that logical thinking can end the lucidity, so you stay present and observational rather than analytical. You learn that the dream responds to expectation. If you expect something to be difficult, it usually is. But if you approach dream control with easy confidence, changes happen more smoothly. You discover personal variations in how the techniques work for you. Looking away and back with intention works well for small changes, but not large ones. Spinning in the dream seems to reset things, sometimes deepening the lucidity, sometimes providing scene changes. Rubbing your dream hands together helps stabilize the dream when it's starting to fade. These are your own discoveries, techniques that work for your particular mind, even though they might not work the same way for others. Most importantly, you learn that lucid dreaming isn't really about control in the way you initially imagined. It's not about treating dreams as virtual reality playgrounds, where you can do whatever you want without consequences. The most profound experiences come not from manipulating the dream, but from simply being present in it, fully conscious in this altered state, observing how your mind creates entire worlds from memory and imagination. You start using lucid dreams for purposes beyond just having interesting experiences. When you're worried about a difficult conversation you need to have, you rehearse it in a lucid dream, trying different approaches, practicing staying calm. When you're stuck on a creative project, you bring the problem into a lucid dream and let your sleeping mind approach it from unusual angles, making connections you wouldn't think of while awake. You use lucid dreams to face fears in safe environments. You're anxious about public speaking, so in dreams you practice giving presentations to dream audiences, learning to stay calm when the old panic starts to rise. The practice doesn't eliminate the waking anxiety, but it helps, giving you a space to work with the fear when the stakes aren't real. And sometimes you use lucid dreams for pure exploration and wonder, flying through impossible landscapes, visiting places you've never been, and experiencing sensations that have no waking equivalent. You swim through the air like water, walk on clouds that support your weight, and visit Mars or ancient Rome or entirely imaginary locations constructed from your mind's own creativity. But always, underneath the specific content, there's that fundamental fascination with the state itself, the fact that you can be aware while asleep, the strange divided consciousness where you're simultaneously dreaming and knowing you're dreaming. The way this reveals something essential about the flexibility and layered nature of awareness, about how consciousness isn't a simple binary, but a spectrum of different states and configurations. You're not a monk or a philosopher or a scientist. You're just a person who's learned to pay attention to an aspect of experience that most people ignore or dismiss. But in doing so, you've discovered a whole domain of consciousness to explore, a laboratory within your own mind where you can investigate awareness, memory, perception, and the nature of self through direct experience. You're lying in bed tonight, in whatever city or town you call home, and you're connected to something ancient and strange that reaches back tens of thousands of years. As you drift towards sleep, you're participating in a quiet revolution in human understanding. The gradual discovery of how to maintain consciousness through the transition into dreams, how to become aware within sleep, and how to explore the landscapes your mind creates every night. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams is really the story of how humans learn to understand consciousness itself, its flexibility, its layers, and its capacity for awareness even in radically altered states. From those first cave dwellers who saw no firm boundary between sleeping and waking, who ran with painted animals through impossible grasslands, through centuries of Egyptian sleep temples and Greek philosophers recording their visions, through Tibetan monks practicing recognition and medieval mystics experiencing spontaneous lucidity, through Enlightenment scientists systematically observing their own sleeping minds and modern researchers finally proving the phenomenon with objective measurements. People have been fascinated by this nightly transformation we all undergo. The techniques have been refined and systematized over this vast sweep of time. Ancient Egyptians discovered that environment and intention could influence dreams, though they interpreted this through theological frameworks. Tibetan monks developed sophisticated practices for maintaining awareness during sleep, understanding lucid dreaming as preparation for death and as a demonstration that all experience is fundamentally mind-created. Greek and later European philosophers recognized that paying attention to dreams changed the dreams themselves, that the act of observation influenced what was observed. Modern sleep science has demystified lucid dreaming while also confirming its reality. We know now that it occurs primarily during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking but the body is paralyzed. We know that certain brain regions associated with self-awareness and working memory become more active during lucid dreams than during ordinary dreams. We know that it can be trained systematically, that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, and that individual differences exist, but most people can learn to some degree. But beneath all the scientific understanding, the fundamental experience remains what it's always been. That moment of recognition within a dream, that strange dual awareness of being asleep and knowing it, that sense of consciousness operating in an altered mode where the usual rules don't apply. What's changed dramatically is accessibility. For most of human history, lucid dreaming was either accidental or required dedication to specialized practices, months in monasteries, apprenticeship to experienced teachers, and elaborate rituals and preparations. The knowledge was limited, often kept secret, and sometimes considered dangerous or heretical. Only a relative handful of people ever learned these techniques, or even knew they existed. Now the information is available to anyone with internet access. The techniques that Tibetan monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices can be learned from websites and YouTube videos. The systematic approaches that early scientists developed through painstaking self-observation have been refined and simplified into methods that work for most people willing to put in the effort. The barrier to entry has dropped from years of dedicated practice under expert guidance to a few weeks of consistent effort following clear instructions. You don't need to be spiritually gifted or intellectually exceptional. You don't need expensive equipment or professional guidance. You just need patience, consistency, and genuine curiosity about your own consciousness. Keep a dream journal, writing down whatever you remember every morning, training your mind to maintain that bridge between sleeping and waking memory. Test reality during the day, building the habit of questioning your state of consciousness, creating a pattern that will eventually carry over into dreams. Set gentle intentions as you fall asleep, not forcing or straining, but simply planting the seed of awareness in your mind as it transitions towards sleep. Notice the moments between waking and sleeping, paying attention to what consciousness feels like during that liminal transition. The results vary considerably between individuals, and this variation is normal and perfectly fine. Some people have their first lucid dream within days of starting practice. The recognition comes easily, almost naturally, as if they'd always had the capacity but simply needed permission to notice it. Others practice diligently for months before achieving clear awareness. Some find that lucid dreams happen spontaneously and frequently once they start paying attention to their dream life. Others have occasional lucid moments but never develop reliable control or sustained awareness. These differences don't indicate failure or lack of ability. They reflect the natural variation in human consciousness, the fact that people's minds work differently, respond to different techniques, and have different baseline tendencies towards self-reflection during sleep. The goal isn't to become some kind of lucid dreaming expert, logging hundreds of controlled dreams and mastering advanced techniques. The goal is simply to explore this aspect of consciousness, to learn what your particular mind does while you sleep, and to discover what's possible for you specifically. Tonight, as you approach sleep, you might hold a gentle question in mind. What will I dream about? Or perhaps, will I recognize when I'm dreaming? The specific question matters less than the attitude of curious attention it represents. You're not demanding anything from your sleeping mind, not forcing awareness or control. You're simply leaving the door open, creating space for recognition to arise naturally if it will. The question floats in your mind as your breathing slows and deepens, as your body releases the tensions of the day, and as your thoughts begin to fragment and drift. Somewhere in that transition, consciousness shifts into a different mode. Your brain begins generating the vivid imagery and narrative that we call dreams, constructing entire worlds from memories and imagination, creating experiences that feel completely real, even though they're entirely mental constructions. Usually you'd experience these dreams without recognizing them for what they are, immersed in the narrative, accepting impossibilities as natural, feeling emotions, and making decisions within the dream logic that seems reasonable at the time but would make no sense from a waking perspective. This is the ordinary default mode of dreaming, complete immersion without reflection, consciousness without self-awareness. But perhaps, if you've been practicing the techniques, if you've built the habits of reality testing and dream journaling and gentle intention setting, tonight might be different. Perhaps at some point in your dreams, something will trigger that question. Am I dreaming? Perhaps you'll notice hands that look wrong, or text that changes when you look away and back, or an impossibility that catches your attention despite the dream fog. Perhaps you'll remember, while asleep, to check whether you're sleeping, and if that recognition comes, if you have that moment of awareness where you understand I'm dreaming, you'll be joining a tradition as old as human consciousness itself. You'll be experiencing what shamans and mystics and philosophers have experienced across cultures and centuries. You'll be touching the same mystery that ancient Egyptians explored in sleep temples, that Tibetan monks cultivated through meditation, and that modern scientists have finally proven and begun to understand. The moment itself is simple and profound. You're simultaneously asleep and awake, unconscious and aware, creating and observing your own mental experience. Your consciousness is examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. It's a state that reveals something fundamental about the flexibility of human consciousness, about how we're not locked into a single mode of being, but can shift and reconfigure, can maintain awareness across different states, and can be present and observant regardless of whether we're awake or asleep. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams isn't finished. It continues tonight, in bedrooms around the world, as people drift towards sleep with varying degrees of intention and awareness. Some approach sleep as always, paying no attention to dreams, letting consciousness shut down completely without reflection or observation. Others are practicing the techniques, building the habits, and gradually learning to maintain threads of awareness through the transition into sleep. You're part of this ongoing story now. Whether you have lucid dreams tonight or next week or next month or never, you've been introduced to the possibility. You know now what previous generations learned, that consciousness doesn't have to shut down completely during sleep, that awareness can persist in altered forms, that the boundary between waking and sleeping is more permeable than it appears. Lucid dreaming doesn't offer magic powers or access to mystical realms, despite what some enthusiastic advocates might claim. It doesn't let you predict the future or communicate with spirits or access cosmic knowledge hidden from waking consciousness. What it offers is perhaps more valuable: direct experience of how consciousness works, how awareness can persist and observe even while the logical mind rests, how expectation and intention shape reality in profound ways, how the boundary between self and experience is more fluid and constructed than we usually assume. When you become aware in a dream, you're not discovering some external truth about the universe. You're discovering something about yourself, about how your own mind operates, about the extraordinary capacity for consciousness to fold back on itself, to watch itself, to be simultaneously the experiencer and the observer of experience. This self-reflexive awareness, this consciousness of consciousness, is one of the most remarkable features of human cognition, and lucid dreaming provides a unique laboratory for exploring it. As you fall asleep tonight, you're participating in an ancient investigation into the nature of mind. Your sleeping brain will create worlds, process memories, work through problems, rehearse scenarios, and generate the vivid experiences we call dreams. And perhaps, with practice and patience, you'll find yourself aware within those worlds, conscious enough to observe, to explore, to marvel at the extraordinary machinery of your own consciousness. The control part, changing dreams, directing action, creating specific scenarios, that's interesting, but ultimately secondary. The real gift of lucid dreaming is the awareness itself, the moment of recognition, the understanding that you're dreaming while the dream continues, that strange peaceful state where you're simultaneously asleep and awake, creating and observing, lost and found in the landscapes of your own mind. Sweet dreams. And if you happen to find yourself wondering whether you're dreaming while a dream unfolds around you, if you have that moment of questioning, that brief flicker of recognition, you'll be touching something profound. You'll be experiencing consciousness examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. The answer to "Am I dreaming?" is no. Right now, as you read this, you're awake, engaged with text on a page or screen, fully conscious in the ordinary waking sense. But in a few hours, when sleep has claimed you and your mind is generating its nightly visions, the answer might be different. You might find yourself in an impossible landscape, living through an impossible situation, and some part of your mind might remember to ask that simple question. And in that moment of asking, of genuinely questioning your state of consciousness, rather than automatically assuming you're awake, you might discover the answer is yes. Yes, you're dreaming, and yes, you're aware of it, and yes, you can observe this strange state, can explore it, can learn from it, can marvel at the fact that consciousness continues even when rationality sleeps. Your mind will create entire worlds tonight. Whether you're aware of them or lost in them, whether you recognize them as dreams or accept them as reality, whether you observe or simply experience, all of this happens every time you sleep. The only question is whether you'll remember, whether you'll know, whether that spark of awareness will arise in the darkness and illuminate the fact that you're conscious even in sleep. The gift is available, the techniques work, the state is real and accessible. All that remains is practice, patience, and that gentle curiosity about what lies behind your closed eyes each night. Welcome to the dream. May you recognize it for what it is. Picture yourself stepping off a time machine into ancient Rome, circa 100 AD. The first thing that hits you isn't the grandeur of the Colosseum or the marble majesty of the Forum, it's the smell. That peculiar cocktail of unwashed bodies, fermented fish sauce, and something you can't quite identify but suspect involves bodily functions, mingles with incense and olive oil in ways that would make a modern nose surrender immediately. You'd think a civilization that built aqueducts spanning hundreds of miles and invented concrete that still puzzles engineers today, would have figured out basic hygiene. Well, they did. Sort of. The Romans had their own ideas about cleanliness, and some of them would make you grateful for antibacterial soap and indoor plumbing. Take their approach to bathing, for instance. The Romans not only bathed, but also transformed it into a social gathering that could rival any local book club. The public baths, or thermae, weren't just places to get clean. They were community centres, gossip hubs, business meeting spots, and occasionally places where you might actually encounter water and soap. Think of them as ancient shopping malls, except instead of Orange Julius, you had pools of varying temperatures, and instead of Spencer's, you had rooms where people scraped oil and dirt off each other with metal tools. But here's where it becomes interesting. Romans believed that hot water opened your pores to let the bad spirits out, while cold water snapped them shut to keep the good spirits in. This wasn't just folklore, it was medical theory endorsed by their most respected physicians. So your typical Roman bath experience involved a carefully choreographed dance between the caldarium, hot room, tepidarium, warm room, and frigidarium, cold room, like some ancient version of a Swedish sauna routine designed by committee. The wealthy Romans had their private baths at home, complete with hypocaust heating systems that channeled hot air through the walls and floors. Imagine having heated floors in 100 AD while most of the world was still figuring out how to make fire reliably. Yet these same innovative people thought that sharing bath water with dozens of strangers was perfectly hygienic. The water in public baths was changed infrequently, sometimes only once a day, sometimes less. By afternoon, you weren't so much bathing as marinating in a human soup that would horrify any modern health inspector, and then there were the slaves whose job it was to help with the bathing process. These weren't just attendants handing out towels, they were skilled craftspeople of cleanliness, wielding strigils, curved metal scrapers that removed the oil, dirt, and dead skin that accumulated on Roman bodies. The wealthy would coat themselves in olive oil, then have slaves scrape it all off, taking the grime with it. It was effective, sure, but imagine explaining to your modern dermatologist that your skincare routine involves having someone scrape you down with what amounts to a medieval back scratcher. The Romans also had some fascinating ideas about dental hygiene. They brushed their teeth with twigs. Specifically, they chewed on aromatic twigs until one end frayed into a brush-like texture, then used that to clean their teeth. The good news is that the technique actually worked reasonably well. The troubling news is that their favourite toothpaste was made from powdered mouse brains, crushed bones, and sometimes human urine. Portuguese urine was considered particularly effective, which raises all sorts of questions about ancient trade routes and quality control standards. But perhaps most puzzling of all was their relationship with perfume. Romans doused themselves in scented oils and perfumes with the enthusiasm of teenagers discovering body spray for the first time. They had different scents for their hair, arms, and feet. Walking through ancient Rome must have been like navigating a cosmetics section in a department store, except with more togas and considerably more creative interpretations of what constituted pleasant fragrance. Now let's talk about something that every Roman had to deal with, but no one particularly wanted to discuss at dinner parties: using the bathroom. If you found Roman bathing habits to be communal, you might be interested in learning about their approach to toilets. Roman public latrines combined engineering marvels with social awkwardness. Picture a long marble bench with round holes cut into it, positioned over flowing water that carried waste away. So far, so good. It's basically an ancient sewage system. But here's the catch. There were no dividers, no doors, and no privacy screens. There was just a row of holes where Romans would sit side by side, conducting business, and presumably discussing the weather or the latest gladiator match. The arrangement wasn't considered strange or embarrassing. In fact, it was another social activity. Romans would chat, conduct business deals, and catch up on gossip while attending to their bodily needs. Imagine trying to negotiate a grain shipment contract while sitting on a communal toilet with your neighbour. It puts a whole new spin on the phrase, getting down to business. The most interesting part is that they used something other than toilet paper, which was invented a millennium later. Romans used a communal sponge on a stick called a xylospongium. Yes, you read that correctly, a shared sponge. After use, it was rinsed in the flowing water channel that ran in front of the toilets, then left for the next person. This system worked well enough from a hygiene standpoint, since the flowing water kept things relatively clean, but the social implications are staggering. You had to time your bathroom visits not just based on your needs, but on when you could psychologically handle using the community sponge. Wealthy Romans had their own private toilets, often beautifully decorated affairs with mosaics and frescoes. Some featured images of Fortuna, the goddess of luck, because apparently even bathroom humour was a thing in ancient Rome. These private facilities usually emptied into the same sewer system as the public ones, flowing eventually into the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, which was one of Rome's genuine engineering marvels and still functions today. But Romans had some peculiar superstitions about bathroom activities. They believed that evil spirits lurked in sewers and might emerge through toilet holes to cause mischief. To ward them off, many Romans wore amulets or muttered protective charms before sitting down. There's something endearing about a civilization that conquered most of the known world, but still worried about sewer demons sneaking up on them during vulnerable moments. The really wealthy took bathroom security seriously. Some installed elaborate wind chimes and bells near their toilets, believing the noise would frighten away any supernatural toilet lurkers. Others hired slaves whose job was essentially to be professional bathroom attendants, not just for cleanliness, but for spiritual protection. Imagine having toilet bodyguard on your ancient Roman resume. Personal hygiene after using the facilities was handled with scented oils and perfumes. Romans would clean themselves and then apply various aromatic substances to mask any lingering odours. These practices led to some interesting combinations. You might encounter someone who smelled like a mixture of rose oil, myrrh, and whatever had happened in the latrine 20 minutes earlier. Ancient Rome captivated the senses, often in unexpected ways. The Romans also had public urinals called foricae, positioned throughout the city. These were simple stone or ceramic vessels where men could relieve themselves. The urine wasn't wasted, it was collected and sold to fullers, dry ancient cleaners, who used it to clean clothing and whiten togas. Urine contains ammonia, which is actually quite effective for cleaning, so the collection wasn't just gross recycling, it was practical chemistry. Still, imagine the job interview process for becoming a professional urine collector. Women had their own challenges with Roman bathroom culture. They were generally excluded from public toilets and had to rely on private facilities or chamber pots at home. This meant that Roman women rarely ventured far from home without carefully planning their routes around available bathroom facilities. It was an early form of urban planning that took biological needs into account, though not equally for all citizens. Roman society was built on rigid class distinctions, and nowhere was this more apparent than in their hygiene practices. Your cleanliness level wasn't just about personal preference, it was an advertisement of your social status, broadcast through scent, skin condition, and the quality of oil glistening on your freshly scraped body. At the top of the hygiene pyramid sat the wealthy patricians, who treated cleanliness like a competitive sport. These folks didn't just bathe, they orchestrated elaborate cleansing rituals that would make modern spa treatments look like a quick rinse in the garden sprinkler. A wealthy Roman's day might begin with slaves applying various oils and unguents, followed by a leisurely trip to their private baths, then more oils, a visit to the public baths for socialising, then even more oils and perfumes for the evening's entertainment. The oils themselves were a hierarchy of their own. The cheapest bath oil was made from olives, functional but hardly luxurious. Moving up the social ladder, you'd find oils infused with roses, violets, or other flowers. At the very top were exotic imported oils from India and the Far East, scented with spices that cost more than most Romans earned in a year. These premium oils weren't just applied randomly. Wealthy Romans had personal cosmete, slaves who specialised in the application of cosmetics and scented oils with the precision of ancient perfumers. But here's where Roman hygiene becomes really interesting. They believed that different scents could affect your personality and health. Lavender oil was thought to promote wisdom, while rose oil enhanced beauty and charm. Myrrh was considered especially powerful for warding off diseases, which led to some Romans smelling like they'd been embalmed. The really paranoid wealthy would layer multiple protective scents, creating personal aromatic signatures that you could smell coming from 3 blocks away. Middle-class Romans, the plebeians with decent jobs, had their hygiene strategies. They couldn't afford the exotic oils, but they made do with olive oil and local herbs. Many grew their own aromatic plants specifically for bathing. Mint, rosemary and thyme were popular choices. These Romans typically visited public baths several times a week, timing their visits for the hours when the water was freshest and the crowds were thinnest. They developed their own social codes around bath etiquette, including elaborate systems for sharing the limited supply of strigils and determining who got to use the best spots in each room. The working poor had the most creative approaches to hygiene. Many couldn't afford regular trips to the public baths, so they developed alternatives that ranged from clever to desperate. Some would collect rainwater for washing, heating it over small fires in their cramped apartments. Others would visit the baths during the cheapest hours, usually late in the day when the water was questionable but the prices were reduced. Many simply made do with quick washes at public fountains, using whatever soap they could afford or make themselves from animal fat and ash. Slaves occupied the most complex position in the Roman hygiene hierarchy. The house slaves of wealthy families often had better access to bathing facilities than free Romans of lower classes, but only because cleanliness was part of their job requirements. Nobody wanted a smelly slave serving dinner or handling expensive clothing. These slaves often knew more about cosmetics and hygiene techniques than their masters, having learned through daily practice. Some earned their freedom by becoming professional bath attendants or cosmeti, turning their enforced expertise into economic opportunity. The military had its own hygiene culture. Roman soldiers were required to maintain certain cleanliness standards, not just for health, but for discipline. Military camps included bathing facilities and latrine systems that were often more advanced than those found in civilian settlements. Soldiers developed efficient group bathing techniques and shared resources for soap and oil. But they also had to adapt to campaign conditions where proper bathing might be impossible for weeks at a time. Military hygiene was about functionality over luxury, though successful generals often celebrated victories with elaborate communal baths for their troops. Even gladiators had their place in the hygiene hierarchy. These professional fighters were valuable property, so their owners invested in keeping them clean and healthy. Gladiator schools included sophisticated bathing facilities, and gladiators often had access to medical care and specialized oils for treating training injuries. But the irony wasn't lost on Romans. Here were slaves and criminals who had better hygiene facilities than many free citizens, simply because they were profitable entertainment. Roman medical theory regarding hygiene was a fascinating blend of practical observation, philosophical speculation, and what can only be described as enthusiastic guesswork. Roman physicians, trained in Greek traditions but adding their own cultural interpretations, developed hygiene practices that were simultaneously advanced and utterly baffling. The foundation of Roman medical hygiene rested on the theory of humours, the belief that human health depended on balancing 4 bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to this system, different types of dirt and contamination could upset your humoral balance, leading to illness, madness, or worse. This meant that how you cleaned yourself wasn't just about removing grime, it was about maintaining cosmic harmony within your body. Roman doctors prescribed specific bathing temperatures for different ailments and personality types. If you were naturally choleric, hot-tempered, you needed cool baths to balance your excess yellow bile. Melancholic people required hot baths to counteract their cold, dry nature. But here's where it gets complicated. The same doctor might prescribe hot baths in the morning and cold baths in the evening, depending on the phase of the moon, the season, and what you'd eaten for lunch. Roman bath prescriptions could be more complex than modern chemotherapy protocols. The medical establishment also had strong opinions about sweating. Roman physicians believed that sweat carried away harmful vapours and corrupted humours, making it essential for health. This perspective led to some interesting treatments. Patients with certain conditions were prescribed sessions in the hottest rooms of the baths, sometimes for hours at a time, sweating out their illness. Others were given exercises designed to produce specific types of sweat: gentle perspiration for delicate constitutions, vigorous sweating for robust patients. There were even specialists who claimed they could diagnose diseases by examining and smelling a patient's sweat patterns. Oil played a central role in Roman medical hygiene theory. Different oils were thought to have specific therapeutic properties that went beyond mere cleanliness. Olive oil was considered warming and moistening, beneficial for dry skin conditions and cold humours. Rose oil was cooling and beautifying, prescribed for hot-natured individuals and skin inflammations. But the real medical stars were the exotic imported oils. Balsam from Judea was believed to cure headaches and promote wisdom. Nard from India was prescribed for depression and anxiety. These weren't just pleasant scents. They were considered legitimate medicines. Roman doctors also had elaborate theories about when and how to bathe for optimal health. Most believed that bathing immediately after eating was dangerous, as it could disrupt digestion and cause the food to corrupt in your stomach. The recommended waiting period varied from 2 to 4 hours, depending on what you'd eaten and your constitutional type. Some physicians prescribed pre-bath exercises to open the pores properly, while others recommended specific breathing techniques during bathing to ensure proper circulation of vital spirits. The relationship between diet and hygiene was considered crucial. Roman medical texts are full of warnings about foods that could make your sweat smell foul or cause your skin to break out. Garlic and onions were thought to produce corrupt humour that emerged through the skin. Fish sauce, beloved by Romans but notorious for its pungent smell, was believed to cause marine humours that required special cleansing techniques involving sea salt and specific aromatic herbs. Women's hygiene was subject to especially complex medical theories. Roman physicians believed that women's monthly cycles created special cleansing needs and opportunities. Certain herbs and oils were prescribed specifically for female patients, often with the goal of regulating their supposedly unstable humoral balance. Pregnancy brought its own set of hygiene rules, with detailed prescriptions for bathing temperatures, oil applications and cleansing schedules designed to ensure healthy babies and safe deliveries. Perhaps most fascinating were the Roman medical beliefs about mental illness and hygiene. Doctors genuinely believed that certain types of madness were caused by corrupted vapours rising from unclean bodies to affect the brain. This led to hygiene-based treatments for depression, anxiety, and what we might now recognise as psychological conditions. Patients were prescribed elaborate bathing regimens, specific oil treatments, and sometimes even therapeutic massages with aromatic substances designed to restore mental balance. The wealthy could afford personal physicians who would create customised hygiene protocols based on detailed examinations of their patients' constitutions, lifestyles, and health histories. These medical hygiene plans were very detailed, specifying when and how to bathe, what to think about, what prayers to recite, and how to breathe during cleansing rituals. Money talks in any civilization, and in ancient Rome it spoke with a distinctly soapy accent. The hygiene industry, employing thousands of people in jobs ranging from respectable to eyebrow-raising, created economic opportunities that would not resurface until the emergence of the modern beauty industry. Let's start with the public baths themselves, which were massive commercial enterprises. A typical Roman bathhouse employed dozens of workers, furnace operators who kept the hypocaust heating systems running, water managers who maintained the complex plumbing, attendants who helped customers navigate the facilities, masseurs who worked out the kinks in Roman muscles, and security personnel who kept order among naked, relaxed, and sometimes intoxicated patrons. The larger thermae were like ancient shopping malls, with vendors selling everything from snacks to jewellery to good luck charms designed to protect you from sewer demons. The oil trade was particularly lucrative. Olive oil was the foundation of the Roman hygiene industry, and controlling olive groves could make you wealthy beyond imagination. But the real money was in specialty oils and perfumes. A single amphora of high-quality rose oil from Egypt could cost more than a skilled craftsman earned in 6 months. The perfume merchants who dealt in these luxury goods often became powerful political figures, using their wealth to buy influence and status. Import businesses thrived on Roman hygiene obsessions. Exotic ingredients came from across the empire and beyond. Frankincense from Arabia, cinnamon from India, amber from the Baltic regions, and silk for the finest bathing towels from China. The logistics of getting these materials to Roman consumers created entire industries of traders, shippers, and middlemen. Some merchants specialised in nothing but hygiene-related imports, building fortunes on Roman desires to smell better than their neighbours. The soap-making industry was sophisticated. While Romans didn't use soap the way we do, they did manufacture various cleansing compounds from animal fats, plant ashes, and mineral salts. The best soap makers were closely guarded trade secrets, passed down through generations of craftsmen. Some soap-making families became wealthy enough to own their own bathhouses, creating vertically integrated hygiene empires that controlled everything from soap production to the final bathing experience. Slavery was, unfortunately, central to the Roman hygiene economy. Thousands of slaves worked in bathhouses, oil production, and personal hygiene services. Some specialised in specific skills. There were slaves who could identify the best oils by smell alone, others who were experts at using strigils without causing injury, and still others who memorized complex recipes for custom perfume blends. The most skilled hygiene slaves could earn enough money through tips and side businesses to eventually buy their freedom, though this path to manumission required years of scraping other people's backs and memorizing their scent preferences. The construction industry also benefited from Roman hygiene culture. Building a proper Roman bath required specialists in hypercaust heating systems, waterproof concrete, decorative mosaics, and complex plumbing. The techniques developed for bathhouse construction were later applied to other buildings, making Roman hygiene culture a driver of architectural innovation. Some construction families became wealthy by specializing in bath-related projects, traveling throughout the empire to build facilities for wealthy Romans in distant provinces. Then there were the support industries that emerged around hygiene culture. Laundry services cleaned the towels and clothing used in baths. Pottery makers produced the countless vessels needed for oils, perfumes, and bathing accessories. Metal workers crafted strigils, mirrors, and bathing jewellery. Even the food industry got involved, as many Romans liked to eat and drink while bathing, creating demand for waterproof serving vessels and special bath-appropriate snacks. The medical side of hygiene created its own economic opportunities. Physicians who specialised in hygiene-related treatments could charge premium fees, especially if they claimed expertise in exotic foreign bathing techniques. Massage therapists, aromatherapy specialists, and even professional bath consultants emerged as profitable professions. Some enterprising Romans made careers out of advising wealthy clients on optimal bathing schedules and customised oil blends. Regional variations in hygiene preferences created niche markets throughout the empire. Romans in Britain developed cold-weather bathing techniques that required different oils and heating systems. Romans in North Africa adapted their hygiene practices to desert conditions, creating demand for specialised sun protection oils and sand-resistant clothing. These regional specialisations often became export industries, with local hygiene innovations spreading throughout the empire. The government also profited from Roman cleanliness obsessions through taxes and regulations. Bathhouses paid licensing fees, imported hygiene products faced tariffs, and luxury perfumes were subject to special taxes that helped fund public works projects. Some historians argue that Roman expansion was partly motivated by the desire to secure reliable sources of hygiene-related raw materials, making cleanliness a factor in imperial policy. Roman hygiene wasn't just about getting clean. It was about navigating a complex spiritual landscape, where supernatural forces lurked in every bathing facility, and evil spirits had strong opinions about your personal grooming choices. The Romans had managed to turn basic human cleanliness into a mystical adventure that required careful planning, protective charms, and occasionally professional supernatural consultation. The timing of your bath wasn't just a matter of personal convenience, it was a cosmic decision that could affect your luck, health, and spiritual well-being. Romans consulted calendars that indicated favourable and unfavourable bathing days, based on lunar phases, religious festivals, and the movements of various gods through the celestial sphere. Some wealthy Romans employed personal astrologers whose job included calculating optimal bathing schedules. Imagine having to verify your horoscope before deciding whether to take a shower. Water itself was considered to have spiritual properties that varied depending on its source and treatment. Spring water was thought to carry the blessings of water nymphs, while rainwater collected during thunderstorms was believed to have purifying powers that could wash away curses and negative luck. The Romans went to extraordinary lengths to obtain water with the right spiritual qualities for important bathing rituals. Some wealthy families maintained private springs specifically for ceremonial bathing, hiring priests to bless the water sources regularly. The direction you faced while bathing was considered crucial. Most Romans believed you should face east while entering the bath to welcome the blessings of the rising sun, then turn to face west while leaving to ensure that any evil influences washed away with the setting sun. More superstitious bathers would rotate through all four cardinal directions during their bathing session, creating a kind of mystical water dance that must have been entertaining to watch. Protective amulets for bathing were big business in ancient Rome. These weren't just decorative jewellery. They were considered essential safety equipment for anyone venturing into the spiritually dangerous environment of a public bath. Popular designs included images of Hercules for strength, Mercury for protection during travel, including spiritual journeys undertaken while bathing, and various household gods who specialised in bathroom-related protection. Some amulets were designed to be worn while wet. using special materials and construction techniques that modern jewellers would find fascinating. The Romans had elaborate rituals for entering and leaving baths that would make modern spa protocols look casual. Many would pause at the threshold to recite protective prayers, asking the gods to guard them from evil spirits, prevent accidents, and ensure that their bathing experience would be beneficial rather than harmful. Some would leave small offerings, coins, flowers, or drops of expensive oil, at shrine niches built into bathhouse walls specifically for this purpose. Shared bathing created its own set of spiritual concerns. Romans worried about picking up not just physical dirt from other bathers, but spiritual contamination from people with bad luck, evil intentions, or supernatural enemies. This led to complex etiquette systems designed to minimize spiritual risk while maintaining social politeness. You couldn't just ignore someone in the baths that might offend them and invite retaliation from their personal gods. But you also couldn't become too friendly with strangers whose spiritual status was unknown. The oil and perfume application process was ritualized to an almost ceremonial degree. Wealthy Romans would recite specific prayers, while different oils were applied to different parts of their bodies. Rose oil might be blessed to Venus while being applied to the face, while olive oil could be dedicated to Minerva while being used on arms and legs. The goal was to invoke divine protection for each body part while also ensuring that the gods approved of your grooming choices. Dreams about bathing were considered prophetic and required professional interpretation. Romans who dreamed about dirty bathwater might consult priests about impending spiritual danger, while dreams of crystal-clear pools were considered signs of divine favour. Some Romans kept dream journals specifically to track bathing-related dreams and their outcomes, creating a kind of ancient database of supernatural bath predictions. The Romans even had superstitions about soap and cleansing materials. Some believed that using soap made from animals that had died violently could transfer aggressive spirits to the user. Others thought that cleaning tools used by people who later suffered misfortune were cursed and should be avoided. Such beliefs led to complex systems for tracking the history and spiritual pedigree of bathing accessories, with some wealthy Romans employing servants whose job was to maintain detailed records of where their strigils, sponges, and oils had come from. Seasonal bathing rituals aligned with the Roman religious calendar created additional layers of complexity. During certain festivals, bathing was considered either especially beneficial or particularly dangerous, depending on which gods were being honoured. The spring festival of Anna Perenna included ritual bathing that was supposed to ensure health for the coming year, while bathing during the Lemuria, when restless spirits roamed the earth, required special protective measures. As you settle back into your modern bathroom, surrounded by antibacterial soap dispensers and privacy walls, it's worth reflecting on what the Romans actually got right about hygiene, and what we might have learned from their more colourful mistakes. Their approach to cleanliness reveals something profound about human nature, our eternal struggle to balance individual needs with social expectations, practical health concerns with cultural beliefs, and the desire to be clean with the reality of what that actually means. The Romans understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern, individualistic bathing culture. Cleanliness was inherently social. Their communal baths weren't just about getting clean. They were about maintaining the social fabric that held their civilization together. In an age before television, the internet, or even widespread literacy, the baths served as information networks, business centres, and community gathering places. Romans didn't just wash their bodies. They washed themselves back into society each day. Modern hygiene science has validated many Roman practices while debunking others. Their emphasis on regular bathing, the use of oils to protect skin, and even their practice of scraping away dead skin cells were remarkably sound from a dermatological standpoint. The Romans understood that healthy skin required both cleansing and moisturising, though they achieved it through olive oil and metal scrapers rather than lotions and exfoliating scrubs. Their recognition that mental health and physical cleanliness were connected wasn't wrong. It was just expressed through theories about humours and evil spirits rather than modern psychology. The Roman approach to dental hygiene, while involving some questionable ingredients, was actually more advanced than what most Europeans would practice for the next 1,000 years. Chewing on aromatic twigs did clean teeth effectively, and some of their herbal mouth rinses contained ingredients that modern dentistry recognises as beneficial. The fact that they cared about dental hygiene at all put them ahead of many later civilizations that considered tooth care vanity rather than health maintenance. Perhaps most importantly, the Romans demonstrated that public health infrastructure could transform civilization. Their aqueducts, sewers, and public baths created living conditions that wouldn't be matched in European cities until the 19th century. The decline of Roman bathing culture after the fall of the empire coincided with centuries of reduced lifespans, increased disease, and general scruffiness that historians now recognise as preventable consequences of abandoning public hygiene infrastructure. The economic lessons of Roman hygiene culture are equally relevant today. They understood that cleanliness could be an industry, creating jobs and driving innovation in ways that benefited entire societies. Their willingness to invest public money in bathing facilities and sanitation systems paid dividends in public health and social stability that lasted for centuries. Modern cities still struggle with the same basic challenge: how to balance individual desires for cleanliness and privacy with the collective benefits of shared infrastructure and social bathing spaces. The Roman mistake of mixing hygiene with superstition offers its lessons. When cleanliness becomes too ritualized or culturally loaded, it can become a source of anxiety rather than health. Modern Western culture occasionally succumbs to similar pitfalls, transforming personal hygiene into competitive displays of status or moral superiority, rather than a means of maintaining practical health. The Romans remind us that it's possible to take cleanliness too seriously, investing it with meanings and expectations that have nothing to do with actually being clean. As you drift off to sleep tonight, clean and comfortable in ways that would amaze any ancient Roman, remember that hygiene is always a work in progress. The Romans thought they had figured it out, just as we think we have figured it out, just as people 1,000 years from now will probably shake their heads at our primitive understanding of cleanliness and health. The pursuit of perfect hygiene is like the pursuit of perfect happiness, an admirable goal that reveals more about human nature than it does about soap and water. The Romans gave us the foundation for contemplating cleanliness as both a personal responsibility and a social virtue. They showed us that being clean could be pleasant, social, and even luxurious rather than just a grim necessity. Most importantly, they demonstrated that a civilization's approach to hygiene reflects its values, priorities, and understanding of what it means to live well together. So the next time you step into your private shower, with your individually chosen soap and your perfectly heated water, spare a thought for those long-dead Romans sitting naked on their communal toilets, sharing their communal sponges, and somehow managing to build an empire that lasted 1,000 years. They may not have understood germs or bacteria, but they understood something equally important, that taking care of your body and sharing that experience with your community was one of the things that made life worth living, despite the fact that it necessitated more public nudity and dubious medical theories than the majority of us would favour. Thomas Jefferson was born on April the 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation, with an enslaved workforce forming its backbone. Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child, he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed he was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he had become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774 he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the Crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. As skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War, the push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognised his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. Holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration, but that passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a Republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781, a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782, she had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing notes on the state of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations, and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognized that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanized flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralization, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France, and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties, suspicious of Federalist centralization. Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes, the House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential. Yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships, and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticized his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., warned from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity, expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire, but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasising modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic-Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe. He supported the Louisiana Purchase's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. Letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognized a mutual bond shaped by the Revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates, monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform the American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man. But historians recognized that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognized the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalized, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent. Yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at others' expense. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, More incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author, democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints. At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating bookstands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. The Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, ceded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4th, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital as ever,